welcome my guest for today, Kongou.
Greetings. Pleasure to be here, Vtuber Talk. Well, I'll call you Jay. I've been calling you Vtuber Talk this entire time, but that's your show name, not really the name that you call yourself by, right?
Yes, yeah. We've already spoken a little bit behind the scenes about marketing and branding,
You have
and
it.
yes, that is one of the admittedly suboptimal choices I made a while back. That I do respond to VTuber Talk, and that is something
Hmm.
that most people just wind up knowing me as, that if they aren't around usually for the intro, because it's the type of thing that when you introduce someone yourself to someone, you say your name, but after that you usually don't end up repeating the person's name too often in
You have
conversation.
it.
So it's kind of the if you know, you know. But
That's one of my standard techniques, though. I'll repeat everyone's name
mm,
constantly, just to make them know that it's their turn to talk. It's my usual cue, because when you hear your name or when you hear yourself referred to, you perk up. Otherwise, the flow of conversation tends to be broken up.
Oh yes, apologies, Nico Ni, for not addressing him by his full name, Kongo Kokoretsu the 11th.
I'm the first, technically. But 11th, I don't know. I don't think I have that sort of dynasty, that sort of lineage.
Not yet. But
Not
anyways,
yet, I
yeah.
don't plan to, don't worry about it. As well, I would not name my child Congo as well. Could you imagine that? I feel that it dooms you to a life of being compared to your father.
Yeah, I can understand
Why
within
they
a
do
certain
it.
realm of, why people want to name children after themselves, but I always felt like it would just be really confusing.
Right, and it also reduces their sense of individuality,
hmm Not
which
exactly how I
is
expected to start the show, but here we are.
not my personal taste. The thing is, Jay, anything could be a topic if you want it to be. I believe that what makes a good Zotza, what makes a good conversationalist, is being able to make the most of the topics presented to you. People tend to go, you know, the common advice, right? Oh, have a list of things that you want to talk about during your stream. The thing is, if you have no topic efficiency, Jay, those topics will only last you 5 to 10 minutes each, then you'll be done.
hmm And I always like to go in that one thing I'm not very secretive of is that I make a point to talk with my guests sometime before the show, and that we
You
do
have it.
discuss some potential topics. But while I like having a list as a baseline, I always try to be very unbound by the list. That,
You have it.
here we are right now
Whatever
talking.
presents itself, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that it's sort of a place to go if you find a lull in conversation, or sometimes it's actually really fun for me as a host to sometimes find the through lines of, okay, we're talking about one thing, and then I see the tangent that can lead us really naturally into something else that I know the guest is going to really enjoy.
How
And
do I
that-
connect it? You have
Mhm,
it.
mhm. And that I'm not going to end up forcing it, especially if the ongoing conversation is just, really flowing, that I'm not going to completely derail, but that it helps sort of connect the dots or sometimes find the next natural place,
So one of my favorite techniques when I'm having a long conversation with someone, and we're supposed to be talking about something, a specific topic, playing a specific game or whatever, I'll just remind them, I'll go, to think that we've been talking for 2 hours and we haven't even played the game yet.
Mhm.
Just so it's at the forefront of their mind, just to present it to them. And I'll let it flow into that whenever I feel like, whenever they feel like, as
Yes.
it goes.
Yeah, the subtle, not so subtle nudge, but also sometimes just a genuine acknowledgement of, hey, we've been talking for 2 hours. That's really cool.
Personally, as a, how do I say this, as a collaborator, as a host usually, you're the host here, obviously, I'm not the host, but whenever I'm the host, I tend to control my guests like puppets. That's my personal interpretation of this.
Yeah, you mentioned that we had an analogy for our different
You have
styles,
it.
and that you said you were a sniper, whereas I use a shotgun.
That's the case. So, for example, give me a topic, Jay, whatever topic you'd like.
Well, let's go with Into the Spider-Verse, because we discussed that, and I said I might see it before the show, and I did.
All right, now watch this. Watch this, Jay. Watch this, Jay. Watch this, Jay. I don't normally watch movies all that often. I'll watch a movie maybe 2-3 times a year at most. Are you a movie watcher?
It's something that has sort of ebbed and flowed for me, that I feel like some years I'm going to go to the movies once every 2 weeks, if not more. And then there's some years where just there aren't really any that come out that really catch my attention. So I might only go to 3-4 a year. I feel like I'm currently moving into one of those on years that I've seen more movies in the past, I'd say 3-4 months, than I've seen in the previous year.
It happens, right? I mean, for me, the main issue is that there's such long spans of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that we're on Vtuber Talk. We talk about VTubers, and they're famously known for having 3, 4, however long hour streams, which are hard to consume end to end. But for me, movies are concentrated watching. It's hard for me to have 2 hours of concentrated, focused time for one piece of media, if you understand.
Yeah, for sure. That what makes streams so accessible is the fact that for the most part, you can tune in, tune out whenever, and ideally, you're going to be able to either just pick up where you are finding yourself in the stream, or just, even without context, that things are going to be entertaining enough that it doesn't really matter, and you'll pick up things along the way.
You have it. That's the main difference between a VTuber stream and a movie. A VTuber stream may be longer, but you don't really have to be exerting concentrated focus for the entirety of it, only for however much you're willing to give.
Yes.
So you'll lapse in and out, you'll chat here and there, you'll have fun, so on and so forth. You might go, oh, I watched Spider-Verse last night, by the way. Have you watched that? It was incredible.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that, you don't see that many movies. What was it about Spider-Verse that made it one of the few that you decided to go out of your way to see?
My friend and their family asked me to join them, and I went, oh, why not? We'll have dinner, we'll go watch this. I'm normally tugged along to movies. I don't watch them of my own volition. But damn, Into the Spider-Verse, one of the best animated films I've ever watched. The production value on that movie was on another level entirely.
Oh, yeah. And going off of what was Into the Spider-Verse, the first in what is now very obviously a trilogy,
you have it.
That pushed a lot of boundaries and sort of not necessarily revolutionized the tech of animation, but it pushed the boundary of where the process, but also Hollywood's comfort level of doing unorthodox animation. Stylistically, there had not been a big budget Hollywood film, whether it be superheroes or otherwise, that delved into just the unabashed stylisticness of all of it, and the fact that it allowed itself to go into so many different styles. But now we're seeing there's an upcoming.
We saw Puss in Boots: The Last Wish just recently. Incredible movie as well, by the way. In a similar style, in a similar. How do I say this? In a similar conceptual space, which I was impressed with personally.
Then I have not kept up with the Shrek universe since I think Shrek 3. But the
thing is, Shrek 2 is the best movie in the series, not even close. But Puss in Boots, huge contender, actually. Great movie. That's
what I've heard. I heard the original Puss in Boots was okay, but the amount of conversation I saw regarding the more recent one, The Last Wish,
good.
that has turned my head. And while I haven't gotten around to seeing it yet, it is one that I sort of have on that list of, okay, I should actually make a point to see this sometime to figure out what all the hubbub is about.
So what I showed you there, and this was as part of my broader point, was, and you'd be familiar with this, a soft segue. It was a soft nudging you toward the direction of Spider-Verse, which we did slowly.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't just go directly cut into Spider-Verse. Oh, by the way, I watched Spider-Verse last night. What do you think? Which I think is awkward. I think that mastery over conversation involved being able to flow between topics without the other person noticing.
Yeah, being able to subtly nudge it, start it at a point, and then bring it to your destination.
I feel if they notice that you're doing it, it's not ideal, or they're very sharp.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think of, how do I say this, treating my collaborator as a puppet, I don't mean that, oh, I'm robbing them of their autonomy, I'm removing their free will. It's that I want them to act, I'm trying to make them act in a way that's entertaining. I'm prodding them. I'm going, here, I'm using a stick to prod, go in this direction.
Yeah, that you want the, I don't even want to say illusion of choice, because there is still choice. But
there is still choice.
That you want them to be able to broach conversations in perhaps a way that you will nudge them towards, but still have the agency of the specifics.
I am giving them a space to choose their topic in. I'm going, all right, here's your square. Pick in this square. Go for it. Have fun. Go wild.
Yeah.
I feel that unrestrained, unfocused conversation is actually sort of mediocre for entertainment. This might sound picky from me, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, that usually if you don't have some sort of focus, things will fizzle out really fast, and that you have this
have it.
topic that has promise, and then without any direction at all, you will sort of talk around it for a minute or
It'll
two,
fizzle.
and then just have that awkward pause of like, okay, where do we go from here?
Oh, you'll hit this area. Watch this. Watch this. You despise this one. I know you do because you're an interviewer. So. Oh, did you have another question? Go for it.
Oh, you hurt my soul there, Kongou.
Right.
Oh.
You hear them try to follow it up and they just... No. You figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, that was psychic damage right there.
It's agonizing, right? When I do an interview, whenever that happens, it kills me because I know that I have controlled the flow poorly, that I have screwed up somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And that happens. That just inevitably there's going to be fumbles every so often. There sometimes might be just a bit of a disconnect of where each party thinks the conversation is going, but that's okay. You pick it up and you move along. And it just, as a host, something that I've tried to be mindful of over what is now 112 episodes as of today, just honing in on those subtleties, trying to have sort of an ear and an eye for not only the broader behaviors, but every guest is going to be different, so you can't exactly take the exact same approach for each person.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. And that ends up being one of the benefits of having that conversation with the guest prior to the show, because it lets me get at least a bit of a sense of how they carry themselves in a one-on-one conversation, because even if I'm very familiar with their content, even if I've seen them do collabs with others...
I mean, your rapport is not guaranteed. You have not spoken to them before.
Exactly. And that figuring out where that rapport lies and where you end up sort of with at least your baseline, that usually things end up becoming more natural over the course of the show, over the course of the conversation. But being able to, one, just get a leg up on that, and two, getting that sense of, all right, where are we starting from here? It is something that has certainly been invaluable to me as an interviewer, and it's something that anytime somebody approaches me and says, hey, I'm thinking of starting a talk show or doing interviews, what should I do?
How do I go about this?
Yeah, that is my number one piece of advice, of just talk to the person in advance.
So for me, this technique, this minor nuance, this subtlety is what I live for. I VTube mainly for perfection of the art, or rather, mastery of the art. And it involves finding all these tiny conversational things, these tiny cues from people, these tiny ways to move them around that I enjoy so much. It's my favorite part of VTubing.
Is there something, I guess, did you discover that enjoyment after discovering VTubing, or was that something that you knew coming into VTubing?
No, that was always my idea. Whenever I do a hobby, I aim for mastery, but in this way.
Yes, well, it's definitely mastery, in that that is actually sort of an underlying theme for a lot of things you do. But in terms of being able to, I suppose, guide conversation and things of that nature, is that something that you discovered an affinity and joy for with VTubing, or was that something that you
No, I had prior
in life?
experience with that. I did theater, public speaking. I've spoken to people who are miserable to speak with, in particular. My job at the moment, I'm a secretary at an advertising firm, involves talking with politicians, and those are... When it comes to mastery of speaking, their nuance is on another level entirely. They're terrifying. They're invincible as far as conversation goes, Jay.
Yeah, that's the profession in a nutshell. Politics is talking.
And they're the masters of talking. People go, oh, politicians don't say anything. No, they don't want you to understand. They don't want to reveal any of their hand at all. They don't want to tip their hand whatsoever.
They know exactly what they're saying.
They are so carefully guarded.
They are saying exactly what they want to say, and exactly what they, and not saying exactly what they don't want to say.
Now, here's the thing about politicians, Jay. Have you ever spoken to one before?
Yes, I have.
Do you know the experience then of the aura that a politician has when you speak to them?
Yes, and it varies also depending on the environment, but there is an aura.
There is an aura, because let me describe it to you. Because people don't understand what's screwed up about politicians conversationally, and why they're so terrifying to a layman, to a normal person. It's because they hold themselves up to a very rigorous conversation standard, and mentally they expect you to match up to it. Whenever you don't, they call it, oh, it's fine that you talk that way, it's all right. They call it grace on their part. They act like they're better than you automatically.
Oh.
And you can tell whenever you make a verbal gaffe that they know you made a verbal gaffe. They know, they're aware, but they're letting it slide. They're going, well, you're just a layman, it can't be helped. It's not really your fault. And so you get this sense of inferiority talking to them.
Yeah, that it almost is intriguing of, is that something that when you get to a certain level of mastery of anything, that whether you want to or not, that does something unconsciously start to happen in that sense, that when you notice that others are not up to your level of mastery, that you are just more prone, regardless of underlying personality, to perhaps give off those types of vibes, even if you don't mean to, because certainly a politician does not want someone else to feel negative things about them, period. That their whole thing,
No.
the entire goal of a
Absolutely
politician
not.
is to cultivate positivity, or at the very least, neutralize
An image
and
of
avoid
positivity.
negativity.
A positive image, you have it.
Mm-hmm.
But for them specifically, it's because conversation is a universal thing. Everyone converses, right? So for people to be at the top of the line in conversing in such a basic thing, it's like being at the top of the line and walking or breathing. If you see someone walk significantly better than you, you go, wait, what the hell is this walking? How are they doing this so much better? It feels wrong. It feels unnatural. I think that's why it applies more to politicians conversationally than it does to many other skills. For example, martial arts. You don't depict martial arts all the time, right? You don't fight people randomly on the streets. But when you talk to a politician, you're engaging on them with something that's universal. You're talking to them. And so when you feel them pressure you just from talking, it feels unnatural. It feels wrong.
That makes sense because, like you're saying, that it is something that you normally do and that it normally feels natural. So when you are dealing with someone who, whether consciously or unconsciously,
yes, you think of the minutiae of it, they're thinking of it on a higher level, they're parsing every single word. You go, wait a moment, should I be doing that? But you can't. You don't have the skill for it.
And that's regardless of if they are or are not actively trying to use politician talk on you. That I mentioned,
they would have to soften up considerably, because some politicians do have the capability to present a casual aura, to present a casual atmosphere. They'll soften up just so that lay people can speak to them normally, but they don't usually do this while they're at work, is the thing.
Yeah, I mentioned the environment that you converse with a politician in, that if you are speaking with a politician at a town hall meeting or a debate, or if you are interviewing them for a publication.
Oh, they're going to be stiff. They're going to be invulnerable.
Whereas if you happen to have a politician in your family and you're just at Thanksgiving.
Well, they know you. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
They will, I don't know, be a pickier person than usual, maybe at most. But that sort of discomfort can be waved away in a casual environment.
Yes.
Nonetheless, you will know that they're a master of talking. You will know.
Yeah, that those skills, even if they aren't being implemented in their normal way and with the normal intent, so to speak, that
you can feel it.
Yeah, it comes across just in vocabulary, in cadence, in the way that they are able to just carry a conversation, and that, like you said, usually they are able to turn it off, at least with family, and that it is a very, in some ways, kind of a special thing. That if you are close enough to a politician that
they can turn off their master, they can turn off their aura, they can turn off their instinctive defenses, which are instinctive, by the way, because if someone tries to poke a hole in them, they will defend immediately. It's just their nature.
And it's their job, it's their livelihood, and that,
that they cannot afford to make a verbal gaffe. Though some of them do anyway. But that's what I think when I think of mastery of conversation. I think of mastery of the skills required in this art. I don't think that people have quite caught on to this yet. They don't quite think of VTubing as something that you can improve in consciously. They think of it as, oh, if I just keep doing it, I'll get better, which I don't quite agree with. Yes, you will get better, but you won't get better in any concentrated way.
Yes, for sure. That this is another thing we spoke about, and a phrase I'm very fond of is practice doesn't make perfect, practice makes habits. And that if you are mindful of how you spend your time and how you do those repetitions, those practices, that you will get better. But if you
That's
are
the
just sort of
case.
blindly doing a thing
If
that,
you're just reinforcing what you're currently doing, then you're going to keep doing that
yeah, that
more or less eternally.
and that what it can end up doing, if you have bad habits and you end up reinforcing those bad habits, you're going to
It's
end up
terrifying.
that it will actually end up being worse than if you hadn't spent the time, because now you have to try and figure out how to undo those bad habits, which is one of the most difficult things on earth, regardless
It's
of if it's
miserable.
talking, regardless if it's working out, just posture habits. And by the way, everyone, posture check, posture check. Goodness
Oh, my
knows.
back is always straight. To give you a piece of trivia, Jay,
Hmm.
whenever I stream, whenever I'm here on Twitch, I sit on a backless stool with my back completely straight.
Oh wow, that's one way to force yourself to have good
You have it,
posture.
so there's nothing for me to lean on. If my back is not straight, I would not be able to sit here for hours.
That's an interesting thought, and just for a while, I had a very bad chair. That it was a cheap little chair, and it wasn't until I had been using it as my default computer chair for a year and a half, that I just sort of realized, wait a minute, this thing is terrible. Why have I
This
not?
thing's hurting me, genuinely.
Why have I not upgraded? It doesn't need to be something super fancy, but
Right, something I can sit on properly at least.
and in some ways that was a habit of just, well, that's the chair that I have there in front of my computer, and that
That's
at
what
a
you've
point
got.
that habits can become so second nature that you don't even realize, oh, this is a bad habit. But the moment you take just sort of a mental evaluation, it's so obvious that that chair
You have
was
it.
awful for my posture, awful for my back,
Hmm.
and that even I just, over time, that, well, whenever
You
I go
accepted
to,
it.
yeah,
You went,
that's just what it
it's
is.
such a hassle to get a new chair. This one's already here. It's not that bad on my back.
It
Meanwhile, the
wasn't
moment you
even
get a
the
new
hassle.
chair, it feels like salvation has blessed your back, as if God themselves is propping you up.
Yeah, and just sort of the first thought that I had was, why the hell didn't I do this sooner? And it wasn't even an effort thing. It wasn't, oh,
Hmm.
I know this chair is bad for my back and it feels like a lot of effort to get a good one. It just wasn't
It was
even
there.
mentally registering to me,
You have it.
oh, this chair is not good. I should get something different. And that as soon as I had that mental epiphany, I was like,
You're able to swap
I
off.
ordered something same day, next day, and was looking forward to it and certainly
Surprise.
was aware of it. But yeah, that's just how things go sometimes with habits, whether it be,
You have it.
like I was saying, working out, martial arts, or just chairs.
So for me, Jay, I am a horrifically deliberate person. Basically, everything I do is calculated. Not everything, mind you. But, for example, I like manually breathing. And I will manually breathe for most of the day. And that's my personal taste. I don't like auto breathing for the most part. Unless I have to focus on something else.
I don't know if I've ever heard someone use the term auto breathing. That I've heard the term manually breathing, and the whole meaning of
Right.
you are now manually breathing.
You are not
everybody.
manually breathing, but auto breathing, right?
That auto
Like it's a toggle. But I like to manually breathe because automatic breathing does not fill my lungs the way I want. So I manually breathe a lot of the time.
Is there a particular purpose or practice behind that realization? And I ask this question because while I usually auto breathe, I suppose, that I am able to very much understand what you mean by filling your lungs, because throughout middle school, high school, and college, I was in band and played a wind instrument. So
I get you. You understand then.
Yes, I'm very familiar with proper breathing technique and the difference of just, the way that you breathe, the way that you fill your lungs from bottom to top, not top to bottom, and the different nuances there. So is there a source of your manual breathing habit, or just
It's
that
martial
knowledge?
arts, as always. If you don't breathe in martial arts, you die.
That'll do it. Just basically any type of athlete is going to have to know how to breathe.
But for me as well, I believe that manual breathing increases your mindfulness, makes you think about the moment to moment more, and of course increases the clarity of your voice, which is particularly important to me as a VTuber, which is as anyone that presents vocally.
Makes a lot of sense in that like I was saying, for me as a musician, that the quality of your
You
breathing
get it.
is going to have a direct impact on the sound that comes out of your instrument. And in this case, your voice, your vocal cords
You have it.
are your instrument, and that will make a difference.
A massive one, even. And that's why I manually breathe almost the entire time I'm VTubing. And usually when I'm just not doing anything as well. Unless I am focusing on something specific, say I'm playing a game or whatever, then I might auto breathe, but I'll manually breathe every other time. I'd say I manually breathe for about half the day, maybe a third to a half of the day.
And then it becomes a question of where does the line start to blur that manual breathing becomes so natural that it then lapses into auto breathing, but just with better form.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of manual breathing, that your auto breathing becomes better. But you keep manually breathing, you keep doing it anyway. You have to reestablish your consciousness, your control over what you're doing. For example, one thing I like to do when I stream, one thing I like to do when I hold a session is I like to add a limit to myself. For example, something I like to do often, right? I'll make a joke. I'll go, oh, it's like that. And I'll laugh at the end of it. I noticed that I was laughing to punctuate my jokes every time, which is a very laugh now cue. It lacks subtlety, it lacks nuance, it lacks technique. So I went, all right, I'm going to stop laughing for a month because I'm not going to allow this to become habits.
And how did that go? Was that something that
it went well? I now have perfect control over my laughing as a cue. I now decide to do it whenever I want to do it. It's not automatic.
Mm-hmm. Was it difficult to start to pull back in that first couple of days, first couple of weeks? Or is it something that once you were aware of it, that you were just so hyper aware that you had everything really locked down?
For me, it only takes me a few days, usually under a week, to lock in a new habit in terms of performance.
Yeah.
I build habits very, very, very fast. I'm used to this. It's my bread and butter, one might say.
And that makes a lot of sense for just, like you're saying, you're a very deliberate person. And that whether it be in VTubing, in conversation, that it's very clear the amount of poison control that you carry yourself with. And I think that's really one of your hallmarks. So it's not entirely shocking to hear, all right, I've detected this bad habit and I want to rein it in. It's not even that you wanted to snuff it out. It was like, you were actively making the choice to maintain your laughter as a punctuation, as a tool in your arsenal.
Yes,
but
it has to be conscious. I don't want a habit. I want something that I can use consciously. It's not inherently bad. For example, it's a good effect, right? It's useful. It goes, well, I think that's funny. You should think that's funny. Let's laugh right now.
It's the classic laugh track effect.
But it's cheap. Yeah. It's cheap. And so I decided, well, I don't want to do this all the time. I feel that it's such a cheap way to get engagement, a cheap way to get laughs. I would rather make better jokes.
I know for me, as a viewer, I can't stand shows with laugh tracks anymore. I just can't do it. That is, Big Bang Theory is a show that a lot of folks recommended to me because, I'm a nerd. I like nerdy things, and that was sort of the quintessential hallmark
my
nerdy
sympathy.
Show. I watched that show for 15 minutes. And
I could not handle Big Bang Theory.
I couldn't handle it. Just the jokes I
Bazinga,
weren't that. That deadpan bazinga was more funny and entertaining than any time I heard it said on
That's the thing. That's part of my comedy, by the way. We'll talk about this after your anecdote, but go on.
It was so painful in the first 3 minutes, the number of times I heard that laugh track. And it was just like, I don't need to be told when it was supposed to be funny. But also I started counting how many seconds of this show is
between
being
laugh tracks
by the laugh track, that the actual runtime of that show winds up being a good, 5-7 minutes less than it actually is, because it's just so much laugh track. And in some ways, that's kind of brilliant, kind of devious, and obviously
it's manipulative.
It still works. That there's plenty of people that are able to work with a laugh track, and it's not a big deal for them. And that I'm probably an anomaly in that I was very sensitive to it. But it was something that I couldn't get through even a single episode of that show, and I just had to put it down. It's like, I'm glad others enjoy it. I'm not going to yuck someone else's yum, but this cup of tea is not for me.
So for me, I believe very, very, very strongly that mass appeal works do have value to them. Yes, they may be using the cheapest techniques, they may be trying to appeal to the widest denominator, but I'm fine with that. I think that companies have to make a product, they'll do whatever they can to make that product viable. Good is not always the target, viable usually is instead.
Mm-hmm.
And so I understand, I don't mind it that much. I can enjoy that sort of thing, as long as I'm aware of it. Not much annoys me as far as that goes.
Yeah, I think I tried again some months, years later, knowing, okay, there's a lot of laugh tracks, and I still just couldn't do it.
I can't watch it either. And again, that's with my awareness. I go, well, I know this is mass appeal. No, I can't watch this.
Yeah, nope. But
I do get how good it is, though.
For sure. And
or rather, I do get how widely it targets people, how easy it is for a lot of people to watch.
Yeah, and that mass appeal
is quote unquote here.
Yeah. And mass appeal certainly is not a bad thing. That mass appeal is good because, you know, statistically, so many people are going to like it, and there are plenty of mass appeal things that I enjoy. And it's kind of interesting that there's almost a parabola, I suppose, of mainstream enjoyment of. You have your niche things, you have, you know, the quote-unquote hipster things, then they go into the arc of, all right, it is mass appeal, and then it starts descending again to where it has gone too far, and it is now starting to isolate or repel people because whatever things it was doing, it leans in too hard, and then just, you know, overspiced, overdone, that it ends up being no longer palatable even to the mainstream.
Everything is cyclical after all. People have a hard time watching Seinfeld, or rather Seinfeld, in the year 2023, but I adore Seinfeld still.
Is there something in particular that has made that really timeless for you?
I mean, it's just the appreciation for what it did at the time, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the tropes of Seinfeld are now just commonplace. They are just scattered across the great, vast winds of media. But for me, seeing the source of something, seeing the original attempt at something is always interesting to me.
For sure, yeah. That's something that ends up being very interesting when you have a piece of media that, in retrospect, you can watch and say...
plenty of things to reference it to. It's Descendants, right?
Yeah, and say,
this is the ancestor.
Yeah, this
is
where that
Genghis Khan of sitcoms.
That in a lot of ways, at least in terms of what I would consider... I don't know if modern animation is the proper term here.
Let's hear it.
That a lot of things, I feel, wind up going back to... well, a couple different ones. Avatar: The Last Airbender, in terms of Western acceptance of cartoons being acceptable as not just children's media, I think was one of the vanguards there.
Avatar was groundbreaking for that. Now, it did exist beforehand, but there's something called codifying, right?
Yes.
There's something called setting the example for the rest of the medium, and I think Avatar did a great job of that.
Yeah, and that there are plenty of shows that have gone even farther, and that in some ways you can point and say, you know, Avatar walked so this other one could run, and that ends up happening with a lot of different media, that to be able to establish a new norm or baseline. And in some ways, I actually see Into the Spider-Verse doing just that, because have you seen the trailer for the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie?
I have not.
There's a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and given the style and also the timing, because it comes out in a month or two, that
makes sense.
I am convinced that some studio executive went and saw Into the Spider-Verse and went into the office the next day and said, "This is our next project. This is what
we gotta do that."
Because the style, it's 1 degree of separation away from the animation style of Spider-Verse, and the fact that it is coming out so close to the second one that basically I imagine that their production timelines were near simultaneous.
You have it.
And that I don't know if that movie gets approved with that style without Spider-Verse. And I think that's just, like I said, given the timing in particular, that it feels like a very easy cause and effect to say this is, you know, none of us were in that boardroom,
inspired.
But this seems very likely.
I mean, I'm always pleased to see that sort of thing, because tracing the lineage, tracing the genealogy of various pieces of media is always fun to me. For example, another good example of this is The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. and the immediate descendants of that as a cartoon. There's a Cartoon Network, how do I say this, creation tree that was been posting around, which was, creators on this show moved on to make this show, then this show, then this show, then this show. I find that fascinating.
Oh yeah, especially when you have actually just, in the credits saying this person who worked on this went on to work on this, and that it's not even necessarily, the folks there were inspired by the other thing, but the actual staff, and seeing a combination of stylistic consistency, but also just growth, and saying, okay, they did this thing on this show and then went here and obviously improved, and you can tell that the two things were not just the inspiration, but that the person themselves and their skills were honed over time.
We're part of the original. We're honed, you have it. And I adore that sort of thing, the honing of skill, the honing of technique, just getting better over time. That's part of what I do as a VTuber. I do a lot of lectures, I do a lot of lessons. I often consult in terms of advice for various VTubers. In terms of, what direction do I go with my content? How do I improve my character? So on and so forth. It's my favorite thing. I'm here for the skill of it. I'm here for the performance. Everything else is mostly secondary to me. This is the thing I enjoy the most.
Without going too much into private IRL matters,
is
being a mentor something that you had experience with prior to
It's incredibly common for me. It's just the way that I am. It can't be helped. I am, in terms of skill, very good at dispensing advice, dispensing techniques in a way that people can learn, which is not a common skill. You have to learn to pick that up.
That the ability to teach is deceptively difficult.
It's hard.
That there's so many people who are experts in their field who are just not good teachers, and it's no remark on their personality, on their ability, on their intent.
But being a coach, being a teacher, there's a separate skill entirely to whatever field you're doing. It's an add-on. So, for example, Vtuber Talk, let me demonstrate to you right now. And here's the thing that's bothering me. I've been saying, for example, too much. So I'm going to cut down on that right now. Watch. Right in front of your eyes. As I was saying, though, is there anything you've been struggling with conversationally, or a goal that you want to accomplish, a technique you want to reach? What sort of things have you been thinking about regarding your performance?
To be honest, I probably have not been thinking as much about certain nuances as I should be. And perhaps that in and of itself is the starting point for me. That I do know I have certain vocal, not tics per se, but fallbacks of when I either start or finish a phrase. And right now I'm being a bit more deliberate because I'm being more mindful. So
yes, because it was brought to your attention.
Exactly. And
for example, I just got rid of for example. For example.
And I think for me, something that I should probably be doing a bit more often is manual breathing in conversation. That is to say, have that mental space that I have right now, because it has been brought up to me, and be more self-imposed of having that more actively at all times.
It completely changes the way that you do things, manually breathing at all times.
And that extra bit of mental bandwidth, it feels weird when you're doing it.
It does, right?
Sort of just that it's this almost pressure that it's not uncomfortable, but you can feel your mind turning in a way that
you're being taxed just a bit.
And
the thing is,
I was going to say, it takes some getting used to, but like with breathing, that you can then end up having it be more natural, even if it is still manual, because that is a muscle that you are flexing in that slightly different way in a habit that you are building up.
So the reason I bring up manual breathing in this sense is because I believe in manual breathing is similar to a ping. You're pinging your mind constantly. When you are allowing your mind to work by itself, it's autonomous. You can do almost everything automatically. I'm saying that conversation is, as with many people, second nature to you. But for me, the reason that I pick up a lot of my mistakes, or the reason I pick up a lot of my tics before they become apparent to other people, is because I'm always thinking about it. I'm pinging my mind constantly. I'm going ping, 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 ping. This is happening, this is happening, this is happening. It allows me to easily record what I'm doing at any given time.
For me, I think it's that a lot of the vocal tics that not just I, but most people have,
You have
whether it be the ums, the ands, the and so's, like we were
Mm,
talking about, that it is something that our brains instinctively do to fill the void while to continue to use computer
that's the case.
terminology, while the rest of the brain is buffering, that your default is that you will have an and that it's most of the time something that you do not even realize you are doing, and even something that, unless it is really egregious, you will not notice the other person doing either. There are some folks that say a lot,
Mm,
and that it will become apparent that
you
there
have
are a
it.
couple speakers I have heard where, after listening to them for just a minute or two, I kind of start counting the ums, and I know
That's the
that I
case.
say a non-zero
You
amount,
do.
but being
Right
able to
now, you're
make sure
not
it
because you're
doesn't, yeah,
mindful of it.
because I'm letting that buffer happen, and that see, there's the right there. There's the buffering
You see
moment,
that?
and that's
But
natural.
compare that to me. During my 36 hours Zotodon, I've only had, I believe, 2 arms the entire time.
Did you actually go back and count?
No, I count it while I'm going.
Oh, okay,
It's
that
one of
makes
the things I
that makes the
count.
most
I
sense.
consider it a mistake.
And that actually brings us to a really cool and interesting point that is relevant to all of this: the 36
Go on.
hour Zatsudon, because, like you
It was
said,
miserable.
when
But
did
go
you
on.
first have that wild thought of, I'm going to do an extended Zatsudon, and then what made you land on 36 hours? Because I'm sure 24 would have sufficed.
Well, I did a 24-hour one beforehand, is what happened.
Oh, and you had to one up yourself.
The HoloLive VTuber, Yukoko Roberu, one of the best VTubers in the world, by the way, they speak in Japanese, they're not very accessible. They did a 24-hour Zatsudon, and they did it better than I did. So I went, damn, this man's good. This man's good, but I can surpass him in one way, in one specific way. I think I could do 36 hours. I think I could add 50% on top of that. So I went, let's go for it. The main purpose of it, though, is not to show up Yukoko Roberu. They don't know who I am. They don't really care. I don't really care. It was to create a situation where I could safely be at my worst condition.
You have as your Discord status, I want to know defeat.
You have it. That's a reference to Baki the Grappler, but I adore that term anyway.
And the 36 hours Zatsudon very much feels like that, of wanting to put yourself at your weakest, at your most vulnerable,
You have
at
it.
your most strained, actively seeking situations where you
Where
are
I'd
likely
lose.
to lose,
It
because
rocks.
because once you have found the situation that you lose, that's when you know where you can improve. That only knowing success is not inherently a good thing.
That's the case. I was trying to study myself at my weakest so that I could iron out issues with my conversational skills, with my vocabulary, with the way that I perform. Now, mind you, that was a success. That entire Zaten was a success. I had a few rules for it. And those were, I could not pause for longer than 10 seconds except to use the restroom or get food. And I had to respond to at least 95% of chat messages. And I did both of those quite easily.
When did you initially... So you mentioned that you had the initial idea after seeing Roboru, who I am familiar with on a conceptual level. I know that he is the winning son of Holostar.
The winning son, the bartender. The man is good. Again,
yes.
I consider him the best male VTuber in the world right now.
Mm.
In terms of the traits that I value, conversational skill, ability to work with other people, so on and so forth. The traits I value.
Oh,
there are better VTubers in being BFE, there are better VTubers in playing video games. With my winning son, the man's the best at talking, and that's all that matters to me.
That makes me even sadder, because he is certainly a name that I've seen all over, that he is, I would argue, at least of the Japanese-speaking Holostars, the most famous, at least for known outside of Japanese markets.
That's the case.
So to speak.
And we love him. We love him.
It's always been sad. I've always been sad that I can't really watch his content because, like you said, that there's the language barrier. I see clips every so often, but that's certainly not the same. And
that's not the same.
And hearing you speak so highly of him makes me even more frustrated. Of now I'm.
The thing is, I'm seeing this young man. I'm seeing this. I'm physically 40. This young man is in his late 20s, and he is sharp as a tack.
I will say,
go on.
The Cover Corporation talent department is remarkably good at what they do.
They know how to pick him, right? They know how to pick him.
Yes, there have been a couple of graduations, but also just statistically, look at the number of folks that have graduated. It's not high in a relative sense.
It's trivial in terms of the number of people hired, right?
Yeah, and that whenever they have somebody new, that they've done this miraculous job of having everyone be so skilled, and yet the skills just don't overlap one-to-one.
Right, so they don't cannibalize each other.
Exactly. That they're very mindful. And
the business thing of this, Jay, was Hollow Myth. I think what caused the great wave of EN VTubers. Because those 5 women were so horrifically talented. It was miserable.
I've often pointed to the debut of Hollow Myth as a major turning point of the English VTuber market. That yes, there were EN VTubers prior to that, but it is absolutely the debut of those 5 that catalyzed the entire Western space into
perfect timing, perfect people to head the spear. It could not have been better.
Yeah, I really want to see, well, not just about Hollow Myth, I want to see a documentary about Yago.
Would be wonderful to see.
I want to know the nitty-gritties of that guy's journey from making what was supposed to be a software company into a juggernaut of an idol agency and basically a vanguard for VTubing, at least in the West. That there are other companies that were simultaneously as big, if not bigger than them in Japan, but the direct influence of HoloLive out for the market outside of Japan is undeniable. And I want to know everything from the interview process and looking through those initial applications, what caught their eye. I want to know at what point did Yago finally realize just the scale of what he had gotten himself into, because people talk about falling into the VTuber rabbit hole. It's a phrase I use plenty myself.
But the man fell into it harder than anyone else.
That when did he realize, oh, I've started something, I'm running something, and I'm running it well?
I would not know, but I would love to hear about that as well, personally.
Yeah, I don't expect us
as
to
a person that works in marketing, it's very interesting to me for obvious reasons.
I don't expect us to get a documentary like that anytime soon. I doubt it. But I hope that, 5, 10 years down the line, maybe.
I'd love a write-up on it, maybe.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll take a biography, an autobiography, memoirs, whatever. Yeah, they did.
That's probably for after the company's handed over to another CEO.
That would make a lot of sense for sure. That once he's retired, that once he's out of the limelight,
they wouldn't want to be in the spotlight while he's working. But once he's done working, they'll probably do something such, I imagine.
And that's going to be, I think, another interesting thing of where is that line for him? Because, like I said, starting a idol agency, for lack of a better term, because that I would say is at least the closest analogy. That yes, they do a lot of other things, but at this point,
you call them an idol agency. I understand what you're saying.
That at what point does he say, one, all right, I've made my money. I'm sure that he has been paid quite well because they've made quite a lot of money, and as CEO, he should be getting a fair bit of compensation. And is there a point that he says, even in the next 5, 10 years, all right, I think I've hit the limit of how I can be a good steward for this, and that I want there to be a new CEO who has more developed skills for something like this, and that maybe
I will say this, I doubt that'll ever happen. Or rather, I doubt that will happen before he retires at retirement age.
What makes you say that?
The thing is that this could not exist on a purely profit scale. This was wildly unprofitable to begin with. The fact that it's profitable at all is almost a miracle. And he's aware of this. He's well aware of this. This is no secret to anyone. Even Takino Sora, the first HoloLive VTuber, started with 10 viewers like everyone else. He could not have expected to succeed. And the fact that it continues to have money invested into it, the fact that it continues to sprout, is because he wants it that way. It's part of his joy.
Yeah, and he certainly seems like he is having a good time. He seems very shy. That he has appeared actually at a couple of events, not just the HoloFest events, but he has made one North American appearance at Crunchyroll Expo last year. And just from seeing the footage there, you can tell
He's smiling all the time.
oh, he's smiling and he's
The
happy.
man is always grinning. He understands that smiles are mental armor.
Mm-hmm. But
I'm
he
always
says
smiling,
very
by the
little.
way, just in case you don't know.
He says remarkably little.
I'd say the vast majority of his conversation is awkwardly laughing. He goes, which I adore, honestly.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's so fascinating, that for being someone who seems to be very, I don't want to say necessarily introverted.
Closed off, introverted.
That he is
Keeps
clearly
themselves.
capable of
You have it.
commanding conversation in business, in private, but that he does not necessarily enjoy the limelight himself. But
No,
that
he
he
doesn't.
allows himself to have just enough exposure because, one, he realizes that the fans love it, that you know,
Yes.
he is the
That it's
best
fan
girl,
service.
and that he lets
is the
that be
best girl.
okay. But he, much like a politician in some ways, frankly, is so guarded in that it's not even that he is saying a lot of nothing, he's just not saying much of anything.
He's just trying to avoid anything that can be latched onto.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect that sort of caution. I'm fond of that, personally.
Absolutely, and I respect that he has not only allowed but enabled the fans to sort of have their level of fun, and that is still within a certain boundary that he is still comfortable with, and
You
that
have it.
takes finesse.
The man is good. He's often joked about that he's incompetent, or that HoloLife's management is not that good, or that's this and that. You know, it's a company. It has to make money. I understand that. I think you understand that. It's not just a thing of pure dreams, but I think the dreams that it does allow to exist, they're worthwhile for certain.
Absolutely, and just seeing the journey of him and also of Holomyth and the broader company has been really exciting because, like you're saying, those five, it is difficult to imagine a world that it wasn't those five. It does seem so natural, and
You have it.
That
They were the perfect choices.
that was actually not my introduction to VTubing, but that was certainly how I got shoved into the rabbit hole. That I had a friend
I
that
get you. I understand.
somewhere around June, July of 2020 had shown me a couple of clips of HoloLive VTubers, and I was like, oh, that's fun, that's interesting. You know, I'm gonna watch maybe a clip or two, but I'm not gonna tune into streams because, like we were saying with Roboter, well, I can't understand Japanese.
Can't
So
speak Japanese. There's really nothing you can do there.
there's the barrier there. But when EN was announced, I just happened to be available when their debut streams were going. So I said, yeah, why not? I'll tune in and see.
Bad
what's up with it.
luck. Think of the alternate route you could have taken if not for that day.
Oh, it's insane because actually there was a very specific set of circumstances that allowed it. Because at that point in time, first off, this was mid-late 2020, so
you have it.
Early days now of what would be, the pandemic.
Yes,
and
the pandemic.
That I was working from home, but more importantly, my work schedule had shifted to be 3 hours earlier than usual.
That's wild. Divine intervention.
That I was working with a lot of overseas folks from the company. So I just voluntarily, even that my manager did not mandate it, but I said, okay, I know that I've been coming in at 10 o'clock and that these other folks have already been around for 3 hours. Meanwhile, my last 3 hours of basically every day, I'm blocked on a lot of things because they leave 3 hours prior because they're in different time zones. I will move my schedule 3 hours and start work at 7 a.m. and end at 3 p.m. And I'm all right with that. That, hey, that means I get more of the afternoon. It's a bit different, but I woke up at this hour in high school and college. It's fine.
Have it.
And I just started doing that, and it was great for work and stuff. But Calliope Mori's debut was at 7 a.m. my local time. If I hadn't made that shift, I would not have been tuning in live for the debut. I would have been asleep. And my schedule my schedule has since shifted back to be 10 to 6. And because it was in that span of months that I happened to be awake, that I certainly would not have disrupted my sleep schedule just to tune into the
No, absolutely not.
I might have watched the VODs, maybe, But
it would not have been the same. You would not have had the atmosphere.
no, because the thing that really hooked me, I am an extrovert. Surprise, surprise. The guy that
I
hosts
get
the
you.
talk show is an extrovert.
Oh, no, I could
No,
not have guessed.
who would have
My
imagined
goodness.
that I love conventions and events.
Ah, I've been to over 300 of those. That's my last count.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask more about that later.
Go
But
on.
you know what was not happening in mid and late 2020? Conventions and live events.
Right, conventions.
That I wound up tuning in and seeing the YouTube chat Zoom was the closest thing that I had felt to the energy
convention
of a
atmosphere.
convention in 9 months. And that was
And
what
you were
hooked
hooked.
me.
You went, damn, this is something
Like,
fresh.
just
This is something new.
not only was Callie, very good at what she does, that her music was catchy, she
Naturally.
had a good personality, but just seeing a lot of people really happy about something in those times was kind of difficult to come by.
It was a festival.
And it was just, this is unmitigated joy on a level I haven't felt in what feels like a very long time, because goodness knows 2020 was actually 5 years.
It was a lifetime, Jay.
And that's how I wound up in the VTuber rabbit hole, because it was about 4 months after the fact that VTuber Talk started, because I was at that point waist deep, knew I didn't want to be a VTuber myself, and starting a
But
talk
you wanted
show,
to be part of it. You wanted to be in.
and this was the solution to that question.
I respect that. For me, I became a VTuber, and I will spare you asking me this question. I'm just going to link it naturally for you. I became a VTuber just because a friend of mine was offering outfit commissions, and I went, well, here, I want to give them money, but I don't want to just give it to them.
Yeah, I want to support my
Let's
friends.
just buy it
so...
off them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have an outfit, I may as well use it. I came up with a concept for the dojo in about half an hour. I did not spend more than half an hour designing everything. And I performed the moment the outfit was done.
Just dove in head first.
You have it.
It was basically the same for me of the mental jump from I want to do something in the VTuber space to I don't want to be a VTuber to what about a talk show. That mental sequence unfolded over the course of basically seconds in my mind. And
you have it, right?
I honed
It's
in very
pop,
quickly.
pop, pop.
Just
Action or nothing. Let's do it.
this makes sense. That all right. First thing I did was VTuber Talk was my initial thought for the show name, and the first thing I
You have
did
it.
started looking up. All right, are these handles taken? And I was kind of surprised they weren't. So I registered them that day. I didn't wait. That I said,
Speedy,
all right,
same here, by the way.
I might spend. I think I spent 2 days stewing on the idea just to make sure it wasn't a completely impulsive decision. But I knew I wanted to lock down the handles that day, and I told myself, all right, if I decide in 48 hours that I don't actually want to do this, I'll just delete the accounts, the handles go back out there. But
Easy.
I knew I wanted that, and I saw how much the VTuber space was growing. I was like, I don't want to have the story of I had this idea and I waited and someone else took the name.
Right.
But the friend I was talking to, and I've said this on previous shows, was Lane Blanc, who went on to be my first guest, because she is a friend that I have known for a while, and I consulted with her, and I trust her, and I asked her, can you be that first guest? Because, well, one, as a new person in the scene,
It's easy as well.
and just things came together with surprising speed, or perhaps unsurprising speed.
You have it. I mean, you were expediting it. You really were.
But it's been such a wild ride, certainly, and that I think that most people do acknowledge, winding things back a little bit, to Hollow Myth being that major catalyst. And
You have it.
I think they realize it too, and it's something that
They're well aware of it. In fact, they're so well aware of it, the pressure has been hard on them, genuinely.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on Gaogura. And not to talk about her circumstances for very long, but that woman has been going through mentally tough times, being basically the face of English VTubing. It's hard on her.
All 5 of them experienced
You have it.
rapid growth, but obviously
That's the
Gura
case.
just shooting
They were
off.
pioneers. They were the, how do I say this? Pioneers at the front of the frontier. They were expanding the world for us.
Yeah.
And it was very difficult on these 5 relatively young girls.
Absolutely. And Gura, obviously, they all, I have to assume, went in hopeful that things would go well.
Absolutely.
But goodness knows, none of them, nor did Cover Corp management expect
Nobody
EN
knew
to
what
take
would
off.
happen, right?
They didn't think it was going to take off on a rocket, and that Gura, in the course of a month, would have 1 million subscribers. In the course of 6 months, be the biggest
Is she
talent
at
in
what,
their
4
agency.
million, 5 million right now? What is she at right now?
Yeah, she's about 5 million right now, and that
Right, there
in
we
the
are, there
course
we are.
of
Insane.
just over, like, I think it was a year and a half, that she would
Case.
overtake not just everyone else in the company, but would overtake Kizuna Ai herself.
You have it.
And yeah, I would imagine that certainly does come with a lot of pressure. And, you know, Gura has been on again, off again for a while. And I do hope that she is able to continue in a healthy
She'll
way.
be fine. She'll be fine. Yeah. But she really does need to find her mental space as far as that goes.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad that Cover allows this. That
you have
that they say, yeah, we.
All right, take a break.
Take
we
a break.
Don't want an idol that's sad. Could you imagine?
No, because it makes perfect business sense. That said, good business sense doesn't always happen in business. That sometimes...
Right. Oh, I mean, they trade good business sense for short-term profits. That's just how it is.
And that Cover Corp
It's always the devil, right? Short-term profits.
Mm-hmm. And that Cover is very comfortable playing the long game and saying, we would rather let Gura take as much time off as she wants so she can hopefully be on our roster for years to come. Because if we push her right now, we might get 1-2 months out of her.
She's gone. Bye.
Yeah. Then we
but as I was saying again, Hololive was never meant to be profitable in this way. It was never meant to be. It was meant to be a showcase for the technology. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The fact that it happened to turn out this way, they understand how long-term investment goes. They get it. And by the way, I've been interviewing you for the last hour.
More or less, yes. But again,
that's fine. It does happen.
I allow it to happen. That I've always said, whatever will get my guest to talk, to light up, I will allow on the show. As long as it's not against Twitch TOS, I don't really care. And that for you, interviewing...
Let's talk about a fun technique, though. Yeah. Because I've been using it so far. And you probably noticed this. I'm very, very, very fond of interjections to give up my turn in a conversation. So when the other person's flowing well, usually someone will stop if they sense their turn has gone on too long, if they've spoken for too much, right? But I'll go, you have it, or you're right, or, oh, this small piece of information, to let them keep going for free.
Yep, and I think we're both kind of on that.
You have it.
I will sometimes sort of think ahead and anticipate, all right, I think he's about to reach the end of his thought, and I prepare to jump in with my own thing to prevent dead air. But then
that's the case.
If I hop in and realize, oh, wait, he's still talking, that sometimes you'll hear me say, and then just back off because I realize you're
there
still
won't
going.
Be a single piece of dead air across this entire conversation. That's just how it's going to be.
Yeah, this has become, in its own way, you and I are sparring right now, Kongou.
Yes, that's the idea. I always consider collaborators to spar. So, let me discuss something with you, Vtuber Talk. Jay, all right?
Have at me.
When it comes to training exercises, mine are probably the weirdest as far as VTubing goes. One of my favorite ones is collaborating with nothing. And I've collaborated with nothing several times.
What does collaborating with nothing mean in this sense?
Would you like to see it?
Please.
Greetings, everyone. Tonight we're here at Vtuber Talk. I'm here with my guest, Imaginary J. Now, Imaginary J, they're incredible. They have done interviews for about, 2 years, give or take. Tell me, how do you feel about that, Imaginary J?
Oh, man, I'm not sure if
You've been enjoying it? Of course you have been. You wouldn't do it for 100-odd episodes if you didn't enjoy it, right? What's your favorite thing about it? The guest react. You understand what's important, Imaginary J. Honestly, you're better than the real one. And so on and so forth. I can do that indefinitely for 2 or 3 hours.
It's its own mental exercise there.
You have it.
Saying not only, all right, what is my part of this conversation, but then
the
simulating what are the likely responses, or what would it then be something for me to bounce off of. That
I have to make it vivid to the audience what this imaginary person is saying, because I'm not saying it. So it has to be obvious to them.
That's actually a strategy I use in my everyday life to plan for conversations, usually in business, of that
Nice.
I will sort of simulate scenarios of, all right, what is my introduction to this conversation, and what are the 2-3 most likely directions that this conversation will take, and have just a line or two in my back pocket for moments that I anticipate may or may not happen, but that I say, all right, I can see it very logical and likely ways that in a non-negligible number of scenarios that this point comes up, this specific instance or question. This
specific point. And you'll feel great if you manage to use it, right? You'll go, damn, I'm so good. I came up with this in advance. I'm a genius.
It is a very not egotistical feeling, but it's a very satisfying feeling of seeing that question come along or that line come along, and you're like, oh, I've got this already, and that I've gotten to use that in like job interviews once or twice, and it's very satisfying there. And just, I don't think it's necessarily something that I've done really in Vtuber Talk at all, and part of that is because I consider these conversations a bit more natural, and also with the pre-interview that things end up having, it sort of fulfills that need. That it's more so a technique that I use when planning for conversations where I can't rehearse with the person.
So for me, the reason I use this is because it's the best practice. My personal conceit is that I should be able to collaborate with someone even if they're the most uncooperative person possible. I base my expectations around working with the theoretical worst possible person to work with. And so when someone ends up decent or good, I go, oh, wow, this is easier than I thought.
I'm a big fan of hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That it's not a pessimistic way of thinking. That you're not saying, I tried to...
No, so I'll describe my difference to that. I plan for the worst, expect average.
That's fair as well.
And anything good that happens is a cherry on top. It's a bonus. I did not prepare for it.
Yeah, and that it ends up being sort of a defense mechanism, really, of just you want to make sure that in whatever situation, whether it be an interview, a professional conversation, what have you, that you want to make sure that baseline you don't look bad. Sometimes there's no way to make yourself look good, but you want to make sure, all right.
That's the case. And that ties back to what we were talking about earlier. It's how politicians work.
Yep. Just preemptive damage control, damage mitigation, and that planning. It ends up going a really long way, and that there are ways to, I suppose, approach it with a more insidious mindset. That to say, oh, I plan my conversations and I try to have things that I know I will say.
No, that lacks skillfulness, actually.
Yeah, that can sound a little scummy at times.
Well, for example, I can show you a less, how do I say this? I can demonstrate a less subtle, a less controlled, a less skillful way of doing it, if you'd like to see.
Please.
Let's start from the top. Well, it's a pleasure to be here on Vtuber Talk. I'm so happy to be here.
Oh, so happy to have you.
So let's talk about, how do I say this? Have you watched my recent streams, by the way?
I have seen that 36 Hours Zatsudan. I haven't
What do you think about that?
It was, well, I don't mean this as flattering, Kongou. It was really actually incredible seeing somebody do that for that amount of time. And I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass right now because
no. I understand.
I did actually like that stream. That it was.
Enough of that though. But you see here, I'm restricting you to a very specific line of conversation.
Yeah.
I am clamping you down to this one thing. That's not how I believe control should work.
Yeah.
I believe that the other person should willingly allow themselves to be controlled because the flow is so good that they just go along with it.
Absolutely. And for me, being able to have my own responses is usually what I end up going for a bit more than necessary control of conversation, because especially in business conversations, I recognize that I won't have a level of control. That here on
Vtuber
Talk,
I consider business different from this.
Yeah, then here on Vtuber Talk, when doing collabs, that I do inherently have a good level of control. That a lot of my simulated thinking comes into play when I know I won't have control, because that is my one way to have control.
You have it. For me, I demonstrate control because I want to guarantee a good product. I want to guarantee a good outcome. I want to guarantee that even if the other person is dying, I can have a good stream.
Yes,
And I'll make
absolutely.
it happen if I have to.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to be a bit more overt, a little more
You have it.
forceful on certain things, and sometimes you do need to kind of strong arm conversations that if you see things going in a direction that's just not good, that you can railroad
You can
things.
avoid it.
Yeah, you can railroad things back to a better place. Or
Do you want to give it a shot right now, Jay?
Oh no. But sure, yes.
What this? All right, I'll leave it up to you, all right? I'm just going to go off the rails. Try to stop me.
Well, I know that if you wanted to go off the rails, I couldn't stop.
No, I won't go that hard. I just want to see what your technique is. Don't worry, I'm not. This is a demonstration. It's not actually trying to beat you up. Don't worry. So I was watching the political rally the other day. What do you think about that, Jay?
Oh, I haven't really seen much of it, so I'm not really caught up on it at all. But one thing I did see recently was Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh, that was great. I watched it after I went.
And that's how I would force it off of it. I was just like, no, but how about this thing? Of just that.
No, actually, I want to talk about this thing. Actually, that's a good technique, though. You've got it.
That when you need to be forceful, you need to not only shut down that other conversation, but immediately provide.
You have to give a new option immediately, right?
And at least that way you can get the other person's attention to go to that new thing. And
that's the case.
Even if it was very deliberate there, that
you have it.
It's still...
For me, I'm a bit more subtle about it, but it was a good technique. That's correct, actually. Yeah. If you don't have the skill, if you don't have the knowledge to do it softly, you may as well do it hard, because you really don't want to be talking about politics on Twitch, really.
Yeah. And that it's the type of thing that I would only ever use that particular level of strong arming for something like politics.
Right, you have to, something you always have to dodge, like a gun's pointed at you, right? You go, no. Yeah. Hold on.
That if there's certain topics that aren't necessarily uncomfortable, but I just don't think that I am really equipped to talk about and wouldn't have much to add, that I'm more likely to, all right, I'll give the guest a minute or two to talk about the thing and say their part on it, assuming it's not like problematic or anything. That, hell yeah, I love getting folks to rant about things that they love. And if someone can get on a 10-minute rant about Pusheen, great, awesome, let's do that.
Absolutely, we love Pusheen, right?
And
love that cast.
All right, I know I can't exactly add to that conversation, but I will let that play out and then more delicately ease things over. But that is the demonstration of the in emergency break glass button.
Right, in emergency change topic right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I consider it a personal failure if I ever have to do that, but my standards are incredibly strict as far as performance goes, as far as what I do.
And I'll certainly say that in 112 episodes, if I've ever had to actually do that smash glass emergency button, I can't remember ever having to do it. And that's
nice. That's what I'm talking about. Great guests.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty deliberate in who I invite on, that I make sure to see a couple of their streams. And if I see someone going into that territory with any level of regularity,
no, I think that I'll pass on this person.
Yeah, just respectfully pass on that. And that fortunately, most folks that do content creation for any amount of time recognize that you don't want to go there unless that is like your bread and butter. That if you're a political commentator,
there are political VTubers, they exist.
Yeah. But apart from that niche slice who have made it their shtick, that everyone else basically understands, you don't go there. That it's just not
the social etiquette.
Yes, precisely. Also, I've missed a couple of follows. Master Chief 6932 and the J Phantom. Thank you for the follows.
It's a pleasure to have you here, everyone.
Yes, indeed. I'm guessing potentially regulars of your stream, though.
I don't really have regulars for the most part, which is interesting to me. I've talked about this before, but my content is not particularly focused. It's whatever the hell I want to do. So people just tend to watch when something's interesting to them.
Now I'm just kind of curious how they wound up here, because I don't have regulars either outside of maybe a half dozen.
I've seen them before. But they've watched me multiple times. I'm just saying I don't really have regulars, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't have day-to-day regulars. I have people that show up once every few months or once every few weeks, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I've over the years now started to notice a couple names appear more frequently than others, and just I'm quite flattered that folks decide to stick around, because one thing I've said many, many times is that if you are looking to cultivate viewership, a community, a fan base, do not do what I do.
No,
It
definitely
wasn't
not. I even
deliberate.
told you about this. I went, is this on purpose? What are you doing here? What's your game?
Have fun.
I
I am a simple man in a fair number of ways,
understand.
Kongou, of just, I'm doing this because it's fun for me.
That's the thing, right? That's the first thing I asked you. Or rather, one of the first things I asked you. You're good. Why are you intentionally avoiding taking advantage of that? Are you doing it on purpose or just because you're here for casual reasons? And you went, yes. And I went, well, I'm the same, so I understand. I get you.
Yeah, Betty. It's not necessarily because I'm averse to the idea of success, far from it, that if Vtuber Talk could blow up and I could actually approach guests and say, hey, come on my show and I'll be able to get new eyes on your content, that's the dream, that's the goal.
That would be great.
That I hope that circumstances will one day get Vtuber Talk to that status.
Eventually.
But
you don't really want to go out of your way to force it in that direction.
No.
If it happens, right?
Exactly. Vtuber Talk was explicitly designed for me to be something that I could do for fun while having it be something that is sustainable and flexible and not a significant burden on my time. And
that's the case.
Some of the, frankly, corner cutting that I've taken are things that would be conventional methods of getting growth. And then there's other choices I've made because I consider guest priority that ends up making it that just the fact that I do not have a consistent schedule. That I don't always have my show on Friday. I don't always have my show at 8 p.m. CST or whatever it is, that I will,
such as it is.
I will always just say to the guest, when works for you? What time of day is good for you? Because I want the guest to be at their best. I don't want to ask a guest to wake up early, stay up late, and be likely to not actually be at 100%, whereas I fortunately am able to actually be pretty flexible. But that's not good for viewership. Meanwhile, I don't have a Discord because I did professional community management for 5 years.
I mean, let me show you something. Let me show you something, Jay. So you understand the way that I operate, all right?
Yes.
I sent you a message on Discord just now. Tell me what you see.
Wow. That's incredible.
Right? I bet you've never seen a VTuber do that before.
I'm going to put this on screen.
Oh, by all means.
People can
it's
see
well known.
this because I don't know the last time I've seen
It's a better screenshot, actually. This will help you more. Here, watch this. This way you can understand thoroughly.
Oh, wow. That brings it to a whole new level.
Well, in that case, in direct messages, I do DM people, but I close DMs after I'm done with my business. I keep them open if there's something I have to do with them, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So currently, my schedule is completely closed off. I'm completely clear, except for this.
That's wild.
It's terrifying, right? I call myself a hermit for a reason, Vtuber Talk. Jay.
That we have here a screenshot of
Ta-da!
No servers, and a single open direct message. The initial
Which is this, what we're doing right now.
The initial screenshot he had sent me was just the sidebar of no servers. And I did notice, all right, you don't have a Discord server of your own because I will usually have links that I put in the channel panels and that you just have, like me actually, just Twitch and just Twitter. That's it.
That's the case.
What was the logic for you for not starting a Discord server of your own? That I have my reasons. I'm curious as to yours.
Well, let's hear mine then. First off, I did not want to cultivate a cult of personality. I don't want to create an area where people are praising me constantly. I don't care for that. That's not really my taste. I want to keep a professional relationship with my audience, and that's best done with them at a slight distance.
Jay Phantom mentions the dojo cord and says it was a fun week, so...
Yes, I held the dojo cord for 1 week, a Discord for 1 week, to demonstrate how a properly run Discord should be. Because people don't run their Discords very well. They're usually dead VTuber Discords.
What did you do that was different in the dojo cord?
It requires at least 1 or 2 hours a day of you actually talking there, of you engaging people there, of having value-added content there, of encouraging people to speak with each other. The dojo cord was a demonstration of using your influence as a VTuber to push everyone to talking to each other by creating an atmosphere where they can.
And that in turn then, by
Yes,
making
that's
their communal
self-perpetuates.
relationship stronger, that
That's the
it
case.
then makes their the relationship with you, so to speak, stronger, because
You
then
have
it's,
it.
oh, I want to go not just where this personality is, but where my friends are, and I've made friends in this
That's the
server,
case.
so I want to tune into the stream or spend more time in the server.
That's the case. You understand.
Yeah, and it can
And
be
proper community management is something very few people understand in this community. They don't get it. They don't understand.
oh, yep, and that
I won't, point at Discords, but it's the average VTuber Discord.
yeah, and fortunately, most folks end up learning one way or another that you need to have a team of mods, that it can't just be you, that if they're going to do that, and don't get me wrong, I think a well-run Discord server, while
They can exist.
that it can exist, it takes work, and that if done properly, it can
does.
be incredibly valuable for
Oh,
community
no.
participation.
I've talked about this before. I've lectured about this before. Discords are the number one way to garner consistent viewership. I've discussed this at length.
Yeah. And
Basically,
for
the
me,
functions of a Discord are multiple. Well, what do you think the objective functions of a Discord are? Let's hear it from you, Jay. What are the benefits of a Discord?
the benefits of
numerically?
Discord, at least in the VTuber space, I would
yes,
say that
let's hear
it can probably triple viewership if done right, if not more. That what's really going to happen, I think, actually, from a Discord is it gives you that first foundation. It gives you those first 50 really loyal viewers, and that
Correct.
if you can get that then you are going to just inherently have that leg up that will make growing the community from there exponentially easier.
So, that's one of it, but there are actually multiple portions of having a Discord and why it's beneficial. But first off, don't have a Discord if you're not willing to maintain it. An unmaintained Discord is worse than nothing.
Agreed.
If you're going to have an unmaintained Discord, just have a announcing Discord. Go, I'm going live at this time. No talking, nothing else.
Yeah.
If you don't plan to actually moderate it, don't even bother.
And I have considered that, and I've ultimately just sort of fallen back on, I'd rather just have it be on Twitch and Twitter. That
On Twitch.
I know there is a non-zero amount of folks that will prefer Discord to those two, and I will certainly say that 90% of the Discords that I am in currently, because I have a very full slate, 90% of the Discords I'm in are specifically just to get those go live pings. Because
have it.
for me, I actually do pay more attention to Discord
That's the
than
thing.
Twitch and Twitter, and that's just for me.
Jay, here's the insidious thing. Here's what matters the most. Discord allows you to launder viewers from Twitter and Twitch itself. If you don't have a Discord, you can't launder viewers. What do I mean by launder viewers? You can reduce the amount of effort it takes for them to get to your stream. You see it?
Yep.
And so by having a Discord where they're already in, they've already invested a small amount of token effort, they are now much more willing to actually watch your work automatically.
For sure.
Even if they don't otherwise care about you.
Yep. And that most folks, when they get a ping, oh, I see a notification here.
You have it.
Oh, they're live. Well, I've already
Twitter
clicked.
following does not translate to viewership unless you launder them.
Nope. And that it's sometimes fascinating to see that there are folks who have just hundreds upon hundreds of concurrent viewers consistently on Twitch, but will only have 5,000-10,000 followers on Twitter. Meanwhile, there are folks that have 20,000 followers on Twitter that are going to have. They'll still generally have a pretty good Twitch viewership.
10, 20, odd, but it's disproportionate.
Yeah, that it varies wildly.
And that's because people don't interlink their media presence. They just don't know how. That's why I lecture about this sort of thing. That's why I talk about this sort of thing often. I go, you want to have the baseline required to be a VTuber, to succeed as a VTuber, here you are, figure it out. I never claim to go, oh, if you follow my advice, you'll have better numbers. I always say, if you follow my advice, you'll have better performance, which is different.
And for me, that was something I was acutely aware of from day zero of Vtuber Talk, before the first show. And there was never a question for me that I knew I did not want to have a Discord, because I have done, or rather, I had done professional community management
same
for 5
here.
years, and I never want to run a Discord again. And I don't
It's miserable,
care.
right?
I don't care what I'm giving up in terms of the numbers. I never want to do it again.
It is not worth your time.
so much respect for the people that do it and do it well. I feel that I was actually a pretty good community manager.
No, I can believe that you were good at it, but it's really soul-wrenching, right? It's heart-crushing. It's miserable.
And for the also time commitment part that I mentioned, I wanted it to
like
be
I said, 1 or 2 hours a day at least if you're going to be a casual owner. But if you're a community manager being paid for it, you're expected to be there all the time.
Yep. And that I do have in the channel panels, and I've had it since day one, a link to the Vtubers Discord server. And that, in and of itself, it doesn't belong to a single person, that it's just sort of a broad collective. It has some cool resources for folks that are trying to get into VTubing, and that it certainly has a little community unto itself. But it's a town square style of Discord server, which I feel comfortable.
Ooh. Is it audible? You hear that?
Yeah, there was a bit of a soft crash there.
It was just a piece of plastic, not a big deal. It's just my picture.
But yes, that's a place I feel comfortable directing people to, because it's not really, for one person. It's just a good resource hub, and that since I don't plan to make one, that if people are interested in VTubers in general, I think that's a nice little server there.
But as I was saying, my points 2 and 3 are just number 2. I don't want to spend the time on it.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, I'm a hermit. I don't really care. If you want to talk to me, DM me. I'd be happy to. Otherwise, I don't care.
You and I are very similar in that regard.
The thing is, I'm a hermit, but I love talking. I love talking way too much. And so if I have an avenue to talk, I will talk. I will talk at length forever.
Yeah,
I would not consider myself an introvert. I'd say I'm an extrovert, but I'm very self-satisfied.
Now, what phrasing here? What qualifies? What makes you phrase it as self-satisfying? What do you consider to be self-satisfying?
I would not care if everyone else on the planet vanished tomorrow. Socially, I would be all right with that. But I do love talking with people. I think people are wonderful. They're great. They're fantastic. I would be fine if everyone vanished tomorrow.
I think I'm a bit more extroverted than you, in the sense that I don't know if everyone vanished, I would probably get bored very, very quickly. But at the same time, but I have the level of removal where if all the viewers disappeared from chat, if nobody ever participated in chat, but I still had a good and engaged guest, that's still a success.
That's perfectly fine, right? One-on-one conversation, that's the good stuff. That's the loop.
Everyone here gets to be in and watch the conversation. That I do keep an eye on chat generally, and occasionally I will reference it if somebody has a particularly salient point or question.
Normally I'm picky about answering chat. I've actually been able to maintain over 90% chat response for all collaborations that were not, how do I say this, active events. For example, if I have to do commentary, I won't reference chat as much. But if I'm just talking with someone, I consider chat to be a seat in it. That's my personal taste.
And that's probably, again, better for viewership retention. That
it is.
Certainly that, when folks talk in chat, especially in VTuber culture, that they want to be acknowledged. And that's an admitted failing on my part. So
no, I think you could do it if you tried, but you're very optimized. You're very focused on what your goal is, and that's talking to me. That's talking to whoever your guest is.
Yeah.
Which I respect. You hear that, everyone? We're ignoring you. You don't exist.
I've said it in kind of blunt terms in the past, that just chat, I appreciate each and every one of you for being here for any amount of time, but you are secondary to me.
Right. You are meaningless to me. Begone. I'm joking.
But that's just my style of doing things, and
absolutely.
And like I've said, don't do what I do if you want growth, because while it's not, I didn't do all the things that I do with the express intent of, I want to make this as antithetical to growth as possible. I just did
just what happened.
What I felt was right for me and
when
what I wanted.
When a performance is optimized to a goal, it tends to ignore everything else.
Yep. And I realized very quickly, this is kind of optimized for repelling viewership.
You have it.
And I said, that's okay.
That's fine. As long as you're aware of it, you know. Yeah. If you're not aware of it, it's miserable. It's terrible. By the way, I did a verbal gaffe there, but you know. The thing is, when I do a verbal gaffe, I pause for a second and then I continue like it was not there. Like it did not exist.
Yeah.
So right?
Mm-hmm.
It's more dignified that way.
that you just reset and you move on. And then you're going to be a bit more acutely aware of that particular gaffe for the next 15
You
minutes or
have it.
so.
I'm aware enough of my gaffes that I can count my mistakes across a single session.
That's
I've done an
something
example
I
of this
think-
before.
I need to actually do that one time, and I feel like I can't do it today. Well,
You can't do it right now. I mean, you didn't do it from the start.
yeah.
You have to do it from step one with the intent to do it. But
Mhm.
I did a Zaltodon a while back where I gifted a sub to a random VTuber for every mistake I made.
Oh, that's fun.
3 hours, 9 mistakes only. Not
Wow.
too bad.
Now, what
It's about my
qualifies
rate
as
of
a
mistakes.
mistake? What is the
All right,
difference
let me
between a
discuss.
stumble and a mistake?
I consider most stumbles mistakes, but an or an ah, filler words, repeating myself too much, not responding to a chat message in a way that's interesting. For example, if I just go, oh, you said that, moves on. That's a mistake for me. Not following up on good opportunities. For example, if someone says, could you tell a joke or could you do this, could you do that? And I just say no, I just cut it off, also a mistake. And technical errors, also mistakes.
Mhm.
So the way that I graph my mistakes, the way that I calculate my mistakes is through a statistic I call accuracy or performance accuracy, right?
Makes sense.
I consider time in 20-minute blocks. See this? And for every mistake I make, I mark that minute off. So say I make a verbal gaffe right here, I go, that 1 minute is marked off. Any mistakes I make in that 1 minute span, they're also just part of that 1 minute.
That you give it that cool down period of, okay,
You have it. Just
I have
so that
stumbled here. I am in the
stumbling from
process of
stumbling does
recovering.
not cause me to make my accuracy go down lower, because that should not count. There's only one big mistake. It's not multiple smaller ones. You get it?
Yes, that makes a lot of
And
sense.
that lowers my accuracy by 5%. So if I make 3 mistakes an hour, I have an accuracy of 95%. Because it's 1 every 20 minutes.
3 mistakes an hour, so 95 one every 20 minutes. Yes, yeah.
So to
Okay.
explain again, in an easy way you understand, every 1 mistake is minus 5%. Every
Yep.
1 mistake every 20 minutes. So I'm allowed to make 3 per hour and maintain only minus 5.
Yeah, took a moment there of just, all right, mental
You know, it's
calculation.
math. I understand. Mathematics is hard.
I'm usually good at math, but that one was just, wait a minute, okay, there's about 2
I get
conversions
you.
going on here, but that
You
makes a
have
lot
it,
of
you have
sense.
it, you have
And
it. So the
uh,
lowest I've ever been on stream is 70%, which was a terrible day for me. I was in my worst condition possible. I was sort of sick. My mind was somewhere else. 70% terrible, but that's actually within roughly VTuber average.
I was going to say 70%, that given
It's
the
high still.
strictness of what you consider a gaffe, that most folks, well, I don't
Would just
know if
ignore,
most,
right? They go, well, it's not a big deal. It's whatever.
yeah, I don't know if most folks is the proper statement here, but I would say a significant number of folks would consider the things that you consider
Overly
mistakes
strict. The
as
draconian.
just the average of conversation,
You have it.
and
Being
that
offbeat. But
by
for
those
me,
metrics, a lot of folks would have very, very low, if not
incredibly low
zero,
percentages, yes.
quote unquote, accuracy
But
by your standards.
I believe everyone should have their own standard for what counts as a mistake. There was one right there. There was one right there. Because I was hurrying through it. So I was going, and you would not have noticed that if I did not bring it up. But I count that. I noticed it immediately.
Do you know
I made that
things-
mistake.
Do you have a piece of paper nearby that you do tally marks on, or
Because I only have to track mistakes every 20 minutes, I don't have to keep track of them long term. You see that?
mm,
The exact mistakes don't matter, just how many I perform in a 20-minute span.
is that a system that you developed over time, or that
I
you-
developed this for my general performance in various fields.
Okay, so
It's
this
usually correct for long-term things.
so this system, at least in some ways, predates VTubing for you.
You have it, you have it.
Are you comfortable saying what you initially developed it for?
It was for theater,
Ah, okay.
where mistakes should not be allowed whatsoever, and so it was weighted per minute rather than per 20 minutes. Because VTubing is longer form, it's per 20 minutes. But for theater, I was doing it per minute. I was going, how is my cadence? And my mistake quota, my mistake bar threshold was very strict.
Are you comfortable talking about your experience in theater? Because I was in theater throughout high school and to a degree throughout college as well, and it's not something I've ever done professionally, and I haven't done it for a good number of years now.
So
but
I have not been on the stage professionally, but I've been a stagehand professionally.
ah,
Other than that, I've only done casual theater.
mm-hmm.
But I am still incredibly picky about any performance I'm involved in.
Yes, and that for me, being in theater is a very fond set of memories. Some of my best friends I met
fun,
through theater.
right?
That I was the quintessential band and theater nerd throughout high school. Those were my core friend groups, and I wouldn't have traded it for the world.
So for me, I adore theater mainly as a stagehand. I'm a strong man. I move things around. I help people get into costumes, out of costumes.
You're a ninja.
Props. Yes, I am a ninja. I'm a Kuroko, one might even say, if you're aware of what that is. You know what a Kuroko is?
Those are the ones that are dressed in all black, have the veils.
You have it in kabuki theater, where they move objects around. I felt like that. That's how I think of myself, in terms of theater. But right now, I'm a performer, which is rare for me. I don't normally perform. I have not been a public figure before this for the most part. I'm a very guarded person, as far as my identity goes. I don't have any pictures of me online, for example.
Oh, wow. I have posted remarkably few over the past, even decade at this point, that I just have never been one to have a lot of photos of myself. I don't like photos of myself.
You haven't, neither. I don't allow people to take pictures of me.
That for me, I think it's a level of pickiness for me, that it's not that I don't let people take photos of me, that I'm fine with it. It's that I seldom post photos of myself, and that fortunately, most of the time, if I end up in a picture, they usually are in circumstances that aren't going to end up on social media anyways. There's certainly a good amount of me from high school and early college, but past that, the number of photos of me that even I posted, I think I've gone 5 years without changing social media profile pictures.
Wonderful. So to tie into something you were talking about earlier, I was also a semi-professional photographer, which is why I normally don't get pictures taken of me, because I take the pictures.
Because you're the one doing it.
Over. Let me take it. All right, it's fine.
Easiest way to avoid the lens.
That's also why I've been to so many conventions, because I'm a photographer. Rather, I was a photographer. I say I was, like I can no longer photograph people. I can. It's just that I don't have the passion for it at the moment.
You can feel free to not answer this question. Are you comfortable saying, was your capacity as a convention photographer, specifically as a fan or as a professional, for some sort of
paid. It was paid. Now, it was not for publications, not for magazines. It was for their personal use. So I'd give them their pictures, and they'd use that for whatever magazine they want to sell it to, whatever personal use they have for it, whatever.
Yeah,
but I was paid by the cosplayers themselves.
Yeah.
Or the convention, depending.
Yeah, a freelance photographer for hire, that you were doing it in a professional capacity
as
a independent contractor.
So I consider it semi-professional. It's not like I had a studio. It's not like I was... Well, no, I had a small studio, pardon. It wasn't a company studio, though. It was just my house outfitted to be a studio, if you understand. I have my backdrop, I have my lighting, I have so on and so forth, just in case someone wanted to pass by.
Where does photography begin for you? That is something that not everybody winds up actually doing. That most folks have taken a picture using back in the day, those little Kodak wind-up cameras, or just pictures with their phones. But I feel like there ends up having to be some level of a story,
some impetus, right?
Yeah,
some reasoning to do it. Well, for me, I'm a notorious miser. How do I say this? In the 90s, I did not have much money. I'll just say that much. 90s, not much money. Not many things I could do for hobbies when you're poor, when you don't have much money to toss around, right?
That said, photography is not a cheap thing to get into.
It is not cheap, that's the thing, right? A friend of mine back then gave me a camera that they were using because they were replacing with another one. And then you can have this one. Would you like to try it out? And I went, hell yeah!
Well, that's the way around.
And I tried it out.
Mm-hmm.
And once I got money, I started developing it a bit. I always had the hobby of photography, but it wasn't until the early 2000s that I had the money to actually throw at it, if you get me.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense of one way to get into a high barrier to entry is to end up getting it through either
contacts.
Contacts, secondhand means of being able to not have to pay retail price for the barrier to entry technology.
You really should not.
Yeah.
And I will admit I pirated Photoshop. Then again, everyone did try to tell me that any of you are innocent if you are around at the time. You pirated Photoshop. Come on. Who's paying for that? Not me. I'm not a company.
Gosh, sorry, my mind's kind of whirring right now because this is one of those things that I don't think I've heard you talk about photography in any of the streams that I've seen.
I'm a man of many interests, Vtuber Talk, and I actually don't talk about myself much. I talk about my technique, what I'm doing at the moment, but I don't talk about myself.
Yep, and like you said, that you are a very guarded person, so it does make a lot of sense. But anytime that I'm able to sort of stumble upon some of these hidden gems, so to speak, that it's definitely a personal success for me, a small one. But if you don't mind talking about photography a bit more, was taking photography of other people always a focus, or did you ever get into,
No, I enjoyed
landscape
native
or
photography
objects?
much more. Landscaping was much for fun for me. However, nobody's paying for landscape photos. So really, at the time in the early 2000s, I went, well, whatever makes me money. If I can enjoy this and make money, I may as well take photos of people.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a favorite landscape photo that you've taken?
Yes, actually. And it's not a doxing sort of thing. It's not a big deal. I don't live there. I visited there just once. It's of the fields of Ireland. It was so unbelievably green and flat that it's insane to me. You know those sort of picturesque background images that you see on Windows? You know that old Windows image with the rolling hills?
Yes.
It felt like that. It felt like I was in a picture book, as if it was not real to me. And that's my favorite picture I've ever taken. Just the hills of Ireland with a cow in the background. I'd love to see that cow.
Oh, and complete with cow in the background.
Cow in the background. Far away, not in focus, by the way. It was just there in the edge. And it helped so much with the framing that there was a cow there. I was so happy to see it. Tree on one side, cow on the other side, bam, fields.
Oh, and it feels like it is almost photoshopped in and of itself. And
you have it. It was wonderful.
Photo.
I love Ireland so much. Best place I've ever visited scenery-wise. Beautiful place.
That's super cool. Then
I've traveled a lot of the world. I've lived in a lot of places. I've had a lot of jobs. Currently, I live in the Philippines because it's very cheap. And it lets me explore the nearby Asia very cheaply as well, which is useful to me. I appreciate that. You know, when you live in America, visiting Asia is almost impossible. It costs so much per trip.
Absolutely.
You live here in the Philippines, heart of Asia, you can just go whoop, wherever the hell I want. Singapore, Thailand, Hong Kong. I've been everywhere around here. Vietnam, so on and so forth.
My goodness. There's a lot of questions there, but those are ones I would worry would get too personal, so I will avoid those. But
yes, I will avoid that. I'll dodge that as well.
But
let's not say, oh, what was your itinerary for the year 2015? Where'd you go exactly? Oh, tell me what shops you went to, just in case I'm curious. I need to know.
No. That's super cool that you are so well traveled because I've been fortunate enough to travel around a lot of the United States, but I am woefully under-traveled outside of it.
The United States is so big is the thing. It's enormous.
Yeah.
It's a world in itself. It's a microcosm.
Yeah, it might as well be 50 different countries, or perhaps not 50, but, at least 20. There's vast differences.
I call them 25 order. They tend to fuse together in terms of culture.
Mm-hmm. So that's the type of traveling that I've done, a lot of traveling for conventions, and that I will certainly say in a lot of these cases of cities I have been to that I am, I'm incredibly familiar with the venue that these conventions are at, and that I know by heart.
And the food you can buy near the venue, naturally.
Yeah, that I know the Los Angeles Convention Center backwards and forwards. I know the back room of the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have been to all of...
I've had enough of that place. I lived in Los Angeles once. I've had enough of that place. I no longer want to see it ever again.
Oh, I will certainly say that working conventions in Los Angeles certainly told me that I never want to live in Los Angeles.
You get it, right? You understand.
Oh, yeah.
I lived there for several years. Worst place I've ever lived in. Which is incredibly funny to say, but everyone who's lived there would understand. They would get it immediately.
Yeah, that... For a while, I expected to wind up in California because growing up, I wanted to work in the gaming industry. And a lot of gaming and a lot of...
It's very centralized there, yes.
In California.
Or in Canada, if you want to go over there.
Mm-hmm. And throughout college, I just sort of had the mindset of, okay, brace for everything that comes
with living in
California. Mostly brace for the rent. And
it's so expensive. Oh,
it's mind-boggling. And... Fortunately, circumstances landed me in another place, and I've visited California, like I mentioned, for conventions and other things, and it's a wonderful place to visit.
You realize it's terrible, right? It's the worst.
Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, I'm not going to completely rag on the cities, that they have some great charm to them. There's some cool places there. There's a lot of cool events that are run there. And I am
You don't
perfectly
want to stay
content
there.
visiting for a week, for a weekend, and then not living there. And just
I very heavily recommend not living there, never living there even.
But that ends up giving me this really unique sort of experience in a lot of these different cities because I haven't actually done all the touristy things. I don't usually have the time to do touristy things, but
You have
I end up having these really unique and special memories because for me, working events and conventions,
It's the people, right? It's the people.
it's the people, it's the events, it's the memories. That every convention is someone's first convention, and
Have it.
working behind the scenes, sometimes front of house in conventions, I always approach it with that mindset, and that I'm always trying to create those positive memories, those positive experiences, because you never know who's having that first convention experience.
You have
And
it.
that if it's a bad one, they're not likely to come back. And
One thing I do toward that, I usually, or rather I used to, I have not been convention binging since, the event, what happened.
2020,
And I'm not really too into doing it again because I'm sort of old at this point. These joints are a bit creaky. I don't really want to hang out at a crowded place for so long, unless I'm being paid, which is why I visited so many of them. But what I used to do was I'd carry a cooler and I'd just have water and snacks in it. I'd hand them out for free. I'd go, here, you look like you need this, take it.
now I don't
It was
know if
incredibly nice.
my baseline assumption is that you had to do this outside the convention center, because at least in the US,
You have
most
this
convention
vending
centers,
those, there's vending those. Yes,
yeah, that you can't bring outside food or drink.
that's
But
the case.
Mhm.
But it was mostly for people in line at the start when it was really a
Oh, that's the
nuisance.
best. Yeah, you're like an angel if you do that.
You have it. It wasn't for the people inside, who are usually fine. There's food and drink in there, it's fine. But for the people outside, they're dying. They have nothing to do. And so giving someone a water and just having a conversation with them, so fun. My favorite part of conventions.
Yeah, that you make incredible friends and memories just being in line at convention.
Absolutely.
That you're usually there because you have some common interest, so that gives you the starting point of the conversation, and then things just spiral from there. And goodness knows you don't have much else to do at that point in time, so you might as well. And that a good conversation, having somebody with a good personality next to you in the line, just ends up being it's a very special type
It
of
is.
interaction,
You
because
feel like comrades. You're fighting together.
but at the same time
For
you
me,
both
go on.
but at the same time you both know that you're very unlikely to interact after this specific moment in time.
You have it. And I love that sort of ephemeral meeting. I adore it. There are so many people in this world, Jay. I don't care to meet all of them, but I'd be happy to have a conversation with most of them.
Just whether it be for 5 minutes, or heck, if this is one of those really long convention lines where registration is taking 2 hours, that you don't necessarily know how long that interaction will be when it begins. And it is just, all right, trying to pass time, trying to not be super awkward here, but that you can end up having these really fun conversations, or getting these suggestions of, if you're at an anime convention, oh, what have you been watching lately? Oh, I haven't watched that yet. And that they'll just speak so highly of it that it will be enough.
One of my favorite things, and I wish that more restaurants did this in the modern age, is just seating you with random people when you order something. That's very common in Asia, but not really common otherwise. I adore that sort of thing.
I've only been to a couple of restaurants that do that, and usually there it's a feature because it is so rare over here. And it's certainly not something that I don't want to go into any restaurant and just always be seated with someone
I'm
random.
willing to have an encounter any day, anytime.
For me,
that's what I mean when I say I'm extroverted. I'm also finding they're all wrong, though.
I guess that's an interesting place where I sort of draw the line, that sometimes when I'm eating, when I'm
you want alone time, you want to eat to yourself.
That brief moment. But I will certainly say I wish there were many more restaurants like that. So at the very least, I have the option.
There's been option for them.
Exactly. That, interestingly enough, the one place that I really think of when I think of that type of restaurant that I've been to, specifically because it was at a convention, is a place called Hofbrauhaus, which is a German beer house style restaurant.
Whoa!
And that they just have these incredibly long tables.
Yes, the long tables. I love those.
And they will just seat you there, and that when you walk in, you can request, all right, if it's not super busy, do you want to be seated a bit farther away? But certainly during conventions, it's a lot busier. And
Otherwise, they just pack you in. I adore that. That's my favorite.
And that I always, whenever I go to a place like that during conventions, like, please seat me with someone, because also I know that that particular set of days, I'm statistically likely to just be sat next to someone that is attending the convention, and similar to being in line, that you're much more likely to have a non-zero amount of things in common already there.
You have it. And I adore that. Honestly, even if I have nothing in common with someone, I'll figure out a way to talk with them.
Oh, yes.
I consider it a personal challenge.
Certainly. That if I'm in the mood, I would sit next to basically anyone, just as I do on Vtuber Talk. Try and get that conversation, find the places of interest to...
I'd say my favorite places to talk to people, or rather that I've talked to people with, are just in laundromats.
Oh, wow.
Can't really beat that, can you?
They
have nothing to do with sit there and wait.
I have not had a proper laundromat experience. The only times that I've had to use a laundromat was in college, and since it was already in the dorm, that I was at least comfortable enough, leaving the stuff there, going back to my dorm room and waiting to come back down. So I haven't had that, but I can imagine that, it's very similar to being in line. You're waiting, you have nowhere else to go, you have nothing else to do, so might as well.
Let's talk. And I especially love talking to older people, because very few people in this day and age get interest in them. You see an older person, someone 60, 70, and you just talk to them randomly. They light up. They go, "Whoa, you want to talk to me? Really? I'm old, though."
Folks who are older, well,
they have more things to talk about.
They have more stories. They've been around longer. They've experienced more things, and that they're more likely to be able to tell stories that are unlike stories you will hear in your everyday life, because you're just going to be generally more inclined to speak to people who are closer to your own age. But whenever you're able to, whether it be a grandparent or just a random stranger in a laundromat or similar situation, that the types of stories you're going to get there are going to be just inevitably more unique.
Absolutely, not even a question about it. Because they're also from a different time period. They don't understand, or rather, they're not in the same technological era that we're in.
And it can become an exchange there of, all right, you get to learn about days gone by.
How have you found your smartphone recently? Has it been hard for you? Have you been enjoying it? Are you playing any games on that? So on and so forth, right?
And that, just because someone is older and did not grow up with technology usually does not mean that they are incapable of it. It just means that they have had less...
They have a different mindset to it.
Yeah, different mindset, or just less natural touch points with the technology.
Absolutely.
And that being able to talk with someone who is a couple decades older than you, and if you are a good teacher of technology, that we talked about being a good teacher, there's obviously different types of teaching, that there's difference between being a good classroom teacher and a good technology teacher. And if you can be a good technology teacher to someone who is of an older generation, it's a very unique type of satisfying, seeing them and be like, oh, I can now use this to talk with my grandkids, or that this is something that I did not know I had this possibility, that it can be like magic to them, because a lot of this technology that we have now basically was the stuff of magic if you rewind the clocks 40, 50 years. And being able to tell someone, you actually have magic already, you don't need to do anything different, and here's the 2 buttons you need to press to do the magic. They feel like they're wizards all of a sudden.
You have it. And that's why I enjoy teaching so much. That's why I enjoy mentoring so much. That moment of realization, that spark, is really what I'm looking for. For me, though, how do I say this? One of my laments, Jay, is that I would really prefer to give specific advice to people. When you're teaching a crowd of people, you can only give so much advice, so much, how do I say this? So much specific advice, right?
Yeah,
it's dangerous to give specific advice to a crowd. It's not applicable to all of them. And that kills me a bit. I do enjoy DMing people. That's my favorite type of teaching. DMing people going, well, here's how you improve this specific aspect of your work. I adore that. It's my favorite.
Yeah, because then you're able to give that tailored advice. It's not
You
just
have it. It's so much better.
generalities that in lectures you're going to be speaking in generalities that
You
might
can't help
have,
it because it's irresponsible
Mhm.
to give specific advice during a lecture. It's irresponsible.
that you can use specific anecdotes and say, all right, this is how to approach this specific situation, or how I approach this specific situation and why it did or did not work in this specific situation. But in terms of the broader teaching, you are going to have to do it in those generalities, have the best practices,
You have it.
the lowest common denominator there. But when
What
you're
I
talking
usually
one-on-one,
actually teach more than anything else is mentality. I want mentality alignment.
Mm,
VTubers are infamously mentally weak, and this is not to be mean to VTubers. It's a stereotype that's spread throughout the community, right? They're either mentally or physically weak, either because of being sedentary or because they're shut-ins that have gravitated toward VTubing, so on and so forth. It's the demographic that VTubing attracts as a hobby, low accessibility, or the high accessibility is what causes it.
mm,
And so I'm very fond of aligning mentality. I'm fond of saying, all right, don't think about just increasing your numbers. What is your actual goal? What do you want to accomplish with VTubing? Doing this, doing that, so on and so forth. That's what I enjoy.
yeah, being able to actually act as a specific advisor that
You have it.
people pay hundreds of dollars per hour to get professional advice.
That's
to
the
consultants.
case.
There are people that have entire businesses just, all right, people will
Just
pay me
consultancies. You have it.
$120 an hour to look at their business and tell them how they can improve, and to just give that type of tailored advice.
That's part of the issue, Jay. I believe there is very little mentorship in VTubing compared to other hobbies. Very, very, very little. VTubers, and this is just a generalization, but they tend to focus on their own growth before anything else. It's hard for them to invest genuine care in raising up someone else.
I think the reason for that is
Lack of skill.
I was going to say at least twofold, probably closer to threefold. And
Let's hear it.
part of it is, like you said, lack
What's
of
your
skill.
rationalization?
That the first is lack of skill, but not because VTubers are unskilled, but because VTubing has not been around for very long.
You have it. And also, the people who would be able to teach this sort of skill are usually not in VTubing. They're in other forms of entertainment.
Mm-hmm. That VTubing, at least in terms of what I consider to be public accessibility, that the first VTuber, basically you can trace it to Kizunai in 2016. That's tens of thousands of dollars of hardware and software required. It's not until we get to, I usually pinpoint mid to late 2019. Yeah, mid-late 2019 is where being a VTuber without significant investment became publicly viable. And while it feels like VTubing has been around forever, by that timeline, if you were on the ground floor on day one of public accessibility for VTubing, you've been doing
You'd be here about 5 years.
4 years. 4-ish years, I'd say. And that, people are still learning, that there's so many things that we are still in the Wild West. We are still in the pioneering phase.
That's the case.
And you're not going to be able to get a lot of advisors, a lot of consultants, because everyone's doing new stuff. So when we say that it's a skill issue, it's not an insult. It's just an inevitability
it's a genuine
of
skill
time.
Issue. It's a genuine lack of development in the program. It's nascent. It's a child's VTubing.
That we will definitely see it. Fast forward 5-10 years, we will absolutely see the same types of consultancies, even agencies of consultants.
They already sort of exist, but I don't trust them too much at this stage.
Yeah, that they're still burgeoning. There are certainly a couple of folks that have been around long enough. If you staple on other forms of content creation plus VTubing experience, and goodness knows there is an amount of overlap. There is a pretty significant level of overlap, but there are also more than enough differences that it
there are
can't
nuances
be considered. So yeah, we're seeing just the budding of a couple folks that do that, and I think it is going to be really in the next 3 to 5 years that I would really consider folks to be skilled enough, to be knowledgeable enough, to be experienced enough to do.
And that goes back to what I was saying. Mentorship doesn't exist currently because people are still trying to figure out how to be mentors.
Yeah, and that it's not.
I think that there are people that are completely willing to do it, but they lack the capability currently.
Yes, and that people are focusing on their own content first, and that's not necessarily out of selfishness.
That's correct.
That that is them recognizing I'm not qualified to be a mentor at this
You
point in
have
time.
it.
So I should get better at what I do before I try
That's
to
the
give advice
case.
to others. And that's a good thing. I would much rather
I adore
there
that.
be lack of mentorship
I
than there be
do
bad
not care
mentorship.
for unqualified advice. It's miserable.
Mhm. And then the other part, I think, is just
Serious.
because if you're doing content creation actively, it takes so much time and effort. And
That's
that,
the case.
and that it is not a unreasonable or selfish thing to say, I'm focusing on myself and my
On
content,
myself first.
and that
You have it.
I'm not going to tell others, not because I'm trying to withhold information or because I see them as a threat to
But
my
because
growth, but because
this is the most efficient method for me.
Yeah.
This is what I can do best.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
I've actually lectured on this before as well. I believe that, and this is my personal belief, mind you. Let's see how you think about this. I believe that entertainers should be inherently slightly egotistical, slightly selfish, if they're going to entertain people as a performance art.
I think that's kind of required in life.
You have it. I agree with that.
That it goes beyond entertainment. That
You should
I-
always prioritize yourself first. Everything else
Mhm.
is secondary.
yeah,
Once you have yourself sorted out, you can worry about other things.
precisely, and that's not a thing of selfishness in my mind. It's
No,
a
I wouldn't
thing
call it
of-
selfishness. You should be slightly selfish.
Well,
You should
yeah.
self-preserve. You should self-prioritize. I understand what you mean by selfishness as a negative trait, but I think that, how do I say this? People apply it too broadly these days.
Yes, that I consider selfishness to be past the line
Excessive
of
self-prioritization.
that past line of practicality. I do not
Mm.
think that making sure that you yourself are healthy, taken care of, and are in a good place before helping others to be selfish. I consider that to be baseline
I
functioning.
even consider, or rather, to make it more specific, I also believe you should choose to benefit yourself over others. By default, then you have to figure out why you would want to benefit others. If you can come up with a reason for that, do it. If you want to, do it. But I feel people should always choose themselves first. What do you think?
I think that provided that the choice does not cause harm to others, that you
Yes,
should
there's no
prioritize
cost,
yourself.
that it's not a zero thing. You can benefit more than other people. For example, you can have a deal where you benefit more than your partner does, but they also benefit somewhat.
Yeah,
Reasonable, I feel.
absolutely. That if everyone is benefiting and you as the organizer or just for whatever circumstantial reason
Hmm.
happen to benefit a bit more but the others are still benefiting,
That's fine.
there's nothing wrong with that. And that usually the folks on the other side of the equation will know that and they won't care because they're still
You have it.
benefiting.
That's the thing, though. I feel that in these days, or rather in VTubing as a nascent hobby, as something where people have not yet realized the way or the method. People are afraid of being egotistical. They're afraid of it. They're terrified of it.
It's a self-defense mechanism because
You have it.
that we have all seen those folks who are egotistical, who
Who are
are
overly egotistical,
overly
you have it.
indulgent, who do enter into talks and friendships and
It's a
relationships
mania.
with ill intent. And we all want to avoid that. And that in
You
some
have
ways,
it.
I consider it to be healthy. That it is us acknowledging and saying, I have seen that which I do not want to
I
become.
don't want to be that.
And that if I overcompensate, that is preferable to me accidentally skewing the other way.
But what I think is interesting about VTubing is, unlike most other forms of entertainment, which require practice, which require significant amounts of effort to get into, the bar for this is so low. It's nothing.
Yes, that it's install OBS
And so,
and hit the go live button.
part of the issue with that is that people unprepared for the quote-unquote entertainment industry are getting into it, are being swept up by wannabe superstars, by people who are trying to take advantage of them, by people who are trying to get ahead. And they are just terrified of it because they don't understand what they're doing.
Hmm. Or that it's
And it's scary
just,
to me as well.
yeah,
It's
or
rough
that
as
it's
it is.
just a situation of due to that low barrier to entry that
They're not prepared.
they're not prepared. That the
Even
classic.
without other people taking advantage of them, right?
Mhm.
Just the dynamic with your audience might be mentally damaging to you if you're not aware of how to handle this by
Yes,
default.
yeah, that folks aren't necessarily always going to go in knowing what they're getting into, or in some cases, over investing. That there's what fortunately now has become, I think, common knowledge of just
Mm.
don't have your first model be super fancy. Start with PNG tubing, or start with
You
a
have
very
it. Well, it's not
simple
common
stock model.
knowledge enough. It should be more common knowledge. We'll get there, though.
Yeah, that it has certainly progressed, because if you rewind the clocks 2-3 years, there were a lot of people that invested in very fancy models and then
Yes.
stepped away after 3-4 months because they just realized VTubing wasn't for them, and that
It wasn't.
sometimes it was the case of interacting and that they were not able to take the modicum of fame that they found themselves having. Some of them just found out, oh, I don't really enjoy this, even if I'm good at it, even if I have been able to have a good relationship with
case.
my community, that it's just not something that I enjoy. And that's okay. I would much rather people step away and not force themselves into
Absolutely.
things they don't like. But it definitely sucks to see when that happens and it's like, ooh, you also are out $4,000.
There's a lot of kids messing themselves up in this. Genuinely a lot of kids.
Mm-hmm.
And that bothers me.
That I'm very happy that there are so many cheap and accessible ways of, whether it
You have
be
it.
PNGs or just stock models that you can get on different websites, and that people are able to have this low barrier to entry entertainment and art form. And
I
that
mean,
they
low
can just do
budget
that.
is good. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. It's wonderful. It's just that there are growing pains associated with this.
And they're
So it
unavoidable.
goes.
But at the
Such
same
as it
time,
is.
I do think that VTubing has been progressing through what are these inevitable growing pains with pretty remarkable pacing.
With relative grace, it could be better, but if you think about prior entertainment, if you think about the state of theater back in the 1800s, 1700s, it was, just as bad, if not worse. People were killing each other over it.
We're seeing the progress of decades from centuries past done in the matter of
Condensed
months.
into years.
Yeah. And that's fortunately because there are all these documented things of other forms of entertainment, which, while not one-to-one with VTubing, certainly have their overlap, their
adjacent, they're
consistency.
parallel.
So there is a lot of documented knowledge and history of those types of things. And while there, as we discussed, plenty of things about VTubing that people can't advise on, there is certainly enough overlap that in those other areas, people are able to find, whether it be an active mentor or just looking up historical accounts, even on Wikipedia, really, and see
It does
how
help quite
things
a
have played
bit.
out.
Part of it is that study culture has not yet embedded itself in VTubing. I feel a lot of the more successful VTubers do study quite a bit.
Oh, yes.
But people don't quite understand it. You have to train, you have to study, you have to actually hone yourself if you want to improve your content.
I think that study culture being underappreciated is something that is almost universal. That
It is
I think
almost universal, you have it.
that even in conventional theater nowadays,
That's the case.
I would argue that study culture is not as
It's not
ubiquitous.
robust.
Yeah. But fortunately, there are a lot of resources out there, and that the folks who are smart enough to invest that time and effort, not only do they have those resources, even if it's not necessarily one-to-one of what they're looking for, but that you do see them getting rewarded. That there are a lot of folks that I have seen, folks that have been on this show that didn't have that fun little purple check mark when they were on my show, but I knew damn well that it was.
I do a bit, by the way. Whenever I see someone with a check mark, I go, check mark, partner? As if I was shocked, as if I was terrified of them. As if they were some sort of glorious being. It's very funny to me.
But, these are folks that I saw back in the day in early 2021 that they had
Love it.
20, 30 viewers that are now pulling in consistently with hundreds, and that I certainly am not going to claim any responsibility. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's because they were on VTuber
I understand
Talk,
what you're saying. I
but
get you.
it's been so cool that since I was aware of them that little bit earlier, that I've
They've
been more
evolved, they've
aware of their
developed.
journey, and I've seen them be smart. I've seen them, take those learnings from others, from themselves, and
It's great.
it's so cool that there's like one that I go to a fair bit is Cabal, because I just think he's a stand-up
Cabal.
guy,
I do
and
think they are as well.
that seeing his growth over time, and just he is the same man that he was 3 years ago, a little bit more experienced certainly now, but
For
that
certain.
he is somebody who has always been very thoughtful, very thorough, very deliberate, and very caring. And seeing him be rewarded for those traits is because not everybody does
It's
get rewarded.
wonderful.
Not everybody
Oh, absolutely
gets
not.
it. But it's been wonderful seeing him and others as well experience the success that they've had.
I often say not all effort will be rewarded, but you won't be rewarded without effort.
Absolutely.
Such as it is. But I've never spoken to Gabal directly, but I am aware of him. I've watched him before. The man's good. The man has skill.
Yeah, especially for you, Kongou, that if you like someone who's able to do a good Zatsudon, Cabal's way up there.
You have it. For me personally, I often only watch VTubers under 50 viewers, in the 1 to 30 range usually. That's my taste. I very much enjoy watching someone grow secondhand. That's my taste. I love watching that. I love seeing it.
I think for me, the ideal sort of viewership in what I enjoy,
Let's hear it.
probably somewhere between 40 and 150.
Makes sense.
I like chat to be moving at a pretty good pace. I don't like it to be moving so fast that I can't keep up with what is being said.
You have it.
And that usually ends up in a field where if you say something in chat that the streamer will be able to respond practically, whereas once they're in the 500 range or something, it's just not practical.
So I've said this before, but I can respond, I believe, with at least 90% response rate up to about 1,000 people. More than that, impossible.
Yeah, and that's going to be for anybody that,
You have it. It's just the theoretical bounds of it, right? It can't be helped at some point.
It's just moving
You
so
only
fast.
speak so fast.
Yeah, that nobody in Hololive is going to be able to keep up with their chat when it's going as fast as it is. It's just not going to be practical. That what they usually do is they will look and see. Usually there ends up almost being a chat hive mind when you get to those numbers. You can see the consistency and the underlying thought of whatever chat as its hive mind is doing at that moment, and you can respond to that unified nebulous blob of thought, but that you are unlikely to respond to user 5130.
There are two main styles of VTubing that I call them, as I call them. The high interaction indie style and the, how do I say this, sweeping corporate style. And I'm skilled at both of them, actually. I just don't practice the second one much because there's no reason to use it. I'm not really going to address individual people with the chats this slow as a great mass, right?
Yeah.
But when you are working at the highest numbers, the way you do it is you herd them into responding a certain way, and then you respond to that. It is possible to manipulate your entire chat into answering in a way that's easy for you to respond to.
Yeah, whether it be in prompting with certain questions or just presenting different things for them to respond to, like, type 1 in chat if you had ice cream this week.
Partially. I think that's the cheapest version of it, though.
Yeah, that it certainly has its sliding scale, but that's one of the low-hanging fruit ways of, all right, if you want to engage and want to make it so people feel like they are having some level of interaction when ideal levels of interaction are just numerically infeasible, that
you have it.
I certainly don't begrudge folks who have those very high viewership numbers from using those types of strategies that I generally
entirely reasonable. Yeah. But you have to mix it in. If you want to remain interesting, you do have to mix up your technique.
For sure.
For me, the technique library I mainly use slows down my chat quite a bit, actually. I think that you may have noticed if you were in my chat, but they're relatively slow, actually, which I enjoy. Because the way that I talk completely fills any holes in conversation.
I very much identify with that.
You get it, right?
Yeah, and that folks end up falling into just a comfortable viewership there that I definitely have found, even when I've had relatively high viewer numbers for me, that my chat ends up being a bit slower because I am more deliberate and because it usually is very apparent to chat that, all right, a conversation is ongoing and that people are less likely to send superfluous chat messages, that folks will chime in every so often, whether they have a particularly poignant comment or question, but that things do end up screeching to a halt a bit more naturally in chats for folks like you and me than folks
You don't see
who are
anyone
indie.
doing Resident Sleeper in my chat or Poggers or whatever.
Yep,
It's not really the culture. It's not the atmosphere.
exactly. And that is one of the nice things of one seeing the different types of chat, because for me as a host,
Love
not
it.
only do I get to have a different guest for every show, I get to have a different chat. Than the vast majority of folks who tune into my show on any given day or night are going to be
As we
here
said.
for the guest. And that automatically the chat is going to match the vibe of the guest because they've paired themselves up previously. And that's actually super fun
Love
for
it.
me, because I then get to experience those different types of chat. And that, as we've mentioned, chat's a little bit slower tonight, but that's okay. That is how you normally function. And
Such as it is.
Yep. Also, Zanjiro, thoughts on Star Wars? I did mention earlier that I don't mention chat a ton. My TLDR on Star Wars, it is a beloved piece of pop culture, and I think that it has swung wildly from being oversaturated to undersaturated to oversaturated, overloved to hated too much to everything in between. I do like Star Wars, though. I think it's good.
I think it's a cultural touchstone. I enjoy Star Wars. My favorite Star Wars content are the games and the TRPGs, though. The movies, they're all right. My favorite movie is Revenge of the Sith.
I saw the midnight release of Revenge of the Sith, and that is a very
Same here.
special memory to me. Yes.
Imaginate midnight release. The moment it came out, we were there.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that growing up...
It was so funny. I was having such a great time during it. It was the funniest movie of the year.
The prequel trilogy, growing up with the prequel trilogy, has been such an interesting experience, because when it first came out, I was in the target demographic. That is to say, I was about 8, 9
You were a child, I
years
imagine.
old. Child. So I saw episode 1 and loved it. I thought it was great. I didn't like episode 2 because it was really slow and focused too much on romance. And I loved episode 3 because it had a lot of action. And then as
You
I
have
got
it.
a bit older, I realized, oh, episode 1's not super strong. Episode 3, bombastic acting leaves some stuff to be desired.
It's Shakespearean. I enjoy episode 3 for that reason. It's very theatrical.
And then episode 2 I still didn't like.
No, it's not good. It's the worst movie
No.
of the lot, for certain.
Yeah, and then seeing the public sentiment shift for the prequel trilogy, that it for a while was just memed on super hard because people were like, this is awful, it is just a travesty
No, I
to
always
the
thought
entire
it was good.
IP.
I always thought it was decent.
And that it is now kind of swung back, having its own level of nostalgia, and people are recognizing that, okay, it wasn't actually that bad, and that episode 2 was bad. Episode 2 was definitely
Episode 2,
bad.
what? Look, I am just going to discuss it. Episode 2 was bad. It was slow. Not even Sir Christopher Lee could save that movie, and he was incredible.
Yes. But I do have a soft spot for episodes 3 and 1 that I'm not going to go back and rewatch them every year, but
This is pod racing.
yes.
I played that arcade game quite a bit, the pod racing one. That one was fun.
Ooh, that was a good one, yes.
It was
then-
very F-Zero-like in terms of gameplay, because you were not used at the time to games that move that fast.
Good
driving-wise.
analogy there.
I mean, I play F-Zero, so it's my taste.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel an inherent amount of pity and sorrow for any F-Zero fans, because goodness knows you're not going to have
So,
anything.
the thing is that F-Zero GX is one of the best racing games ever made. There's really no reason to remake it. It's just perfect. They made a game so good they couldn't follow it up, if you understand.
Yes. Also, Daenerys Den, welcome in, Raiders. Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Welcome to
us.
Vtuber Talk. I'm Jay. I'm talking with Kongou today. We've been hopping around to a lot of different places. We were currently on Star Wars and just the good and the bad of the prequel trilogy.
Barely used that list, did you?
Oh, there's still time yet, though. Don't worry about
Oh,
that.
there's still plenty of time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and then it's been cool to see it have its sort of renaissance with all the TV shows. I haven't kept up with
I
most
heard
of
that
them.
Aldor was good, the newest TV show. I heard that one was good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, saw that. I watched the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian, haven't seen the third, that I've just sort of fallen off that train, but I'm glad that it's still around, that I think, like you said, it is a cultural touchstone, and it's one that I'm glad has endured.
I'm fond of the way it can connect parents and children, specifically.
Yes. Yeah, that's always
Because
a really
children see
special
Star Wars, they go, whoa! Parents see Star Wars, they go, whoa, that's from before!
thing.
And so they get to share a bond. They get to enjoy Star Wars together.
Yes, yeah, intergenerational entertainment and media like that is
We
always
love that
really
sort of thing.
special. Absolutely. But you
But
mentioned the
go on.
tabletop RPG, and I have played
Travis.
the Star Wars tabletop RPG, and it does things that are very different than other systems because it is not a number-based system.
Hmm. There are actually a few of them. I know the one you're referring to, but really, what I enjoy the most about the Star Wars TRPG is that you can go and try to kill Darth Vader. And your GM has to be very careful about not mentioning Darth Vader to anyone, because the moment they do, you're just going to try and kill them. Any plot relevant character, you're going to go, wait, we can change fate, we can change destiny right here.
Yeah,
We just do something about it.
those are the hazards of any TTRPG system that are built
Set in
within
a setting, right,
existing,
that exists.
within existing
I
IPs.
adore that, though. That's so fun.
Yeah,
And also, my favorite thing about them is that they usually have rules to play as non-Jedi, which I heavily prefer.
yes, that they make not being a Jedi viable and allow you to pursue
It's
other
not
things.
about Jedi are stronger, obviously, right? They're obviously biased. They're the strongest things in the book. However, that makes defeating one as a non-Jedi so much more fun.
And there's also barriers to becoming a Jedi that
You have it.
most player characters are not going to be able to just, all right, I start now, I'm a level 1 Jedi and I have a lightsaber and that it's going to do this. No, you still have to roll for damage.
Right. And it's wonderful. I just enjoy TRPGs in general. I am a long-time TRPG writer, player, so on and so forth. And that's where my game design experience comes from. I adore game design.
What was the first TTRPG you played?
It was a long time ago. I believe D&D 3E. Not 3.5, but 3E.
Okay. And there is that
Classic
differentiation
game.
there. Yes.
Well, 3E was not particularly polished. They made 3.5E as a patch for it, basically, because they went, all right, we screwed up, oopsie doopsie.
Yep.
We'll figure it out.
3.5 was my first experience, and it was very shortly afterwards that 5E came out, and the vast majority of campaigns that I
mean,
played,
everyone moved over because 5E is a masterpiece. It genuinely is.
It is incredible to see how 4E was essentially abandoned and everyone just reverted to 3.5 because 4E just did not do things well.
Well, I adored 4E, but it was not D&D the way people want it.
But 5E has been just a masterclass in design that they
the issue with 5E, right, is that they are currently under very greedy management.
Oh, yes. If you want to get into Wizards of the Coast,
I'm not going to go too long into it, but I stopped writing D&D content right before I became a VTuber because I gave up on it. I went, I've had enough. I'm done. Yeah, I am a prolific, how do I say this, unofficial content writer, and I've been paid quite a bit for it. I'm a professional in that sense. And so I went, well, the times are changing, the winds are going, the quality of my work is no longer going to be appreciated. I'm going to do something else. And that something else was VTubing, apparently. So here we are.
Here we are. Yeah, like Kongou said, without getting too much into the nitty-gritty, the very long story short is the D&D community at large has gone through a considerable amount of turmoil in the past year, just due to shifting policies from Wizards of the Coast, the company that publishes D&D. But things are marginally stable-ish right now, but
they're stable enough, but
I do not keep a particularly active pulse. It was the fact that it was such a blow-up that it actually reached me.
Right? The fact that you know about it as a non-TRPG, a non-serious TRPG is insane, right? Because that means that it's such a massive shockwave in terms of impact.
Yeah, and I fall in this interesting area of someone who plays TTRPGs. I have a weekly D&D session that I've actually had that goes 4 or 5 years now. And I've played a handful of other systems apart from D&D, one of them being one of the Star Wars systems that we were talking about. Also played a fan brew Pokemon system, which is very fun.
They're never good, but they're always fun to play.
Now,
the thing is, they never want to actually go to the trouble of making 150-odd Pokemon. So they just make, oh, here, combine these traits to make your Pokemon. They do this sort of thing. Or here's the big body Pokemon, here's the small body Pokemon of whatever type.
Oh, no,
they have to generalize because they don't have the, how do I say this? Go on.
The one that I played, and this was about a decade ago at this point, did actually
Really?
have full-on stats for what at that point was up through Gen 5, I think. That
Genuinely, I haven't seen this one. I'm talking about modern iterations. What was it called?
at that point it
Was it just
was
D20?
yeah, it was Pokemon Tabletop Adventures. Later became Pokemon Tabletop United, and that they had ported in all of the move lists for the different Pokemon,
Impressive.
translated them into different attacks with, all right, this is how many dice you roll, this is the modifier, but it also made trainer classes that, as a trainer, you can be a brawler and you can fight alongside your Pokemon,
Wait,
or
it's
you
sort
can
of
be...
sick, actually. How
it,
balanced was this?
it was relatively balanced in the sense that anything was viable. There were certain things that if you min-maxed enough that you could make some things kind of overpowered, but I sort of chalk that up to most systems can get min-maxed and you can find something that's overpowered if you look hard enough. But
So, I actually have an index for that, or rather a rule of thumb I use for that, right?
oh,
I believe the difference between an average character and a optimized character should be no more than half a character's power. So if someone can do double the damage output of an average character of the same class, then the balance is screwed up.
mhm.
It's a 50% rule, give or take. If all things are within that margin, it's usually fine. The game is balanced enough. But a character should never be able to contribute to the output of a party, if you understand.
Yeah.
Which is actually very easy in D&D 3.5, in D&D 5e currently, because it's very imbalanced at this point. D&D 4, it actually kept the balance quite firm. It was very number focused, so that didn't happen for the most part.
Yeah, what 5e does so well, in my opinion, is streamlining, because
It's accessibility, easily, not even any doubt about it.
Because that was really D&D's greatest hurdle throughout all of its early days of just, there were so many numbers,
being niche, being a game for
so many
nerds.
stats that it was accounting. And that I appreciate design where if you want to be an accountant, that you can, but I also acknowledge that most people are going to get bogged down by all of it, and that the way that they trimmed the number of skills, they got just all of the different attacks and weapons into a way that you could easily jump into a game. And yes, it's going to be more complex than playing Monopoly. That's just how.
Oh no, I would actually say Monopoly is more complex than D&D, gameplay-wise.
What makes you say that?
So to play D&D, well, it's relatively easy. Position yourself well, do the task that your class allots to you. To play Monopoly, well, requires calculating the statistics of all the players involved and trying to profit the most from each individual auction. There's negotiation, there's managing your money, there's managing properties, knowing the risk of landing on properties, so on and so forth.
Okay.
Sometimes, for example, in Monopoly, you may want to land in jail on purpose, just so that you're not forced to walk down their boardwalk and die.
Yep. Okay, yeah, so that's a very fair differentiation that...
You have it. In gameplay choice, Monopoly's actually deeper than D&D is.
Yes, that in terms of optimal play, Monopoly is very, very deep and very difficult and very number crunchy.
But it's easy to get into because you roll the dice, you put your hotels down, whatever. It's easy.
In terms of raw mechanics, Monopoly is about as accessible as it gets, whereas mechanically, D&D is very intimidating, but...
What D&D really needs, it needs pre-builds. It needs more pre-builds, actually.
Yes, that I think would be a really cool thing of just, if, as part of the PHB purchase, that it also comes with 20...
It does sometimes. It comes, so the starter set comes with 5 pre-builds, 1 for each class, but that's not enough. There really should just be free pre-builds online.
Yeah. That just, a block of 20 where it's 2 or 3 for each of the major classes. You don't need to bother necessarily doing that for all of the separate modules and books and subclasses. That's fine.
But just have some options. Just throw a stack in front of them, choose one.
Yes, because...
For me, what I do as a DM is I just give them a personality quiz. I go, what do you want to accomplish? Support, attack, healing. And I just optimize it for them automatically. And it's easier that way.
And being able to not have them have to worry about building their first character.
I do not believe players should have to read a 200-page book. It's
no
irresponsible. It's irreconcilable. It's impossible to imagine.
And you don't really need to, but the thing is,
No, you
you
don't.
see this book and you think, oh, I need to, because you see a book and
Right.
that's just where your mind goes. In actuality, you need to read 2 to 3 pages for the 10 different classes, and that's only because you need to decide which you want to be. And basically past that, everything else, all
I
the
don't even let
vital
people
information.
read. I go,
Yeah.
here's a list of the classes, here's what they do. Pick.
Yeah, I agree that is the optimal way to get people into
That's
it.
the case.
Yeah, but even if you were to read all of the required material, which I agree is not the best way to get people into it.
I do that, by the way,
But
because
even
I'm a
that
game
is-
designer. I have to do that.
Mhm.
But go on.
That the bark of D&D is much, much worse than its bite, and that it just
Absolutely.
has not
It's
done a
intimidating.
stellar. It has not done a stellar job of marketing itself as being as accessible as it actually is.
You have it. No, actually, D&D 5e does do that. That's why it's so popular. It actually managed for the first time in 30 years to do that. Or 40 years to do that.
Certainly
Which
did it
I
better
think is
than any of its
impressive.
predecessors. I will agree with that.
Yes, definitely far better.
I still think that it is too much. I think that the problem.
It could be better, yes.
I think that there needs to be a starter guidebook, and that it is marketed as the starter guide. That
Yes.
you don't even need the PHB, or that it
Yes.
automatically comes bundled with the PHB, because the starter guide should be 10 pages max.
It should be the shortest thing possible. Here, pick your thing. Here's
it
your
is a-
sheets.
It should be a pamphlet that it is marketed on the cover. This is what you read first, and that it
Love
should
it.
be that this is all you have to read, and that everything else is the detail work.
And I tend to write those for my campaigns. I write a 5-page setting booklet, basically, where I describe the setting they're going to be in, and 1 page of rules. 1 page of, if you want to forget what you want to do, just DM me or look through these options.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do the work for wizards, but not everyone has a DM like that, which is difficult. It's annoying. to
Yeah.
wizards.
Finding a good DM, and finding a DM that fits your style, is really one of the biggest things. That and just finding a group, because
Critical.
that they have the Adventurers League, which is a program where you can just go into your
You
local
know
game
it, I've
store.
played quite a bit of this. I've run quite a bit of this.
You're a very patient person.
So this goes back to what I was talking about before. I believe that I should be able to collaborate with anyone, and that includes random people in the Adventures League, random min-maxers, random kids, random so on and so forth.
That really would be one of the ultimate tests there, then, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Right? There's no better test than the AL, right?
I hadn't even thought about it from that perspective, but gosh, that really is you in your element.
For me, I do a Zotsudan called Hyakunin Zotsudan, which is a open call-in where viewers can enter whenever they want. And that is
the 100
terrifying. It's 100-man chatting.
Yes.
Hyakunin Zotsudan. It's nightmarish for most VTubers to even think of that, because they don't have the control over their community required to do that.
Yeah, but you have this,
Or even the technique to make it entertaining, which are
Mhm.
different things.
and the way that you run that is you have a chat regime, which it's a couple thousand
Love
points,
it.
so it's not something that
It's
someone
not even
can walk
1,000.
in.
It's 250.
Oh, okay.
If
so
you follow me, you can just walk in.
all right, so it does have that low. But for some reason, I thought it was like 1,000, but 250. Then.
Nope.
That
250.
if you're there, that it is first come, first serve, and then first in, first out.
That's the case.
Of just you have 3 people and yourself at any
a
given
time.
point, and when the fourth person redeems that the first person in
Regime, yes.
moves along, and that you just keep going.
They just keep chugging, yes. So an endless conversational line.
And that goes back to just the way that you create challenges for yourself, and that it
That's the
definitely
case.
scans, because while my current play group was formed initially from Adventurers League, the reason
Hmm.
that it has survived was because we left Adventurers League.
You have it. It would not survive continued contact with that. There is no flexibility in AL.
hmm The problem that we ran into was we had our core group of 6 folks, and that we were all
Love it.
very consistent. Maybe the occasional week where 1 or 2 people were out, but we were very regular. But then there was 2 open seats at the table that were just the floaters, because nobody wound up sticking for more than 2 months, really, 2-3 months. And we just had too many bad experiences with folks
With
that
the
fell into
floaters.
those seats, And at one point, we had this moment where we all looked at each other after a particularly awful session with the people that had been placed with us that week, and said, let's just move to someone's house.
Let's leave.
Same day, same time, because we know this works for people, but we don't want to deal with this anymore.
Right. But for me, it was fun because I used it for research, market research.
Yeah, and that makes sense. That for you, and for you, I suppose it's really twofold there, because one, it's just another challenge in terms of conversation.
That's the case.
But also as a game designer, that it, like you said, becomes
as a
market
GM, as a
research.
game designer, it was fun.
It becomes
It
incredibly
served all my
valuable.
purposes. Because you have to write for the average person. You can't write for this theoretical person who's good at playing D&D.
Mm-hmm.
You get me?
Yes. Yeah, and that's honestly one of the things that is so impressive about game design, that a lot of what you have to work with is some of the more nebulous stuff, and a lot of it comes down to how well can you run your playtests to then refine what you have.
A fun thing about game design, though, Jay, is that a lot of people think they know how to design games because they've played games. They go, oh, I've played thousands of hours of video games. I surely know how to make a game. No, that's not how it works.
Mm-mm.
That's not how it works at all. Game design is a laborious process. You have to be able to understand what people's natural tendencies are game-wise, what they want to actually do, what they want to accomplish, what you want them to accomplish as well, how challenges are designed for them, so on and so forth, how to make a game fun in the minute by minute, hour by hour. It's a lot of consideration. It's fun.
I feel like most people who are gamers, whether it be tabletop or video games, have at one point in time said, I'd like to try my hand at design.
I want to make a game.
That I think very few folks have never had that thought. For you, what was it that not created that thought, but then I suppose what was your first game design journey?
So playing D&D 3, I could write something better than this.
Just the I can do better. I can do this
I
myself.
could write something better than this right now. And I drafted a few concepts. I studied game design a bit more, deeper. 3.5 was released. I went, well, actually, I don't have to make something better. Here it is.
Oh, they actually corrected the things, or at least enough.
Oh,
of
they
the
actually
things.
figured out how to make this a bit better. You know what? I'll give them a chance again. Why not? But I've always been doing unofficial publishing for over 10 years at this point. I've been paid for it quite a bit at this point. It's been fun. But mostly I work as a consultant. I proof other people's work. I make their work balanced, viable, fun to play, so on and so forth. And that's been very enjoyable for me.
Do you find that most of the consulting that you do involves modification of numbers, modification of world, or modification of infrastructure, for lack of a better term?
Usually what I change is how the mechanics work themselves. Not the numbers, but the way the mechanics feel.
So the infrastructure.
For example, think about it this way. See that you have a mechanic that adds extra damage, right? That's it. Very simple. When you attack, you deal extra damage.
Yep.
What feels better to you as a player? That you have to use this feature before you make the attack or after you make the attack?
Oh, after.
Right? And that sort of satisfaction is what I focus on. I adjust mechanics to be more player satisfying, to be more fun for the player.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm willing to make the numbers weaker if player satisfaction is better. It's more important than anything else as a game developer.
Oh, absolutely. It's the gameplay experience, and that
You have it.
If people are not having fun, they will stop playing the game. Plain and
They
simple.
will
That's
stop
just
playing.
how
They'll
it
go,
works.
this is so annoying to use. I have to announce it beforehand every single time. God damn it! I forgot. Could I add this now? If you make it easy to use, intuitive to use, fun to use, they'll do it automatically. Oh, go for that.
Oh, Skeleton, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Jay, this is Vtuber Talk, and I'm talking with Kongou, and we are currently talking about tabletop game design. Thank you so much for the Groove Yard raid. Skeleton, I hope you had a
one of my
good-
products currently is that I am designing a game to play on stream with viewers. I want to create an interactive experience that will span about a month or so. This will be fun. Like a short campaign.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, not an issue. I imagine you were shouting them out. You had to
Yes,
think.
yeah, I was tending
You
to
had to
that
focus on
there.
that. I
Focus
also have
broken.
a hard time typing and talking at the same time, actually. It's hard for me.
Yes, so apologies. So game
Not an
design
issue.
and optimizing for player fun.
That's the case. Now, a lot of game design is also cutting down excess fat. The thing is, usually a player only wants to do one thing to begin with. You just have to make them feel like they have multiple options to do that one thing. For example, if someone wants to play a cleric, they don't actually want all the cleric extra nonsense like turn undead, like all the minuscule extra abilities. They just want to be able to heal.
Mm-hmm. They know what the main feature of the class is,
You have it.
and that's where their mind is, and that you
And
need
so you
to...
don't have to complicate the main feature. You can just give them heal, greater heal, maximum heal, whatever you want. The easiest, straightforward path to accomplish their goal, plus some minor challenges to get in their way.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. People over-design games these days.
Yeah, you're very right. You mentioned cutting the fat, and that
You have
a
it.
lot of the time less is more, and that the more you put in, that I think one of the problems that D&D has really had is that
It's bloats.
it's bloat, but also that its marketing does not do a good job of showing where it has been able to cut the fat. And
That's the
a-
case.
a
And
lot
5
of
years cut
the-
the fat quite a bit.
that'll-
Significantly so.
A lot of, I think, people's misconceptions nowadays are just in the stereotypes and in what may have been the past truths about the complexity of D&D, that people look at it and say, oh,
Love it.
I don't know if I could do that. That it's so much. And it's actually not nowadays, fortunately.
If you want complexity, look at this. Let me show you something that you can show everyone. Miserable thing, one of the worst things in the entire world. Whenever someone sees this, they cry, they weep, they gnash their teeth. There we go. It's over here. And here's an example GURPS character sheet. You know GURPS?
I do not.
By any means. It is one of the most complicated, crunchy games around. It's miserable to go through.
Well, I'm curious now because I've seen some crunchy
Here's a
things.
one-page sheet. Look at this.
Oh my.
It's crunchy. It's crunchy.
Now I look
There's
at
more than this also. There should be a second page. I'm only showing you the first page so you understand the scope of it.
One second, I'm going to get this into OBS so
By all
people can
means.
see what we're talking
And so you
about.
compare it to a D&D sheet. A D&D sheet is nothing. It is nothing compared to that.
Now I also look at this and I say, as someone... Oops, forgot to do studio mode. My bad.
By the way, GURPS great game, just very crunchy. It is made for grognards.
Does GURPS stand for something? It feels like an acronym.
I actually don't remember what GURPS stands for. Let me check. Oh, it's generic universal role-playing system. It's made to be for any system.
Ah, okay. Now I look at this character sheet and I say, as someone who has played TTRPGs for
You're
a while
quite
now,
experienced.
I don't... This is one that I look at and say, I think it is still a case of bark worse than its bite.
Yes, but there's a second page here also.
Oh,
So it
okay.
does not yet involve... So you see all those advantages, disadvantages, quirks over there, they normally stretch out quite a bit. You have to reference the book for that. A lot of the time. And this is a normal character for the system. When you start adding powers and they're just not a normal person with a knife, it gets much worse.
Because I see the skills over on the right-hand side, and that is
Yes.
still less than the number of skills that you have in D&D 5e.
Oh, they only mark the skills you have is the thing here.
Well, even so, you still get access to all the
There
skills
are way
in
more
D&D,
skills.
even if you're not proficient.
No, there are way more skills than this. There's a reason that the list is so long. You can fill that up theoretically.
There's only 4 core stats as opposed to 6.
You have it.
Encumbrance is annoying. I don't like encumbrance in games, generally. I just think
Nobody
that
really does.
I don't think I've ever... I think I've played in one campaign where encumbrance was actually considered by the DM, and everything else was just...
I tend to do it myself, actually. I'm picky about that. But that's just to prevent people from using weird builds like 8 strength plate armor or whatever, which I'm not very fond of.
Yeah.
I'm generous with it, but I do keep an eye on it.
Yeah, usually what I've seen is DM will say, all right, if you want to carry this thing, you're going to be encumbered because this is a big thing.
It's heavy.
But if you're just working with normal equipment and items, that unless
It should
something
never
becomes
happen.
egregious, that they're not going to ask you to actually spend the mental bandwidth on encumbrance.
The thing is, I normally calculate it for the players as they
Mm.
move items in and out. But, so GURPS is not overly complicated, as you can see right here, but the book itself is very thick, and it gets more complicated as you stack subsystems on it. It's the universal role-playing system because we're only looking at the core book. This is the base of it. Then they'll add more abilities, they'll add more nonsense on top of that. It's actually relatively inaccessible.
Well, that's not global at all then, is it?
The base system is global. Similar to how Powered by the Apocalypse is quote-unquote global. It's not very applicable outside of adventuring, to me.
Mm. It's interesting. Like I said, I've never actually seen this one before, so it's intriguing to me. And I see, you have the point cost. What is gonna get into a bit of the nitty gritty here, folks? Sorry.
Not an issue.
What is the point cost here? Because I see like strength 10, dexterity 45. Is that the cost for the next
character building
point?
cost. No. It's point-based character building. It's point by character building. So you're paying for your stats, you're paying for your abilities, your quirks. You're building your character with a pool of points that they give you at the beginning.
Okay, so I might be misreading this. That the point cost that is noted here is the amount of points that have been spent, not
Yes,
the
on
cost
this
for the
ability.
next point.
Yes.
Okay,
That's correct.
that makes more sense.
And so you look through a giant chart of things and you pick from a chart of hundreds of options what you actually want to buy. Like a shopping list.
Yeah, that some DMs, even D&D, will do things via what is called a point buy system. That conventionally you will just roll, and then they have a whole thing of roll this many, and you pick
Point buy for
these
abilities
ones.
is fine, but when you have to balance abilities and
Yeah.
skills and advantages and so on and so forth, it becomes a lot of bookkeeping.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that into it, personally.
Yeah, that this goes back into some of the earlier iterations of D&D where I compared it to accounting.
You have it. This is accounting the game. It's for people who love numbers.
And hey, I'm glad that folks who love numbers have this game.
That's the case because I've played this game and I've enjoyed this game because I love numbers.
Yeah, that if this
I'm
is,
not talking down on this.
Unfortunately, we do have this incredible variety of TTRPGs available nowadays. That
You have it.
I point to Kickstarter a lot, actually, for the viability of a non-first party, so to speak, tabletop games for really hitting viability.
Did you know arguably the best TRPG on the market right now is free?
Which one would that be?
It's Lancer by Massive Press.
And what sets Lancer apart from everything else that you have? That was a very
First
very
off,
definitive statement. What sets it apart?
because I would not. I'm an experienced DM. I'm an experienced writer of over a decade. I would not say something's the best thing on the market right now if I did not think it was quantifiably, objectively the best thing on the market. Right?
Yeah, and
you understand I'm very careful about that sort of statement.
Exactly, which is why I take such interest in the statement, because I know that you wouldn't have made it otherwise.
So,
sorry.
first
the
off,
bot automatically squashes.
No, it's not.
Send it to me
I'll
in
link it to you in
Discord and I'll post it.
First off, it's free. You only have to pay for the DM options, for DM enemies. If you're going to make your own enemies, it's free. It costs nothing.
Okay, so you have the low barrier to entry, at least in terms of
It's zero.
Content accessibility.
Next, look at this art. Look at how it's laid out. There's tons of incredible art again for free. They just hand it out.
I'm gonna get this.
Now, the art does not make the game itself, but the fact that it gives so many visuals is obscene for a free product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Next.
I think that visuals end up playing a really important role. Because just being able to give folks a glimpse into the world that they're going to be playing, I think sparks so much creativity from there. That my biggest difficulty as a player is if you just put the player's handbook in front of me and say, make a character, I'm generally not going to be able to do that. That I need some kernel of inspiration, some sort of direction. And the way that I usually approach that as a player is I'm the last one in the party to make my character. I have a lot of friends who are super
Reasonable.
creative and that they will approach a campaign saying, I've been concepting this type of character and I'm really eager to play it and I know how it's going to build and everything. And that's great. And I say, all right, everybody else, tell me, I don't need to know your backstories. Tell me your class.
Yes,
Tell
what
me
are
your
you doing? I
class
want to
and
fill
the-
the hole, right?
And yeah, maybe
Classic.
if it's a broad class, tell me the general thing of, okay, if you're a wizard, are you going to be DPS or are you going to be utility? That's all I need to know. Give me the genre of your character. And from there, yeah, I fill the hole. I look, where is the need of the party? Do we need a healer? Do we need someone with utility? And that is enough for me to then really go in deep.
You have a foothold to work with.
That I then look for the means to the end that I want and get creative with those means.
But to go on, as I was saying, next point, the role-playing aspects and the gameplay aspects are completely separate. You have different stats for role-playing, for being as a pilot walking around, and you have different stats for your mech, which is when you're fighting. And so you can just play whatever sort of charisma, intelligence, wisdom, whatever character you want, without compromising their personality for combat effectiveness. Huge boon.
Yeah, because in D&D, that generally speaking, if you're going to be a charisma
You're going to be
build,
bad at int, charisma, or whiz. Pick one.
Yeah.
In fact, sometimes pick all, right?
Yeah, it is either pick one to be bad at, or you will be baseline proficient
Inept.
and not excel in anything. That's just how it works.
Next, the combat is it's buttery smooth. Some of the best combat ever penned by a TRPG. Incredibly easy to understand. Even a beginner can get into Lancer and progress well enough, but it rewards being aware of the battlefield, being aware of the enemies, being aware of what to do. For example, you can just go every turn, all right, I shoot my big gun. Next turn I reload my big gun. Next turn I shoot my big gun. That's fine. It applies to various skill levels because each of the mecha you can choose have variety of difficulties. There are weaker, easier to pilot ones. There are strong ones that require a lot of finesse. There are hacking mecha that require a lot of technological awareness, a lot of situational awareness, right? Not technological, situational awareness, so on and so forth. There's every subtype of mecha there is.
What makes the combat so particularly smooth in a mechanical sense?
It's crisp. Basically, either on your turn you have one full action and one move. You can split that full action into two half actions if you want to do two smaller actions. And that's your action economy. That's it.
That ends up, just...
Everything's balanced around that. It's so crisp, Jay. It's so crisp.
The concept of economy in games, whether it be action economy or just skill economy, I agree. That's the cornerstone of
that's the case.
Player experience and the source of all complexity. Because it is the question of how many different things can you do and what is the accounting or lack thereof that you need to do in order to take those actions. And in 5e, you have, fortunately, just your full action, your bonus action, and your move. And
that's the thing, the bonus actions are bad. They're genuinely bad design. I believe in that.
I have a love-hate relationship with bonus actions.
Players do not intuitively understand bonus actions.
I very much
There's a way they could have been written that would have been good, but they were not written that way.
Yes, that's the distinction for me. That I think bonus actions serve a good purpose and that having them is important, but I agree that they are not intuitive.
They are very poorly implemented.
Yes.
And people pause bonus action, oh, do I get another action? Can I do this for anything else? Bonus action by itself is poor nomenclature. It's a bad name.
That might be the crux of it. Just
you have it.
The naming, because it is the naming of the mechanic that leads to the misconception.
For example, say we could have said, I don't know, once per turn action, unique action, or niche action, whatever. Something that does not imply the same as a normal action, right? It might have worked out better. It would have been easier.
Or perhaps major and minor action.
Certainly, but minor action could imply that you could use it for other things, right?
True.
So you would have to design it, but it was not designed well as it is. At any rate, Lancer does away with that. It's just, you have a full actions or two smaller half actions.
Yeah, it just streamlines it.
Not only that, you can change your mech's loadout between missions, which allows you to re-gear how your mech is set up.
Oh, just the ability to fully respec, basically.
You have it. It's not fully respec, it's partial respec. You can change your equipment from a pool of stock equipment that you can all equip. And then you have specialized equipment depending on what mech you specialize in. So everyone's using a mix of stock, swords, guns, and whatever unique equipment they have. And the unique equipment is not always 100% better. They tend to be side grades or situational upgrades.
Yeah, that they're specifically designed for a
You have
thing,
it.
but they might not actually be just, okay,
That's
I
the
have a
case.
unique thing, default, I always take this into battle as opposed to just...
That's the
stock weapon.
case. So this game has incredible nuance in that a lot of the thinking is done pre-combat, and once you're in combat, it's easy enough. But if you're good, if you're really good, you can crush the enemy.
So how... I've heard the name Massive Press, which is the company that publishes
You have it.
Lancer before. You mentioned that the base book is free, and you said that it charges for the DM side, was
Yes,
it?
only the DM has to pay, if they want to pay. And the DM is paying for enemies, basically. Free enemies. Or rather, not free enemies. Monster manual is what they're paying for, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Which is reasonable.
that-
That's a good
Yeah.
extra purchase.
But there is still just a baseline monster manual that you were able to use for free.
No,
even
there's
as
no
DM.
monster manual in the base book. However, what you can do is easily just use the mechs already in the book as enemies.
Oh, okay. Yep, there you go.
You see that? You can use player mech as enemies very trivially.
Okay, that ends up being a pretty big difference because I suppose that is technically possible in Dungeons and Dragons. It's just not something
You
that people
need the
really
monster
do.
manual. You need
Yeah.
it.
And part of
And
that
again-
probably comes down to, since characters sound like they're particularly easy to design, that
You have it.
having that option as the baseline type of enemy to make without having to buy a
Not,
monster manual.
it's genius, Jay. You don't understand how genius this is. At level 0, you all start with the same mecha. You all start with the same mech, the Everest, which is an all-rounder mech that's good at most things, but not good at any specific thing. And what differentiates you from other Everests is what you equip on your Everest.
And just having that baseline that
Yes.
you keep talking about accessibility and early
Yes.
analysis paralysis, and taking that choice away and saying, okay,
They just
here
take the
is
choice
your
where they go,
stock
here is
model,
your tutorial mecha.
Yep.
Use it if you want.
and that you get a little bit of modularity because you do still
That's the
want
case.
players I think
Different
very-
weapons, different
Mhm.
traits, different whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then, when you level up, you get to choose a specialty mecha that suits your playstyle. And you know your playstyle because you did the tutorial
Because
mecha.
you did, because you've already used the
You
baseline.
see how good, you see why I talk about this as the best TRPG. That is playable right now. It is on another level.
And that even goes beyond that. We had discussed the hypothetical solution for D&D of having more
Love it.
stock characters. But
Having
at that
people,
point,
but
you
here,
still...
they don't even do that. They go, here is your level 0 mecha, your base unit, you're a peasant, figure it out.
Yeah, and that it reduces the number of choices so much more in a way that
Here's the
is
sick
good
thing.
for that moment.
Here's the sick thing, Jay. That mecha is viable to end game. If you never want to swap off your tutorial mech, you can keep it.
That you can just keep upgrading it and it will remain
You have
viable.
it. You can change the parts up as you go, the entire game.
I appreciate that in design, that whenever you have a base weapon or
You have it.
base model that, if invested in, can still be viable through endgame, that you're not
It's not just
required-
viable, it's good.
Beautiful. That's just it's rarer than I would like it to be. That there
You have
are
it.
some games that do that, but just very
It's
naturally.
almost non-existent.
Yeah, then usually it is okay. Once you get your second weapon, you're inherently going to get rid of your first one because the first one is
You have
all
it.
terrible.
But in Lancer, there's no, loot-based progression. It's all skill-based progression. The players get better. Their megas get better. The pilots get better. It's not, here's my +1 arm that I can equip to get stronger here. It's, you have acquired a tentacle arm that can do tentacle things, but it's not as strong as your normal arm, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and that you're always making those trade-offs.
You have it. And so the optimal mecha in this game is a Ferrari, basically. It requires insane amounts of skill to handle. And if you can handle it, you'll never lose. You'll kill everything. but you fall apart instantly if you get hit. You go.
Glass cannon.
It's a Ferrari. It's an F1 car. I adore that sort of thing.
Yeah, and just that it takes skill to use. That
You have it.
you can give a new player this
They
insanely
would not be
powerful
able to
thing.
pilot it well. They'd blow up.
Whereas if you give a new player in D&D a level 20 character to use, that they can just say, I cast
Doesn't matter.
Fireball, and that they will, in fact, kill everything in their path.
You have it. In this game, it's dependent on player skill more than anything else.
Now, what
And I
are
find that
those skills
incredible.
that you end up having to actually hone?
So, those skills that you have to hone, aside from the in-game things, first of all, your pilot gets stronger over time. They get the ability to move their mecha in ways that they could not prior. That's the actual upward progression. Your pilot gets better, not your mecha.
Okay, and that means that you don't need to actually spend everything upgrading.
You have points on your mecha. You can swap mecha and your pilot will still apply their abilities to it. For example, they have the ability Ace, which allows them to fly. They have thrusters on their mecha that they install. They apply that to every mecha they ride.
Okay, so this is all making me say, I don't know if you enjoy Pokemon at all, but there's some very significant similarities here to the Pokemon tabletop RPG I was referencing earlier.
I do know competitive Pokemon.
Wait, you said you do?
Yes, competitive Pokemon, actual gameplay Pokemon.
Oh, wow.
That's the Pokemon
Okay,
RPG.
yeah, in that case, you're overqualified there. That obviously this is going to be very different from the video games, but if Pokemon interests you, that the skills you get as a trainer can make significant differences in the Pokemon that you train.
You have it.
You can choose to be an ace trainer of a certain type, and that you'll get bonuses to that type.
To Ghost Pokemon, to Lightning Pokemon. I get you.
Yeah, that basically all the gym leaders are usually going to be aces, but you can also be a capture specialist, and if your goal as a
or a Pokemon breeder or whatever, I imagine, right?
Yep, and that I was a capture specialist. That my character's goal was certainly to survive in the wilderness and make sure that I wasn't going to die, but I wasn't taking a gym league challenge. So catching was really important to me, and that I was able to craft Pokeballs for specific types.
You meant apricot crafting.
Basically, that add a little bit more complexity there.
I get you.
But it was those types of skills, and that's what I offered to the party. That I was able to not only have an easier time catching Pokemon if I myself threw the ball, but also I could make it so if I'm able to get these certain parts, that I'm able to save the party money so they can then spend that on other things that then still benefit me because they're protecting me because I'm a little bit here. Because I'm not, the brawler, but that in that case, in that sense, the trainer is the pilot, and that you're putting more stats into the trainer,
into the pilot
than the weapons, than Pokemon. That the Pokemon still do grow in level, but that
the pilot matters the most.
Exactly.
But for example, say your pilot's a hacker, right? You can focus your entire build around hacking and not even dealing any direct damage. You could hack into enemies, make them move against their will, give them crowd control abilities, so on and so forth. It rocks.
Oh, that sounds really fun.
Not only that, this game has 2 HP bars. One is hull, which is your physical integrity. It's just normal HP, right?
Yeah.
The other is heat, how hard your mecha is running.
Oh, engine.
And you can redline your mecha to perform better, to perform more in the moments. You can put your foot on the gas if you want. And so there's always this element of risk, calculation, every turn you take. It's so fun.
The classic overdrive proposition of, okay,
you have it.
You can surpass the limiter for a very short time, but then
and
you're going to be a sitting duck.
There are mecha just for that playstyle, just for daredevils. There are mecha that are stronger the closer you are to burning out.
Oh, that's fun design space.
It applies to almost every single taste in mecha is here in Lancer. And they're done in very straightforward, easy to understand ways.
I'm going to have to potentially bring this up to...
Just give it a free read. Give it a free read. It's free. It's cheap. It's easy. It's literally free. It's right there.
Okay, yeah.
Now, here's the sick thing, right?
Because we're getting close to the end of one of the campaigns that I'm currently in, so I might float
Try
this
it next time. Try it. Now, here's the thing. When you level up, right, you level up your license level, not your character level, not your mecha level. It's license level, right? So you're licensed for more parts. You're allowed to access more parts, right? You choose one of the mechas from the great library of mecha. and they give you their parts. License level 1 in a mecha gives you their parts. License level 2 gives you their frame, gives you the actual mecha itself. Then license level 3 gives you their signature part, whatever their strongest parts are. So you can invest more or less into various mecha. For example, if you felt like it, and I'll say for example just one more time there because it is for example. If you felt like it, you could just invest in various mechas. So you have a wide variety of options to choose from. You can swap your mech every mission.
Yeah, that you can go for min-maxing in terms of
You have it.
very specific skills and situations, or you can go for a
or
wider
you can go
array.
big gun, big gun, big gun, big gun. All 3 license levels in the one with a nuke. All 3 license levels in the one with a sniper rifle, so on and so forth. There's so much customizability, but it's easy to get into. It's trivial to get into.
And that it does sound very easy also just to make these choices, that in D&D,
You have it.
multi-classing is a chore. Oh my
Multi-classing
goodness.
is only for experts. If you're not an expert,
Yeah,
don't
don't even try.
multi-class. It's not worth your time.
Too complex. That, I think, that alone is one of the most
Not
impressive
only
things
that.
you told me so far about this system.
Not only that, the game has inbuilt respec. You're allowed to respec not your entire character, but parts of it every time you level up.
That's really cool. And that, I think, actually, in not even really a subtle way, frankly, is one of the best things, I think, for accessibility to a game.
You have it.
One of the scariest
Just don't make people
things-
commit too hard.
One of the scariest things.
Lower choice paralysis. Go on.
Yeah, no, you hit the exact term I was going to get to, of analysis paralysis, choice paralysis. That as a character, one of the scariest things is making your character. Because what if I change my mind? What if I'm making?
But
It feels like we're making a
They
commitment.
take that away from you. They go, here is your level 0 tutorial mega. Here's your level 0 tutorial equipment. Pick whatever the hell you want. Figure it out later.
And just not only allowing that deferred choice, but also the fact that you said there's a couple things that you can't completely respect, but that within a certain level of feasibility, that the decisions you make are not entirely binding.
They're not permanent. They're semi-permanent. It takes effort to change them, but you can change them over time.
Yeah, whereas, in D&D, you can't
You have
unlevel.
chosen your career path.
Those
You will be a bachelor of the sciences forever.
That the only way to get into more things is to get more levels, but you're going to have to start at level 1 for that new class if you're going to do a multi-class. And if you're already multi-classing and want to do a third, well, you can do that, but you're never going to actually be able to get it to viability. You're not going to do anything at that point.
Viability requires very specific calculations. I have done treatises. I've written long documents on multiclassing before, on optimal multiclassing. I can't share them, obviously. My name is on them.
Of course.
But I am very, very, very fond of optimization. And this game, the gap between the most average unit and a strong unit, the optimal unit, the Ferrari I talked about earlier, it's only about 30%.
Oh, wow. And you were talking
earlier. Which is not much.
No.
That's not much at all.
You were saying earlier that you think that everything should be within 50%.
50%. It's only 30, 35%, give or take, performance-wise.
Now, how do you calculate performance in a system that is so broad?
Oh, you calculate optimal DPS, or DPR in this case, the damage per round. Calculate optimal damage per round, compare their relative defenses, compare their speed, compare their niche abilities, their impact on the enemy, basically. So what I do for any game that I start studying, I graph out the relative impact of the optimal builds, and then the average build as well, just so I have a baseline. And that way I can easily match what the impacts are, of maximized builds and average builds.
Yeah, so you really do enjoy
it's a sabermetric sort of thing, if you know what sabermetrics is.
Yes. Oh, goodness. Oh, I haven't thought about sabermetrics in a while. For those who aren't familiar with it, the TLDR sabermetrics is the concept of optimization in metrics.
You have it.
Now,
usually as applied to sports, but it applies to everything, really.
Do you have a favorite build in Lancer? Just you personally, not even talking about optimization that...
Yes, I call it the Don Quixote builds.
Oh.
There is a build, or there's a mecha that's shaped like Big Dog, right? And this is the only mecha in the game that gives you the part that allows other mecha to ride you.
Oh my goodness.
And so, I just play a horse with a lance that pushes away enemies that try to approach my rider. which allows my rider to spec purely into range without worrying about getting hit in melee.
Oh, that's fun. And then, yeah, because then you're basically just a turret system.
You have it. And I can use my support skills as a horse. I can heal my rider, I can heal my nearby allies, so on and so forth.
Okay. So
that's the thing, though. That horse part, you can equip it to other mecha. If you acquire the part from this mecha.
Ooh, okay. And I'm guessing that this is, I assume, a level 3 item.
It's a level 2 build, actually. It's quite easy to get into the horse part.
Because you mentioned that level 3 was where they got the.
So on the level 3 ability, they get a very strong, they get a signature item. They get, I believe, a heat knife, which is very high damage that just burns enemies right through. But that is not really integral to the build. It's a special bonus item that's really fun to have, but not required.
Yeah, I was going to say that, sure, high DPS, that's nice, but the mere concept of being able to have a mount system feels much more inherently
and that's part of the integral part. That's why they put it at license level 2. Most integral abilities will be at license level 2. Then there's special, like, ultimate abilities will be license level 3.
Okay, that's interesting.
For example, my Ferrari mecha, or rather the Ferrari mecha that I referenced, at license level 2, it has the best missile launcher in the game, easily. And that's the cornerstone of using it. It's an expensive item to use. It's hard to put on every build, but it's the best missiles in the game, if you're willing to pay the cost.
That is a
level 3 has a nuke
design choice. I respect putting the really impactful part, not necessarily the powerful part, but the impactful part at level 2, yes. Deliberately.
Then if you want the really cool thing, for example, an exploding fist or a nuke or giant missiles or a missile silo or able to hack in a way that alters reality, they put it all the way at the end, just in case you want to get it.
Mm. But the fact that you have the playability at 2,
the playability is at level 2 already.
That is a very smart design choice.
Again, these people get game design. They're geniuses. They are the best in the market right now.
How did you end up finding them? There are a lot out there right now.
There are, yes. So the artist for this and one of the developers is the author of the webcomic Kill 6 Billion Demons.
I've never heard of it, but it sounds cool.
It's a story, it's an isekai story, technically, about a woman who just gets dragged into hell and has to figure her way out there.
I'm looking this up right now. Kill 6 Billion Demons.
Yes, Kill 6 Billion Demons. You'd love it, I feel. The art style is unlike anything else.
Breaker of Infinites.
You have it, Breaker of Infinites, that one.
Okay, yeah, I'm already seeing the artistic similarities here. Okay,
but look at how grimy, look at how fleshy it is. Look at how wrinkly it is. It's such a real style.
It looks like really classic comics.
You have it. Heavily recommended. Tons of pages of it. But they're also great at game design, and this is what the fruit of their work is. Currently, they've also made 2 other games. One released, one still in progress. ARKHAND, which is a fantasy game. You might be interested in that one.
Now, what makes that one?
And then Gone, which is a Wild West game.
Now, one of the campaigns that I'm in right now is a Weird West one. That's been a fun one.
Gone is very good at a glance of it. I'm very fond of it from what I've seen. Lancer is still their best work, mind you, but that's part of because the framework of mech is so good for TRPG.
It's interesting because I've never played a mech TRPG before, but at the same time, I can see how it would lend itself to that type of system, and especially having gone all through this and talking about the difference between the pilot versus the mech, the duality there.
The separation adds so much.
Mm-hmm. For you as a game designer, obviously,
yes,
we cannot talk about the specific things.
Yes, my prior game design, but I'm willing to talk about the vague details of it. Go on.
What do you pride yourself on as a game designer?
So I pride myself on meaningful choices. I don't put too many choices in my game. Usually it's dodge, move, or attack. But my games have caused anxiety attacks before because of how heavy the choices were.
Oh my
how
goodness.
Terrifying they were. One time I went, I believe, 8 hours on a final boss fight. And it was not 8 hours long because the boss fight was designed to be that long. It was designed to be 2 or 3 hours. It was because the players had to stop and take anxiety breaks. Go, we need to calm down for a moment. We're getting tense here.
Oh my goodness. Now,
as well as that, I pride myself on, how do I say this, high density within a low page count. I don't write games over 20 pages for the most part. I don't believe in that.
What do you put in those 20 pages while preventing things from spiraling further? What choices do you make?
Very minimal amount of lore, almost none. I'll write maybe one paragraph of setting of what I'm intending to use this for. Then I just have the core system, which is usually very simple. Your class choices, whatever sort of track you want to take, whatever sort of basic thing you want to take. Usually what I do is an ability-based system. That is, say that you have a sword, right? So you're wielding a sword, you have the sword abilities, that's it. You get slash, you get dashing attack, you get parry, automatically just by having a sword. So your abilities are decided by what gear you're equipping.
Mm-hmm.
Get it?
Yeah, that's similar then to Lancer in that sense.
You have it. I usually have class skills, which are your character's personal skills, then equipment skills, which are whatever you're equipping. And they form to make whatever character you're trying to put together. Much easier that way.
Do you usually...
Usually, I don't have social rules. I don't care for that. Usually just people... It's better to just roleplay for the most part. Social rules usually get in the way. Role diplomacy, role manipulation, I think that they are a pain, usually.
I have a love-hate relationship with those types of stats for sure.
So, one, they can be beneficial to people who are not good at talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, two, the DM should be willing to make the best possible interpretation of what a character's saying, anyway.
Yes, and that it should be the type of thing that if you're able to make a sound and logical argument,
you have it.
Just as
you should not have to roll for it. There's no roll there.
That in the cases that I see it, it is sometimes equal parts, one, like you mentioned, allowing for someone who might not be as naturally eloquent to have a chance to play those types of characters. Because naturally, people want to roleplay as things that they aren't necessarily good at in real life.
For example, not every person playing D&D, I'd say most of them, can fight. I can fight. You tell me to do what my character does. You know what? Why not? Yeah.
But then also...
Maybe not at a level 20 fighter level. Let's say level 5 fighter. Let's limit it there, all right? But otherwise, I can fight.
But also it can prevent people like me who talk a lot and can be pretty good in arguments and debates and just general persuasion from just running away with things and being able to invest in all these other stats and then still being overpowered and being able to command all these other
First off, I normally don't have charisma to begin with. I normally only have people buy combat stats. If I'm going to have someone buy an ability to talk, I'll say, do you want to buy the talk ability? Do you want to buy the ability that makes you good at talking? That's it. Make it easier for them.
Now, when you build a talk ability, how broadly do you write that?
I'll just say you're better at talking. That's it. You may roll extra dice when you talk. That's it. If there's no dice involved, it's only role-playing, right? People are willing to treat you more favorably, regardless of what you say, for example.
I feel like...
I don't like that sort of thing most of the time, but usually just a ability that goes charisma is enough.
I feel like as a player,
and allows for a baseline discussion.
I'd be naturally inclined to just always get that skill, though. That
sure,
why would
if you
I
want
not
to, is that your character?
We discussed that language and conversation is effectively universal.
Yes.
And to have a leg up on that, unless it is an obscenely expensive skill, why would I just not want that on every single build?
Say that it's mostly a dungeoneering campaign. It's mostly it's not talking focused whatsoever, so you're not bartering with people in town. And people value things differently, for example, right? The existence of a charisma skill does not make not having charisma impossible. You get it? So say you don't have charisma, then you bought, I don't know, swordsmanship. You can wield swords better. You have traded off having the automatic benefit of charisma for swinging a sword better. And this might be more applicable to you, but that might be worth the trade-off.
I suppose that makes sense, and especially if you have a
You see
particular
that?
campaign
And the
where
people that want charisma will level charisma anyway.
Mhm.
You get it, right?
Yeah. I think I'd still
So-
probably default, but that's just me. But I
Reasonable.
can see how it
By
is.
laying it out in front of them
Yeah.
simply like that, you get to make that easy choice. You get to go, wait, I want to be good at this. There, I take charisma. Bam.
Yeah, and that means that I don't need to necessarily invest in
You don't have to build in it. You don't have to go, I have to buy these 3 charisma things. I have to buy this charisma ability, these random features. I'm good at talking. Enjoy. Have
Yes.
fun. Or, for example, the way I've admitted it before, right, is conversational common sense. Not the name of the ability itself, but similar to that, where I will suggest ways that you could appeal to this character automatically, if you ask. Right? Think about how useful that is for beginners.
for sure. Just having not necessarily the easy out.
No, but having routes automatically set out for you.
Yes.
You're like, oh, this person looks sort of uneasy. They might be calmed down if you put your sword away. Like that, right?
Yeah, giving them the visual novel option.
And that's something I've done before. I've given conversational common sense as an ability in games I've written.
I've never heard of that particular implementation for conversation. That's really interesting.
Right? So I focus on accessibility and meaningful choice. That's what I care about. Everything else is secondary.
Do you have any favorite?
Also, third thing, my games have to feel like games. I don't like just roleplay. I don't like rules-like games at all.
That it needs to actually feel.
There needs to be actual gameplay to it. There has to be combat. There has to be... If it's conversational, the conversation has to be fun to play. I don't want to write a book where you're just rolling dice going, oh, it was high, I succeed. Oh, it was low, I don't succeed.
Yeah, you don't want to
That's
put
nothing.
too much power into the dice while
You have
still
it.
having.
Abilities have to exist.
Mhm.
That's why I love non-dice abilities like that one, like common sense, like conversational sense.
Do you have any favorite instances of where you created an ability or a mechanic and a player just used it in a way that you never imagined when you were designing it, but when they did it, you were like, yeah, this works.
So I would consider that a personal failure. If I was so, how do I say, short-sighted that I did not see that use case. I have not once, in about 12, 13 years of TRPG writing, written an ability where someone used it in a way I did not want them to.
That's interesting.
Which I'm very proud of.
In some ways, I would almost think, is writing an ability and having someone use it in a way you didn't imagine a success? Because that means that you have written something mechanically that is so flexible that it is creating new character options and ways of play that you hadn't even envisioned.
People might pause it that way, but not from my standards. I would consider that short foresight for me, lacking ability to see that deep. And also, it would mean I designed the ability too widely.
Okay.
It would mean I designed it in a way that it did not serve its intended purpose in a focused way. I don't mind abilities having side uses. That's perfectly fine. But usually I take those into account when I make it.
Then I'll reposition the question. Have
Go
you
for
had
it.
an instance of creating an ability where you were aware of a side instance and hoped that someone would find the side instance and they did?
Oh, all the time, very constantly.
Any favorites among those?
Well, let's not go too deep into it, but one that I wrote relatively recently, about 3 or 4 years ago, was attacks from beyond 30 feet of you have disadvantage against you. Because there was a very melee-focused, melee-forced D&D 5e class, subclass rather, and so it had to have anti-range, but within 30 feet of you is such a fun range, right? Most fights do take place within that.
Yeah.
And so I figured out in advance that it was a very good ability for running away. Because if you ran away, it would be impossible for them to get advantage on you. To get a clean hit on you. And so it was meant for closing the gap as a melee character, but I decided, wait, I hope people use this to run away. And of course they did. It was very useful.
Using
They
it
survived a party
defensively
wipe because of this.
as opposed to offensively.
You have it. And it's the sort of thing that I calculate in advance. I go, well, how would I optimize this? When I write something, I go, how would I optimize this? How would I break this immediately?
Yeah, I feel like that is required mentality for game design of you
Many
need
game
to,
designers don't do that.
Yeah, that, and you can tell when
You can
people haven't, of
tell.
just because you need to assume there's always going to be the min maxers. There's always going to be the folks that look to break it, and that's okay.
You have it.
That's a legitimate play style. That's how
Perfectly
some
fine,
people have
but
that fun, and you can
you
do
have to
that.
beat them to the punch. You have to limit the viability of certain things, even if you know they're strong.
Yes, that you need to make sure that there is still the avenue for those folks to find something that is very, very strong, something
You
that
have
is
it.
probably stronger than what would otherwise be average in the game, to let them have that win, but
If they
also
want it.
to build in the safeguard that if somebody ends up with that, whether it be just stumbling into it or deliberate, that the entire game isn't upended because now nothing
Right,
matters.
doesn't
and
fall
they're
apart
just
because the
moving
scope
through.
is so wide that they become a god, which we
Yes.
don't really want. Now, here's the thing. That ties into the reason I stopped writing D&D work. They started releasing subclasses en masse and with incredible power creep. And so, my very careful writing, my writing which was written very precisely with a standard of quality, with a standard of power that matched the current writing, no longer mattered.
Yeah, it got
My
undermined.
writing quality was a useless luxury.
It makes sense of just you designed it to be
have
within
it.
those things, and that, like I said, power creep. That is
And the publishers
bane
went, no,
of
actually,
games everywhere.
things are stronger now. Things are just better now.
Mm-hmm.
All of the things you've written, they will not be chosen because they're not strong.
Power creep is unfortunately a nigh unavoidable sin.
That's the thing, Jay. That's the thing.
I do think it is.
They
avoidable,
avoided power creep for so long in 5e. For so long. You know why?
Why?
They would only release 1 or 2 subclasses per book, and they would be vetted extensively.
Mm-hmm.
They would be written to be weaker than usual as well.
Yeah, that if anything, they erred on the side of caution because they did not want it spiraling.
For example, one of the early overpowered quote-unquote subclasses is Bladesinger. You know Bladesinger?
Yes.
But Bladesinger is locked by being elf or half-elf by rule. And so you have to tend to have an inoptimal build if you want to play a Bladesinger. By rule. If you want to break that, of course, it's perfectly fine. But they did build in a safeguard for it. They knew it was strong. They tried to work around it. It was good. It was one of the strongest wizard classes ever released. It was tier 1. One of the best wizards. Not even the strongest one, though, is the thing. But then, in Xanathar's Cauldron of Everything, if you remember that book, 22 subclasses, 1 book.
Yeah. I never read through the entire book. I remember I have a friend who gets most of the books and loves getting into the nitty-gritty, and they are the ones that are going to try and break things. And I remember they had a field day with that book.
Not only that, that was the start of the end. I was willing to still write despite that, because those were relatively... They weren't that bad. There were 4 broken classes in that one. But the other 18 were decent. They were within acceptable range, right? Next, they just start doing that over and over and over again because they want to make money. They release 5, 6, another 22 classes in Tata's Cauldron of Everything, or rather Tata's Book of Everything, which is even more busted.
Power creep is very profitable.
Because of, and again, Wizards' new direction, as we described earlier. Hasbro put Wizards under new leadership. They went, money, 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 money. Print new books now.
Yep, that they saw that it was doing very well. And they said, okay, so, well, we should do more of this.
Cash in, let's go.
And that, we don't know the exact circumstances, that it could be because they are just churning things out at a higher clip, that they aren't able to vet things as thoroughly.
So part of it is that D&D is one of the most profitable parts of Wizards by a wide margin.
That
it makes so much money for almost no production cost.
That Wizards of the Coast, as a business segment of Hasbro, is their most profitable segment by magnitude.
Not even close.
It is astounding.
Because of Magic the Gathering and D&D.
The 2 pillars.
And you know what's happening with Magic the Gathering as well, right? They are just diluting the brand incredibly badly. Tons of crossover cards.
I'm much
30th anniversary proxy box.
I'm much more familiar with Magic the Gathering than I am with D&D. And to be fair, I'm pretty familiar with D&D, but I actively play Magic the Gathering. Oh, and this is one of the other things. Not at this moment, but you and I have a very specific similarity as Magic players that I don't get
Serious.
to talk about all the time. You and I are both nearly exclusive drafters.
You have it. I only play PR or draft or sealed.
Yep, that's exactly what I do.
It's the most fun, right? Because
Yeah.
it's a closed format. No excess expenditure of money. It's so fun.
Yep, funny that you mentioned the expenditure of money, because that's something that I bring up and not a lot of people realize it. Say, oh, it's so expensive. My whole MO is I don't have a collection. I draft, and then I sell back the cards.
Same here. Even at a loss, you had a great night. You had a wonderful night of playing.
It ends up being cheaper than a movie ticket for more hours of entertainment.
It's so fun. I enjoy drafts so much.
The puzzle before the game is so good, and then you get the good.
That's why I like Lancer as well, by the way. Puzzle before the game.
Yep, that's a good
Choose
point.
equipment before the game. It's good. It's good.
Yes.
But yes, Magic drafts.
And
I usually play very fast. I play red, white in most drafts. Obviously, whatever's the strongest. But I'm very, very quickly done before everyone else. So I go to get a snack while I'm waiting for everyone.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the type that I will always go in pretty open. That sometimes in formats that if you know
whatever bombs
the
you get,
format,
right?
sometimes all right, in this format, blue is really weak and red is really strong. So maybe bias a little bit in that way, but at the same time, if green-black is around, that it's still super viable. And if that's what is coming to my seat, I'm not going to force red and I'll just take the green-black. But if I see a lot of blue and I know it's bad in this format, that I might still hedge away from it anyways.
So for me, in draft sealed, I very much focus on mid-range decks because I want to kill them for bad draws, which are very possible in draft and sealed compared to normal, standard or modern.
Yeah, and fortunately...
So whenever someone whiffs, I never want to lose a game where they whiff. I want to always guarantee a conversion on that.
Unfortunately, the number of non-games in Magic has decreased because they improved the Mulligan rule twice over in the past several years, which I do appreciate. I'm
fond of that, actually.
Yes, very, very happy with the Mulligan rules. That, for those who don't know all the jargon we're getting into, it used to be you draw 7 cards, and if you just have a bad hand, no land or all land, that you would discard and then draw 6. And then they did another iteration where you would draw 7, and if you were going to keep that, you would then you drew 6, and if you were going to keep that, you could then do what is called a scry, that you can look at the top card of your deck and choose to keep it on the top or move it to the bottom. And
which wasn't bad, but didn't really solve the issue of economy.
It was an improvement, but the latest iteration, which they have had now for 3-4 years, which I think has been the perfect balance, is you always draw 7, but you then put a card on the bottom of your deck for each time that you mulliganed. So getting that access to a total of 7 cards and being able to craft your hand while still taking a considerable penalty, but having the viability, because once you get to 5 cards, drawing lands that if you don't draw lands, you don't know, all right, is this good or bad anymore? And it ends up making what is already a bad experience feel even worse and just be more statistically likely to result in a non-game.
Love it. And so we just dodge that now, which I think is wonderful.
But at the same time, the concept of Flood and Screw is a feature, not a bug, per Richard Garfield, that he wanted there to be that chance for a low-skill player to always have a non-zero chance against a high-skill player.
Which I respect. I do still enjoy that, but obviously competitive Magic players will whine about it because they're not low-skill players.
The other reason that I love draft and sealed and do not enjoy constructed is I just hate playing against control.
I don't mind that much because I play aggro or mid-range, so usually it's I kill them or they kill me, whatever happens, happens.
I borrowed a friend's standard deck for a tournament. He was already using a quirky deck, so I got to do fun and silly things. But I got paired against a control player for one of the rounds, and just I never started a turn with a card on the battlefield that wasn't land.
Incredible.
And it was just because it was always counter or all right, my turn, removal spell, and then Torrential Gearhulk. And that was one of the worst experiences.
You were playing that format. My sympathy.
Yeah.
We love Torrential Gearhulk. We love Torrential Gearhulk flashing. It's even better, right?
Yeah, it was red-blue control, and it was
so bad. Izzy's control was rough, but it got even worse after that, actually.
Yeah, and I like watching Constructed. I enjoy watching two control decks and two people who are good at piloting control decks go against each other.
But playing against them is agonizing, right?
Yes.
That's why I play aggro. So if I fail to win immediately, then I can quit. I scoop. You got me.
Yep.
I don't have to suffer through this.
We know where this is going. We're done here.
Play next game.
Next game.
But for me, I just love game design in general. I've designed card games before as well, which has been fun.
Ooh.
Just casual card games. I've not designed any big card games, but it's fun to make games.
For sure. When it comes to card games, are there any mechanics that you actively do or don't enjoy? Something that when you're making or even just having fun concepting games that you like having this or say, oh, I never want
well,
this.
Well, to explain something first, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! So that should explain everything to you.
Oh dear. I have thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh! But I want to do
Let's hear them. What are your thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh? What do you think?
So I grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, okay. I bought Legend of Blue Eyes packs.
Ooh, same here.
I mostly played just tabletop with friends growing up. I didn't get into even local level tournaments until the GX era. And
all right,
that was enough for me. And seeing where things have gone past that, I'm just fine with where I am of not playing. I'm not going to rag on the game.
No, I get you.
There's too much tutoring, and there is too much. The amount of things that you have to play out, and the length of turns and combos, and the raw speed of the game, I do not find particularly enjoyable. Now, if that's to your taste, that's great. I think that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a very important place in the TCG landscape, and I'm glad it exists. It is not my cup of tea.
Reasonable. Now, here's the thing, Jay, and what I find incredible about Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? You know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an eternal format, similar to Magic's eternal format, right?
Mm-hmm. That you can use stuff from way, way, way back.
Yes, from way, 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 way back. The thing is, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Has specific formats, and in one in particular, where they lock into a specific balance from a specific time period. So cards after this time, they don't exist.
Yeah.
And that format is the most fun format of Yu-Gi-Oh! By a wide margin. It's so fun.
Isn't that the one they call the GOAT format?
It's Edison format. GOAT format is even before that.
Mm.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a non-game before the Edison format, before Synchro Summoning came about. The Yu-Gi-Oh! That you played as a child, that was not good Yu-Gi-Oh! That was barely a game, honestly.
Yeah, dual monsters, so, Gen 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! Having a bit of trouble with the model there.
Oh, I'm just moving around a bit.
The Gen 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! Was just beat sticks. It was make your beat
what the hell is happening here, Ashley? I'm dying. I'm having a seizure.
I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen to the model before.
The hell is this? Am I dying?
Oh!
Are you seeing this? I'm dying over here.
Ashton, welcome on in. Yes, zooming in. Welcome on in, everybody from Ashton Martin. Ashton was actually on the show just last week. Welcome on in, Ashton. I hope you're prepped for your 3D concert next week, or this week at this point, is going well. Welcome on in, folks. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with Kongou today. We're currently talking about some game design. We've been hopping around between TTRPGs and currently are on some card games, talking about the good, the bad, the ugly, and we're currently on Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually.
I was having a seizure just a moment ago, but I've reined it in, as you can see. So, as I was saying, yes, there are time-limited formats where the game is locked to a specific time with no new releases, and that makes it very fun, actually. Because the money to get into it is very low, relatively low. The games are fun to play. They're not quite as long as modern Yu-Gi-Oh! They're enjoyable. Before the advent of Synchro Summoning, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was not really a game. It was just whoever could accrue more advantage short-term, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big beat stick, bigger beat stick, sometimes you have a removal spell, whatever. But when Synchro Summoning was released, you could make big, meaningful boss monsters that are not drawn from your deck, which allowed you to actually put up a proper offensive defense without just pure luck. And that changed the game entirely.
Yeah.
It's the most fun part of the game.
That Gen 2 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was built around a lot of archetypes, and I like.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was not good in terms of card releases. Cyber Dragon was released, really killed the game at that point.
That one of the last decks that I played was a form of volcanic control, where that the volcanic monsters were a lot of different things that let you deal 500 damage from various sources.
Jay. They released volcanic support in the year 2023 just recently.
Oh my goodness.
They continue to release support for old archetypes.
Yeah, I do know that they have some of the old ones. Yeah. There was Dark Room of Nightmare, which added 300 damage.
Classic.
So that was really impactful on a non.
Hit him with the Just Desserts secret barrel, I imagine.
Yep. And the other one I played a fair bit of was Dark World, which is all about discarding and then.
Classic, top class deck. Still good to this day, by the way.
Yeah, that I know they had some recent support for that as well, apparently.
Love it.
I had mixed feelings about the synchros because it felt like it was just getting so powerful so fast of just, okay, I play these two small things and now I have this really big thing, and that it happened.
That's the thing though, Jay. Because they're both equal accessibility, both people would bring synchros out.
Yeah.
And so, yes, it would blow up your slower volcanic GX boards, but if you were playing a synchro-capable deck, it was fun. It was a good game.
And I guess it always sort of felt to me at that point that the amount of consistency you could get meant that both decks had their battle cruisers, they had their big boss monsters, and that it was just, all right, we each get our big things out pretty quickly, and whoever's left standing wins, and that it felt more
That's the thing, you design your deck around your battle cruiser.
But it felt like it got more prone to building and buying decks than strategy, because you knew what the combination is, and it was just going through the motions consistently to get to your end game, and that, all right, occasionally somebody bricks and you have a non-game, whatever, but that it felt like there was distinctly less strategy at that point. Maybe I'm misrepresenting here. That
partially,
I've not played.
You're not wrong, but also that's why frozen formats are so fun, because there's no more purchasing cards after that.
Yes, I do. I love that concept for design and competition of saying, all right, we have the static set card list. That's the other thing that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been quirky about, that they don't...
It's the only game that's willing to balance an eternal format. No other game even tries. They don't care.
And that while Magic the Gathering has what is called a standard rotation, where the last sets from... They've shifted actually just recently what qualifies as standard to be from like 1 to 2.5 years or something, but that it's just simply based on what is the most recent stuff, and that's naturally going to be the most accessible stuff. It's what's going to be on store shelves. It's what packs will not be super expensive because they print quite a bit nowadays. But what Yu-Gi-Oh! Does is they have rotating ban lists, and that every 3 months they are going to just tweak the format by banning or unbanning in swaths, just large numbers of cards.
You have it.
And it's a very unique method of competitive balancing that I don't know
now,
any
here's
other
the thing that Yu-Gi-Oh! Does better than Magic, which I think is incredible, which Magic should really do. It reprints cards. And reprints cards often. It reprints staples often. So
Magic reprints, but you are correct that Yu-Gi-Oh! Reprints much more.
Look, modern Magic is not really quote-unquote reprinting cards. I understand the concept behind it, but the prices on modern Magic are...
Oh, yeah.
They're grisly.
Certainly would never want to go into modern that the cards there, the decks there are going to cost in the order of thousands. And that you are right.
One of my friends, well, not really a friend, an acquaintance, let's downgrade them. One of my acquaintances in a draft got both Tarmogoyf and Liliana the Veil from Modern Masters 2. From their draft, which I have no idea. You know how much that is?
At the time of release? At the time of release, that would have probably
That was a good $500, $600
yeah.
for the two of them.
Yeah, for
4 packs.
Was either foil?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Funny enough, Tarmogoyf has had a spectacular fall from grace over the past couple of years that just...
I mean, they're just stronger options than Tarmogoyf now.
Yep, power creep.
Those goddamn kaiju really wrecked Magic the Gathering Modern.
Oh, well, the companion rule, obviously, is the single
greatest
gap.
It gets worse and worse, but I feel the kaiju really were the start of it.
That was the
mutation beast, rather.
And
Then Companion came out and it was just,
yeah.
oh, here's a free card, you can always have it. It's a commander in your non-commander deck. Have fun.
Yeah, that was the single greatest design gaffe in modern Magic history, and is the only time that they have had to errata an entire mechanic.
Bye.
Yeah, it was one of those things. Like I said, I have never actually played Constructed, but even I could feel the pain.
Conceptually, you understand how screwed up they are.
Yeah, I felt so bad, because the thing is, from a limited perspective, Ikoria was a fantastic format. That red-white cycling was a bit overpowered, yes.
You have it.
But if everyone at the table knew that was overpowered, then it was very difficult for someone to run away with that deck.
You have
because people would hedge against it.
They target them.
Yeah, but otherwise, it was actually a really diverse format with a lot of good and interesting choices because of the mutate mechanic. But in Constructed, all these things just went haywire, and like Companions almost never got used in Draft, because if you had to do it, if you wanted to do it, you had to bend over backwards to make it happen. It was a feat. It was
not
a
with
reward you
Constructed.
got.
Easy.
And that you deserved that reward at that point, but not in Constructed.
At least it's not Storm, I suppose. They're still releasing Storm cards. I'm very fond of the card Crow Storm, one of my favorite cards.
Oh, I love that. Yes, that I am a big fan of the unsets.
Right.
I have an unstable cube.
Ooh.
That unstable was just one of my favorite Draft formats, full stop. That it was...
I don't think, though, that they should release unstable because they're playable in actual Magic. I feel that's ridiculous, honestly. They're just trying to make money off it.
Yeah, the Unfinity issue. So, for those who don't know Magic the Gathering, for a while they had joke sets that always started with it was unglued, unhinged, and then unstable, and they had silver borders, and that signified
they were
that they
unplayable in actual Magic.
That they are illegal in tournament play, and that, you know, if you have a friend group that says we'll allow it, that's fine that you can do that. But with the fourth unset, Unfinity, that they said, okay, we are designing some things here.
We need money.
There had been some card designs in the previous unsets that, for all intents and purposes, could function in legal tournament Magic.
Could be playable cards, you have it, but they weren't explicitly playable cards.
But they said, you know, in this set can't be done. And that the concept at play with Unfinity was, we want to design a certain number of cards in the set that are flavorfully silly, but mechanically sound. And I can respect the concept, and I can understand the impetus of saying, we want to be able to let players play certain cards in Constructed Magic. I don't think it was an entirely financial decision. I think finance played a non-zero part of it, don't get me wrong.
Definitely part of it, for certain.
But I understand why they did that, and I think in some ways it was because they had such an ingrained precedent of these sets not being allowed, that the mere concept had people bucking against it, when in actuality, most of the cards for Constructed play purposes were underpowered, that they did the things
they
that
were
they
not
had done,
very strong.
that it, similar to the subclasses in D&D, that they had deliberately designed it so that these things wouldn't actually be disruptive, and that if you just genuinely love these cards and wanted to play them, that you would have that option to do so. But save for one card, which made a bit of a splash because it could generate a lot of mana, but even then, it hasn't been banned and doesn't need to be, because once people knew about it, that it was nothing, and that it ultimately caused no actual tangible shakeup in any Constructed format, I think proves that it's a success. Because they accomplished the goal of saying, you want to play with some silly cards? Sure, you can do that. But they also made it in the power level where it's not disrupting tournaments.
I do appreciate that portion of it, for certain.
I can understand
but how do
the
I say
pushback.
this?
I can understand the pushback.
Oh, for certain. I do wish sticker sheets were not required. I wish they had a more elegant solution for that.
Fully agree on that. I think that specifically, stickers should have just been default, not viable.
Right, they should have just been not there at all, because stickers are so silly.
That there were a couple commander cards that were neat and fun, in that there was like a saw in half one where you sacrifice a creature, make 2 tokens that are each half of the power, but they each have the ability. And it's like, okay, that's a interesting card design. I can respect that. It's something that feels just quirky enough that you wouldn't likely put it in a black border set, but I think that's a cool thing that they allowed to be black border, but stickers just by virtue of having a secondary physical requirement that isn't dice. It's not a counter.
Or a separate token card.
Yeah,
right.
that I think that if they had simply said anything with the word sticker on it is going to be Acorn, is going to be silver border, that Unfinity would have actually been
would have been no problem,
perfect.
but the sticker implementation was very poor.
Yes, that is the one big thing that I agree and say they should have done better. But that the mere concept of saying, let's have some cards in an unset be allowed, I am accepting of.
I don't mind it that much, but I think it's it comes off poorly. And I think you can agree with that in terms of,
yes,
how do I say this? In terms of a public relations sense.
The timing and relativity to other unpopular things that had much greater problems was not doing them any favors.
Was not ideal, no.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to talk about, obviously, the proxy set at this point, right?
Oh, yes. So, Magic 30.
$1,000.
Do you want to take this one, Kongou?
Certainly. So, for the 30th anniversary of Magic the Gathering, they decided to re-release proxies of the Alpha sets, which were old cards that were incredibly overpowered, incredibly pricey.
Well, a
because
small
of how
number
rare
of them
they are.
were overpowered and pricey, and then
You
a
have
whole
it.
bunch of them.
Well,
were
no, a
super
lot of the older
underpowered.
ones are still actually worth something just because they're part of the Alpha set, if they're mints.
Oh, sorry, yes.
They're
I'm
not
talking
Power
in-
9, but you know.
Yeah, that
It's like
small-
Legend of Blue Eyes mint cards.
Mhm.
But yes, what people wanted were to be able to draft the Alpha set, was to be able to draft old Magic, right? It would have been fun, it would have been such a great time. 30th anniversary draft proxies would have been a great time. The proxies were sold for $1,000 for 60 cards that you can't play.
Mm-hmm.
And they were going, oh, we're here to celebrate you. Happy anniversary, everyone.
That was the line that the community clung to and dragged Wizards rightfully through the mud. That I am, as a Magic player, relatively forgiving. Like I said, that, you know, Unfinity,
As
I
I can see, by
acknowledge
the
the
way.
good and the bad, but I looked at that and, like, I almost always participate in their customer surveys. That whenever I see them on
Rubbish.
social media saying, hey, rate this last set, that I always do those, and I put in there, I didn't post on social media, many people did, but I put in that survey, it was outright insulting what they did with that set.
Right.
To say, we are doing this for you, the fans, with $1,000 price point. No.
Imagine how good that would have been if it were cheap. If it cost.
I'd have
Even a
paid,
normal box price would have been fine, honestly.
I'd have paid a Modern Masters price for it.
Right,
Fine,
I'd pay for that.
you want to make it more expensive? Sure, fine. This is a very specialty product for a good thing, and you know, if they wanted to make their money, they could have. There would have been ways. I definitely think that in an ideal world, it should have just been standard booster box price.
You have it.
But I
I
still
mean, they're
would've-
proxies.
Yeah, that's the thing, that none of these are tournament legal, period. That, can you play them in tabletop with your friend group? Sure. But that they legally made a statement now, what is almost 25 years ago, because it was in the early days, and it is known as the reserve list, and
The
they said
reserve
that
list.
they will never again print this subset of old cards.
They
in
will
tournament
remain
legal.
valuable.
Yes. And that for a long time, they had even said, we're not going to print even proxies of them. And so it was a twofold thing of, one, that they printed proxies of these cards they'd said they would never reprint. So it was them sort of skirting the line that they had put. And then also to have it at such an egregious price point for
Right.
such a small amount, that they were trying to make it this coveted collector's thing. And I think that there was room in the 30th anniversary celebration design to have a super premium product. There is not a problem.
The thing is, they could have done something. They go, here's one of each card in the set as a proxy. They could have done any number of things that would have made it actually worthwhile. But the fact that it's not only $1,000, but randomly assorted proxies is insane.
And that is the only way to get these proxies. That if they had made standard booster box prices, let people draft this stuff. But then also we have $4,000. We have either
get this gold bordered, whatever, entire alpha sets would have been
special
wonderful.
Printing, or like, all right, if you spend $1,000, that you get all of these $1,000 sets come with a card signed by hand by Richard Garfield or something. If you want a super premium, card, like that'd be cool. I'd respect that. That's fine. But the fact that it was only this, and that there was no other real celebration.
Randomized proxies, $1,000. That's it. That's all you get. Yeah. Happy anniversary, everyone.
And the community was in full-on riot mode.
As they should be, honestly.
As they should be. Yeah, that was, like I said, it was egregious. It was really frustrating to see. And I think it is something that they are going to have held over their heads for many years to come. And
love it.
I hope that they are smart enough to not repeat that particular problem.
I mean, as I often say, companies will make things that you love, but you shouldn't trust them implicitly.
Oh, of course.
You really should hold them accountable at any given opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That a lot of people said that the real 30th anniversary product was Dominaria Remastered. Oh boy, yes. Copies and be happy the Pinkertons aren't at your door. That's the newest one. That was just.
I can't believe they sent Pinkertons for that.
Yeah. So now on this one, there was a recent set released called March of the Machines, and they had a new concept for a product, which was an epilogue set. So it was a mini set. It was just 50 cards. It was not meant to be drafted, and it was March of the Machines Aftermath, and it was twofold in design. One, to allow some lore-wise card printing that wouldn't have fit in the main set, and also, as a bit of celebration, they had reached the end of a pretty big storyline, and some cool lore things had happened, and this gave them the chance to play that out, show that, and print it without muddying up the main finale set. I can understand that as a product design. I actually think that there is space for that type of product.
I think it's not a bad idea, personally.
Yeah. The problem was,
but then,
understandably, when you have March of the Machine and March of the Machine Aftermath, these sound very similar. And some poor sap at an Amazon distribution facility accidentally shipped someone a Aftermath box when they were supposed to receive a normal box. Now, this YouTuber, I do not give them credit for being smart. That, did they deserve Pinkertons? Goodness no. But at the same time, they probably should have expected a strongly worded cease and desist letter at minimum when they then made a video showing off all these cards that were not supposed to be released for 2 months. Wizards' response, for those who don't know what Pinkertons are, that is a private security force company.
They're basically, how do I say this? They're basically mercenaries, if I had to say it. More or less. More or less, that they get called in by companies for things that are not necessarily legal matters, but that the Pinkertons as an existence are not a problem. This was a poor implementation of what they are. And it was abundantly clear that the Pinkerton employees also did not understand the scale of their assignment and how puny it was, because they're used to being brought in for pretty serious matters. Really big deals, for information leaks, for someone being lost, for abductions, for kidnappings, for really big things. So they come on very strong because that is what they are for, what they are supposed to be for. Savage, they're a blunt hammer. And so this YouTuber had paramilitary show up at his front door. Yeah. You know, a YouTuber is not really equipped to deal with that. And also, they're a YouTuber. They will be talking about this everywhere, so on and so forth. It could not have been dealt with They could have just had a wizard employee knock on the door and go, "Excuse me, I know you have the
Yeah,
cards.
they
Let me
could
ask
have
for them
sent
back."
they could have sent lawyers in suits with briefcases that
Right.
says, like, if you do not take this video down, you will be sued with the full force of Wizards of the Coast. They could have put a different type of fear in them.
I mean, any number of things, but going straight for brute force is the dumbest thing they could have possibly done.
I have to believe that that was something that was not signed off on by executives.
Someone probably knee-jerked immediately and went, "Pinkertons, go."
Yeah, that some middle manager, some, like, not even VP level, some department head saw this and, like you said, knee-jerk. We're not thinking, there's no way, I cannot believe that any executive staff, would have been briefed on this and said, yeah, let's do Pinkertons. But
it's bad enough that I believe it's on the Wikipedia page for Pinkertons as one of their most recent events.
Oh, yeah, because, well, usually you don't hear about the Pinkertons because what they do,
Rabbits.
they normally do quietly.
They're subtle.
Yeah, and that, like you said, they are usually brought in with due cause. That
Rabbits.
their things, even if blunt, should be unremarkable in, oh, yeah, of course, they called in someone to search for this missing person.
Yes, they're dangerous or whatever. But
or
in this
doing,
case,
like,
it's Magic the Gathering cards.
Yeah.
They are preventing an information leak of one box, I believe, of Magic the Machines.
Yeah, and just, they could have gone to YouTube and said, hey, this is, unreleased product, please take down video. And goodness knows, YouTube is
YouTube will serve the company every time, basically.
Yeah, that they could have had that video down in an hour. I'm sure they have a direct line to YouTube at Wizards of the Coast because they have so many content creators that they could have called that contact, had it gone, sent lawyers, sent a cease and desist, something.
Would have been in and out, but no. Break in the thing is that lawyers are the most default choice. You always default to lawyers.
That's what shocked me. I was like,
right?
Why not cease and desist? Why not, send the guys in the suits and be like, please turn over this box.
Excuse me, could we just ask for that back?
Yeah.
Well, or even just be nice about it. Go, all right, you got the wrong products. Do you mind giving it that back? Just take down your video. We'll give you free products.
Yeah, that's the other thing. They could have sweet talked their way into this. Okay, this obviously was a mistake, and it is not your fault that you were given this thing. Now, we'll
call it good.
Now, please give us this back. We will now give you, 3 cases of
whatever the hell
machines.
They want, right? It costs nothing for them.
We will give you a 30th anniversary set. There you go.
To be fair, no, that would make them mad. That would make them spin their face 100%. Nobody wants that, but yes.
There are other options. And I feel so bad for the designers at WotC because the designers are still doing amazing work. Like, the card design in Magic has been, save for the one gaffe of the companions, I'll give them a gaffe every decade, sure. By and large, their card design remains very strong. By and large,
honestly, they only get better by the year, genuinely. Yeah. So, I have issues with the marketing strategy of Magic the Gathering, but the designers, the actual game developers, they're good. They're good.
Yeah. And I feel so bad that they, inevitably, if you work for that company, they are aware of what's going on, that they're going to have that cloud over their head, and that they have to, even if it's not directed at them and they know it, they still have to have that in the periphery, and that really freaking sucks.
It's miserable. The plight of a game designer is not an easy one.
Yeah. Goodness, there was one other thing of Magic that I had, and then it poofed out of my head.
Such as it is. I often say, oh, I forgot what I was saying. I'm going senile. Then I move on. Look, I'm physically 40. I'm not that old, but sometimes your thoughts just leave your head. It happens.
And we've been going through a lot of stuff, pretty rapid fire, too.
Oh, I mean, we're not running out of topics either. We can just keep talking.
There's so much. We are actually just past the 4-hour mark, and I'm still going good if you are, Kongou.
Oh, I'm here for another however long. I don't know. Let's call it end of the hour. How about that?
Sure, we can do that. Sounds
good. So I
good.
can have lunch afterwards.
Yeah. Gosh, where do we even want to go from there? I feel like we've talked a lot about Magic the Gathering. We can talk more about that later just amongst ourselves.
I mean, I'd be pleased to talk with you whenever. You know that I'm free to DM. Also,
Oh,
play Lancer.
yes.
But, as I was saying, for me, VTubing is about challenging myself, about finding the limit of my skill. Now, what I often say when I VTube, or I talk about my skill level, is I don't think I'm better than anyone. I don't say, oh, I'm better than X or Y, I'm the best in the world, so on and so forth. I don't say that. I often say I wouldn't lose to anyone. You know what that means, Jay?
Basically, that if someone is going to challenge you, if they are going to actively question you, that you are not going to back down.
So, what I believe, or rather, what I say when I say that I would not lose to anyone, is that I could work with anyone, and it would not be a detriment to their performance. I would keep up with them. That's what I believe.
Mm.
And that's the standard that I seek to uphold, that I want to maintain.
Well, I can certainly say that after 4 hours, you're holding up your end of the bargain.
Well, I mean, this is trivial. This is so
Yeah.
much easier than doing it by yourself, and I have done this by myself.
Yeah, well, we mentioned it in passing that you did the 36 hours Atsudon, and
You have it.
did you have any sort of vocal soother, or
No, I had
anything beyond
I
water?
had cough drops. I had menthols.
I will send you my go-tos of there is a particular syrup that you can either take straight or mix into water, and
I do know about a few how to resist remedies, but also I did not want to rely too much on them. If I had to do something, I'd probably just go for what's it called? What's that specific tea called? Slippery something. Slippery elm?
I do not know. I've heard of throat coat. The one that I use most often
Yeah,
is
that's slippery elm. It's throat coach. It's the same thing.
I use Nimjam.
What is that? Do tell me.
I will send you the link. That it is, like I mentioned, just
By all means.
a syrup. It is honey, a couple different herbs. That it's just all natural stuff, and
Makes
it has
sense.
become my go-to for throat soothing. Of if I have
I
a long
believe it.
stream, or just if I have a scratchy throat and feel a cold coming on. That
So for me, during that session, I just had different techniques prepared because I wanted to show physical techniques for maintaining your condition, even when it was poor. Part of why I did not have excessive care is because I wanted to be in terrible condition, as I said. And my
Yeah.
voice being ragged is actually part of that because I get worse at talking the more ragged my voice is. It kills my pacing.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
So I thought that was fun.
Was there a particular moment in the 36 hours where you detected the difference?
It's 16 hours in.
16?
My voice can last full quality 16 hours. And the thing is, my voice is deep, and deep voices degrade far faster than higher voices. It's not even close.
Mm.
Because they vibrate the throat more, they use more of the throat folds. It's rough.
Yeah, that just the sheer vibrations, like you're saying, that there
Love
is
it.
more.
And I won't lie, my voice is very high in reverberation.
Yes. Yeah, you have a really cool voice. You have a very unique voice.
I'm glad you think so.
That not only is it that lower register, that your pacing is incredibly deliberate. And
Love it.
it goes back to the different things that we've been talking about of just being super mindful. And I'd be willing to bet that manual breathing also plays a non-zero part in it.
Absolutely. I would not be able to maintain this voice without manual breathing. It outputs far too much sound, far too much air to do if you don't breathe manually.
Yeah, that learning about that in particular has me thinking about just the way that you talk in a whole new light. And it's something that I'm not able to implement in myself here today, but it's something
But
that
you could.
that I'm going to try and find times to experiment
By all
with it.
means.
That I don't know if I don't think I would do it on a show, because if I'm bad at that, that's going to negatively impact the guest for that show.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to do that. So I'm going to try and figure out, all right, when
Practice.
is that low risk scenario where I can actually do a proper test run of manual breathing talking.
You see, that's why I enjoy challenging myself so much, putting myself in all these scenarios for entertainment like that.
Yeah, and that makes sense
Because
for
it gets
you.
to be fun to watch.
Yes.
It gets to be fun to watch. And people get to see me in a condition I'm not normally in. Because my condition during a normal 4-hour session is perfect. It's conpicuous.
Yeah, and that becomes just the content in and of itself. That's the draw of
Love
it. Of
it.
here,
It's the contrast, right?
that this is now a challenge. This is something that you know is going to be, if not uncomfortable, that it is going to be out of the ordinary, and that when you're just
Oh, I was so close to giving up during that, Jay. I
Oh,
was
really?
so close.
Was there a particular
18
moment in particular?
Halfway in 18 hours in, I went, if this was 24 hours, I'd push through. It would be no problem because it's only 6 hours left. The fact that I still have another half of this left was so despairing on my soul, so heavy on my soul. Like I was being crushed by gravity.
I've seen a lot of folks attempt and fail 24s. I've seen folks attempt and fail 12s.
The thing is that it was a 36-hour Zatsudan. If I had a game, it would be no problem. It would be trivial. It would be nothing. I could go 48 hours with a game, no problem, no stress. I would be perfectly happy. But just talking, having to come up with topics constantly, no pausing for longer than 10 seconds, it is the most rigorous sort of thing you can do.
Because just staying awake, doing nothing and staying awake for 36
Jay,
hours.
I can fall asleep standing up. That's part of the issue.
Oh, because I don't know if I've ever stayed awake for 36 hours. Actually, there's probably been a handful of times, but very few. It is generally not something that people try to do just at all, regardless of circumstance. But to try and talk for 36 hours.
Oh, it was so hard. My theoretical limit is 48 hours for a stream, not a Zatsudan. I could do 48 hours potentially, but it would really rip at my soul. The longest I've stayed awake is 72 hours, no sleep, food, or water.
Wow. Like, was that intentional?
It was intentional, yes. I wasn't in the wild.
I guess to challenge yourself.
It was to challenge myself, yes. To see what are my limits? How delusional am I at 72 hours? And so I was not experiencing hallucinations, only random colors glowing. It wasn't hallucinations. They were just visual aberrations. They're not hallucinations, come on.
Ah, yes, very different.
You know, very, very, very different things. I did not see things moving or whatever. But as I was saying, the no water part of that was the hardest part.
Oh, yeah.
I was so dehydrated by the end of it.
The human body is not meant to go that long without water. That at that point, you are fighting literal physiology.
But I managed. And then I slept for 23 hours after, which makes me mad in its own way. Not even 24. I slept for 23 hours. If I just did not get up to use the restroom, it would have been 24. Because I got up. It's not like I knew the time, and I wasn't measuring it or anything. But when I woke up and checked the time, I went, oh no. Oh no, this would have been so cool. This could have been the sickest thing ever.
It would have been so clean.
Right, it would have been so 72 hours awake, 24 hours asleep, it would have been so good.
I considered initially for my first anniversary charity marathon of doing a 24-hour stream of just the day of the anniversary. And that had been the plan for a couple months as I was approaching, because the concept of doing a anniversary charity marathon occurred to me probably 6 months into Vtuber Talk. So halfway to the year, just all right, I'm enjoying this, and I'm quite confident that I will be here come 1 year, and that I wanted to plan something. And so I started just concepting it in my head, and I mentioned it to one of my guests, and they said, I wouldn't do that. I've never seen a 24-hour stream go well. You'll be good for the first 12. It's going to be rough for 12 to 18, and that the last 6 will be painful. And I sort of had the epiphany of, oh gosh, that certainly at that point in time, that I realized for what I wanted to do, I needed to be at my best at all times.
In good condition,
so I split it into 2 12s.
Good call.
That it was still 24 hours over the course of the anniversary weekend, but it was 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Then you went to sleep. You went to sleep, then you did the other one.
And I've done that for 2 years, and I love that format, and I plan to keep it.
Perfectly sensible.
Because even past that point, I've seen so many people try and do 24s, and gosh darn it, every time that I tune in past that 18-hour mark, they're usually just watching YouTube videos
They're
because
dead, right? They
they're
can't
dead.
speak anymore. They're done.
And like that's not great content.
That's part of why my personal standard for it was so strict. Because I refuse to do that. You tuned in several times during that 36-hour one, I believe.
And
I sung at the end, by the way. I sung 3 songs at the end, just to show I was fine.
yeah, absolute madman. At the very least, yours was approached from a very specific mindset. That yours was, all right, I am doing this as a challenge. I am doing this because I know it is going to get painful at a point.
It'll be hard.
Whereas a lot of the attempts at 24s that I'd seen, some successful and some folks, like I said, just saw the damage and allowed themselves to call it, which I think is the smart move. But
absolutely. Don't hurt yourself ever.
Yeah. That they were entering into the concept of a 24-hour stream as a celebration, as a thing that they wanted to be on all the time, and that they realized a bit too late just how straining it would be. Because even if you go into it understanding, not everybody has the physical capacity to do that.
You have it. And my physical health is excellent. Among VTubers, I'd be one of the healthiest.
Yeah, that I'm sure you entered into your 36 that while you challenge yourself, I'm sure that all of your challenges are calculated.
Oh, they're well within my physical limits, yes.
That you know that if things go quote-unquote wrong, that you are not going to put yourself at risk of true physical harm.
Because, do you know Penn and Teller, by the way? The magician's Penn and Teller.
I adore Penn and Teller for many
reasons.
You
get it, right? I consider them the pinnacle of pair acts. But Penn says something that I often think about, which is that it is irresponsible to actually put yourself in danger. The viewer should be assured whatever you're doing, you're not in any actual danger.
Yes. That
which I agree with.
Yeah, Penn is historically staunch in that belief that he always says,
have it.
No matter how stupid or risky this looks like, even if that he has a nail gun trick. He has a nail gun trick. And he says, I wouldn't do this if there was any actual chance of me being harmed.
You have it.
I have such control over this that what I'm doing is not a skill issue. What I'm doing is control of circumstance to a point where it can't go wrong.
Well, the thing is, the nail gun would not pierce his hand even if he did make a mistake, theoretically.
Mm-hmm. Because
he's gone out of his way to explain that.
Just so.
You have it. But for me, for example, I did a 16-hour stream the other day. Not even planned. I just played 2 games back-to-back because I felt like it. I was perfectly fine. I was not in any mental duress whatsoever because I was playing a game. It was so easy compared to the 36 hours odds done.
Yeah, because you're not having to talk at all times.
You have it. Well, I still had a limit of pausing for 5 seconds at most. But I could let the game talk. I could let the game play for a while. I could just say very intermittent things. I could grunt. I could go, ooh, nice, or not bad. I would not have to keep a constant flow of conversation with myself.
Yes, that you had the difference there of no dead air versus no conversation.
You have it.
Now, funny enough, Penn and Teller actually do tie into my anniversary charity marathon.
Let's hear it.
Part of why they hold a very particular place in my heart. My charity marathon benefits Child's Play Charity, which is the original video game charity that they started off, and now there are many others, and I'm glad that there are others, that they raise money to get video games for children in hospitals, and they have since expanded to domestic violence shelters and other facilities. But what they do that goes above and beyond is they actually fund full-time positions for staff at these hospitals to make sure that the technology that they donated is implemented properly. And they don't do that for
talking about.
They don't do that for every single hospital that they work with because they have a network of over 200 facilities at this point all over the world. But that they fund full-time salary plus benefits for 2 years at different hospitals to be their game technology expert, because doctors and nurses are incredibly smart people. They have to go through a ton.
They are hyper-focused. They don't really care about the video games.
They need to know how to properly suture. They need to know how to do surgery.
They need to know
bedside manner. They don't need to know the difference between a PlayStation controller and an Xbox controller. But at the same time, if this stuff's being donated, it's kind of unfortunate if not Extra Life. Extra Life was one of the other companies, charities that Child's Play hears from one of the hospitals and says, yeah, this Xbox is broken. It was working for a while, and that they then find out, you were trying to use a PlayStation controller on it for 2 months. They also know, okay, if you have a child that is very stressed at this moment, that is going to be undergoing some pretty significant surgery, don't have them play Mario Kart. Don't have them play a high-intensity, high-stress game.
Don't make them raise their heart rate. It's a miserable thing.
Give them Minecraft. Give them something like Animal Crossing. On the other hand, if you have someone who is currently enduring constant pain, that they have finished their surgery and they are just hurting, give them Mario Kart. Because the high-intensity is going to distract the brain in a way that will actually make it that the brain isn't registering the pain, and that they have this guide. They make sure that folks are actually studying and just taking basic data of, all right, these are the games that are good, the ones that are popular, the ones that do and don't work, and that they provide these guides to the hospitals, even if they don't have the full-time staff there, that they provide this knowledge, at least as a baseline, to make sure that the technology and the games are used most effectively, most efficiently, as opposed to just there's a lot of charities out there, and not to say that it is bad, but it goes beyond just here's a bunch of games, and that's still good. That just if a charity is going to donate a bunch of games and not do anything more hands-on, that's still a net positive, undeniably a net positive. But that Child's Play goes that extra mile.
They do.
And this is
I was not aware of that. I'm glad to hear about it. I did not know about this.
This is a very long walk, because where Penn and Teller come in is in the 90s, there was a game called Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors for the Sega CD.
You have it. That's what Desert Bus comes from.
Desert Bus. You know Desert Bus, so that means I don't need to
I'm well aware.
I have watched since Desert Bus 6 or 7. I adore the folks at Loading Ready Run. The reason that I selected Child's Play Charity as my charity for my 1st and 2nd anniversary charity marathon, why it will continue to be that charity, is because Desert Bus has become an annual ritual for me. It is a soul-cleansing experience.
Desert Bus for Hope, everyone. Desert Bus for Hope.
It's unlike anything else, that it is just for about 7 days, these folks play Desert Bus, which is the worst game ever, because it's just driving from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas, Nevada in a bus in real time.
It would be more fun in real life, honestly, than a Desert Bus.
But they do so much more, that it is 24/7 mayhem, that you have the bus in the corner, but what they're really doing is everything from skits, talks, donation challenges, you name it. And somebody pointed out to me, Desert Bus is the original subathon.
You have it. I'd agree with that, actually.
Well,
there were the telethons back then, even before Desert Bus, but I think that they were not quite on the same level as Desert Bus being a stream thing, right?
Yes. Also, X-Rock, it is not drive in a straight line for 2 hours, but your bus veers
8 hours.
8 hours. Then you get 1 point, and then you do the return trip.
Point.
Yeah.
But I adore that sort of thing. I might play it at some point. I think it's overdone for me.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd actually play it, but that's why Penn and Teller have a special place in my heart, because of Desert Bus.
I adore them. But I think in terms of showmanship, in terms of their performance, I love the idea of pair VTubers. You know that? 2 in 1 act, Sigurd and Bird, so on and so forth.
I was about to say, have you seen Sigurd and Bird? That's one of my go-tos right there.
We're good friends. But as I was about to say, they're the pinnacle of it. I wish that a VTuber pair could be on that level. I could never do a pair act. I am unfortunately too picky about people I work with.
Also, I just realized your model's been stuck for a little bit.
Really? It shouldn't be.
Oh, there we go.
No, I'm moving.
Just woke up again.
Well, no, I was, how do I say this? I was just not moving. I was sitting perfectly straight. Is what was happening.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry that my posture is so terrifying. I don't shrimp.
It is.
Look, watch this.
Watch this.
I'm going to sit straight for a few seconds. Watch this. Look at this.
Yeah, if I didn't know better, the only thing that gives
me
the
it's frozen, right?
The only
my face is very slightly moving. But I keep that posture permanently the entire time. When I'm talking, I'll move my arms around, and that's what moves my shoulders.
Mm.
Because I use hand gestures to, how do I say this, strengthen the impact of my voice.
Yes. Also, apologies for interrupting. You were talking about Penn and Teller and
Yes,
pair
as I was saying,
VTubers, and that you couldn't.
I
work with
would
anybody.
never be able to work as a pair VTuber because I heavily prefer to have no creative control, be a freelancer, just order me around, or to have full creative control. I very much dislike compromise.
Mm. And that's interesting, that it's not that you are incapable of working with others and that
No.
You are okay taking orders, you're okay taking guidance, but you want it to be a distinctive
one-sided.
one of those. Yeah.
I want it to be unilateral.
Mm-hmm.
So either they tell me exactly what they want me to do and I'll do it, no problem, no issue. Or I say everything. What I say goes.
So if anything, I'm one of the most problematic collab partners you might have ever had to deal with.
Well, no, this is quite easy. Because I'm not working with you long term. Short term, I'll work with anyone.
Yes, that's fair.
See that? But if we had to work together for, I don't know, a few years, I might despise it.
Yeah.
Because we have, how do I say this, classic styles of conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think that sort of goes for me as well, that obviously short term is what I do. That's the entire concept of Vtuber Talk. And that doing it once is super easy, not a problem.
No issue.
But you're right. There's a reason that there are so few pair acts, not only among VTubers, but just in entertainment in general. And that you need to find the right one, but that's what makes the pairs that work so spectacular.
So fantastic.
Okay, you blinked off again, and I'm also noticing, sorry, on video that the screen went black. Did you click to a different place, perhaps? I don't know if...
Well, I mean, it shouldn't really do anything. Does it flicker?
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that. Little behind the curtain stuff, we had noticed a potential quirk in Firefox.
Bizarre.
I'm wondering if it's that Firefox thing that you were mentioning earlier.
No, it must have just been a blink. It was been a boop. But as I was saying, though, I mean, I feel that you'd understand the agony of working long-term with me as well. I have a very powerful personality, and I am about as dominant of the conversation as you are. So we just be fighting for conversation for however long. In a one-shot, in one work, it's no big deal. It's no problem. It's just a stylistic difference. But if we worked for, I don't know, 2 years together, you'd come to hate it.
I could definitely see that. That, like I said, it's been something of a sparring match. Like I said, of you and I going back and forth, that we have stepped on each other, I would say, more than average for my usual guests. But
Absolutely.
But that we still work through it very, very naturally, and that we understand the flow and allow each other to have those moments, and that it's okay. But that it becomes more tricky over a longer period of time.
Absolutely. I mean, short term, we just do this handoff, right? I go, oh, I interrupted you, go on, it's your turn. Or you go, oh, you interrupted me, pardon, it's your turn. It's easy enough, no issue. But if that accumulates over years and years, it'll be annoying. It'll become a nuisance. We may have a fight about it in DMs. Right? You can imagine that easily. Now, I know that you're not a particularly confrontational person, but you might bring it up. You might go, oh, you're bringing down the quality of the stream by interrupting me.
Yeah,
potentially, you can see yourself doing that.
I could see us behind the scenes trying to optimize things and just running into roadblocks.
The thing is, one of us would have to be the passive person, and really none of us are passive here. We're both being the active person here.
Yeah, that's one of the big things of a duo act, that you need to have folks...
You have to complement each other.
You have to have them be in different roles, and that you and I are so similar that the similarity would end up working against us.
So watch this. I can play a passive role, but it sounds wrong.
Oh, I'm sure you can. Then go right ahead. Try it.
All right, let's do it.
Anyways, Sigrid and Bird are a great example of it, because you have Sigrid, who is definitely, I suppose, more the one in the driver's seat, but you have Bird, who is the absolute wild card to Sigrid's straight man.
And they complement each other very, very, very well. What do you think the best part of them is?
Oh gosh, it was only like 10 seconds and I already hate it.
You see how bad this is? I am letting you carry me. I'm putting my weight on you. And it feels wrong because we have been equally contributing to the conversation the entire time, right?
It is palpably unnatural for you.
It is unnatural. It feels wrong.
Mm-hmm. XX Live, you'll have to odd couple it and draw a line down the middle of the Twitch
Right,
channel.
just go. No, I don't agree with that. I would rather just give everything up.
Yeah.
Just freelancer. I love being a freelancer. I hate being a partner.
Yep. Yeah, there is a very liberating feeling of saying, I can work with anyone, but I don't need to work with anyone.
Right. It's the best. But you see, that's our current dynamic, double active.
Yes.
And you see that this is much more comfortable because I am not forcing myself to just be passive. You saw I didn't even encourage you there. Normally I would go, yup, your turn, go. To show you that it's still your turn, and that's active still, because I'm giving you your turn back on purpose.
Yeah, and that it's been a subtle thing that unless you are the type of person that Kongou and I are, there's been a lot of subtle handoffs throughout the show. And it just, like you said, those moments where we've maybe gone to jump in, but backed off, and the number of experimental dynamics that we've gone through in the 4.5 hours
conversation right now
has actually been really fascinating in its own right.
You see, that's what I love. I'm a technique-based person, so all these different styles, all these different techniques, all these different skills, I accumulate them. They're my favorite thing about VTubing.
Yeah, and that the concept of accumulated experiences is really one of the cruxes of VTuber Talk. Frankly.
Absolutely.
That each guest, and like I said, even each chat being different, that there are certain similarities, goodness knows, that I am able to draw between certain guests. And actually, one thing that has been particularly fun for me as the episode count has grown is I've been able to introduce a couple folks and say, hey, I think your style's really similar to this person.
Well, then, do you mind if I ask you a sort of difficult question? Would you say anyone has a similar style to me? And I know this is a hard one. I know I'm putting you on the spot right here.
I'd want to consult my list. I feel like at this point I can get a good pair for just about any personality.
I believe it.
That yours is undeniably strong. That I haven't spoken with someone with your particular vocal cadence. That's, like I said, one of your hallmarks.
Naturally.
But when I go for pairs, I'm not thinking about vocal cadence. I'm thinking about styles.
So what I'm thinking about here is technicality. I'd want someone about as technical.
Yes, and that I
think you're actually a good sort of person for that. I feel we're well matched in that sense.
There's a couple of folks that come to mind that I could see as potential matches, or even if not matches, that you would particularly appreciate their style and their thoroughness and their attention to detail, and that after the show, I'm going to go through the list and I will find at least.
By all means, give it a glance.
Like one that I'll just shout out right now that sort of comes to mind. Are you familiar with Miss Jackie?
I am not.
So Miss Jackie is a cat VTuber. She has a bunch of different models, a bunch of different styles.
Interesting.
But she is a master of the comfy, continuous conversation.
Interesting, impressive.
That while your more specific styles of content aren't quite the same, that she has an eye for detail, a thoroughness, a deliberateness that I think you would really, really respect.
For the most part, I am fond of seeing good points of VTubers. One of the services I provide, and I say this as like I'm being paid for it, I'm not, but one of the things I often provide is just an analysis of someone. Here's what's good about you, here's what's bad about you, just bluntly. And I have to ask, are you all right with me saying this? I hope that you don't mind.
Please, yes.
Oh, I'm not saying you specifically. You're fine. I've already analyzed you for the most part. I feel I picked you apart for the past few hours.
I'm curious, is there anybody that you think would be a good match for me, potentially?
Would be similar to you. I believe... Have you had Arthur Abbott on here?
No, but I've heard that name.
They did run an interview show a while back. They have a similar cadence to you. I don't think that they're, how do I say this, one-to-one, but you have a similar way of speaking, you have a similar way of engaging. They're a very active person as well.
Like I said,
I would say you're a touch calmer. They're a bit jumpier than you are.
That's interesting. I actually kind of think myself to be a little bit jumpy.
You are a little bit jumpy, but they're jumpier than you are. You're a touch calmer than them.
Yes, thank you for that, Link. I'll definitely have to take a look at them.
They're quite good, but for me, how do I say this? When it comes to my cadence, I'm very slow. I can get fast when I'm discussing something, when I'm trying to fill your head with information at a rapid rate. But normally, I'm a very measured person. It goes bop, 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 right? Word by word.
And you and I are actually quite similar in that regard, that right now we're in our more measured cadence, that we're definitely talking slower. When we were talking Magic the Gathering, when you were talking Lancer, it was rapid.
Because I can talk very, very fast. You want to see something? You want to see a trick? John Jacob, pardon. John Jacob Jingle Hypersmith. His name is my name too. Whenever he goes out, the people always tell, here comes John Jacob Jingle Hypersmith.
Yes, just when it comes down to it, you can speak very, very
quickly. I can speak 450 words per minute at a relatively clear cadence.
I've seen typing tests. I've never seen words per minute talking.
So the record is about 600 odd, I believe, 630, something.
Now I'm really curious, because I'm sure there's websites that have this, that they will provide a script, because it can't just be you saying a.
Oh, give me something. Oh, the record's 637, but give me a script. Doesn't matter what it is. B movie, whatever you'd like.
Oh my gosh. I did a reading of the B movie as a reward for one of my charity streams.
As a comparison, I read the B movie in about 30 minutes.
Oh, I did a full voice acting, but now I'm kind of interested in the concept of a speedrun.
Right. Well, was it 30 minutes? I think it was lower than that, actually. I believe it was 20 odds. I'm just going to say 30 just because I don't remember the exact number. We want to guess high. I don't brag about things that I can't do.
If I can find this script. Are you familiar with the flurry of V's for V from V for Vendetta?
I am, but toss me the script anyway just so I can read it.
Trying to find the script, because I have it memorized. I'm trying to find the script.
You can just type it down if you want. I can show you.
Oh, it would take far too long to
but
type this one out. I'll find it another time, but I guess I'll do my party trick. Voila! In view, a humble vaudevillian veteran, cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the vicissitudes of fate. This visage, no mere veneer of vanity, is a vestige of the vox populi, now vacant, vanished. However, this valorous visitation of a bygone vexation stands vivified and has vowed to vanquish these virulent vermin, vanguarding vice and vouchsafing the vitally vicious and voracious violation of volition. The only verdict is vengeance, a vendetta, held as a votive not in vain, for the value and veracity of such shall one day vindicate the vigilant and the virtuous. Verily, this vicious swaz of verbiage veers most verbose, so let me simply add that it is my very good honor to meet you, and you may call me V.
Not bad. Great clarity there. Yeah. I'll try to do this at about 300 words per minute, give or take. Well, I view humble vaudevillian veteran, cast vicariously as both victim and villain by the vicissitudes of fate. This which is no mere veneer of vanity is a vestige of the false popular now vacant vanished. However, this valorous visitation of a bygone vexation has fate provide, and has vowed to vanquish these venal and virulent vermin, vanguarding vice and vouchsafing the violently vicious and voracious violation of volition. The only verdict is vengeance, a vendetta held as votive not in vain, for the value and veracity of such shall one day vindicate the vigilant and the virtuous. For this vicious also verbiage veers once verbose, so let me simply add that it's my very good honor to meet you, and you may call me V.
Yeah, it's always the
I have never read that before. That was a sight reading.
It was
so I don't have any practice on that.
Virulent vermin vanguarding vice. That is the most difficult part of that passage.
No problem with that. I have not read a few of those other words before, is the thing. But as you can see,
it's a fun one.
300 words per minute. I can do that faster. And I just not have practiced that passage. And always there was a tongue twister, right?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about Rakugo, Japanese comedy?
Yes.
You do?
So I know of, and there is a anime that I've seen called Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju.
Yes, Showa Genroku Rakugo Shinju. Wonderful anime, my favorite anime.
Oh, good. I was actually just talking about it with Ashton Martin last week. I cannot say that I am overly familiar with Rakugo scripts that
Well, do you want to hear one?
Please.
I can perform one right here. It'll take me about 5 minutes.
One second. I'm going to mute the music for that, because I feel like...
Yeah, and I have to turn off... Wait, how can I turn off noise suppression? I can't. It's automatic, is it?
I should be able to do that on my end. Give me just a moment.
By all means, do it.
Additional controls. Where to go? Audio settings. Noise suppression. Would that... No, that's not noise gate.
Just suppression. Well, can you hear this properly? I'm going to laugh, all right? Here's a test. Is that perfectly audible? Does it cut off?
Yes, that is completely clear.
Perfect. That's fine then. All right, ready? Jugemu. Oh dear. Ah, what's the problem now? You haven't gotten a name for a child yet. Yeah, but it's so hard. Can't we just go with Ichiro or Jiro? Oh, you have to give them a better name than that. Yeah, but I've never been good with imagination. Coming up with names. Look, it's our child we're talking about. You can't just give them any name, right? Yes. Oh, I have an idea. What'd that be? Why don't you ask the monk? Oh, the monk. Oh, that's a smart guy. He'd know a name. All right, I'm heading off. Good luck. Ha! I don't need luck. The monk's smart enough for both of us. Oh. All right, here we're at the temple. Oh my God. There are so many stairs here. They climb this every morning, really? Fine. Oh my God. Oh, give me a breather. Knock, knock. Yes, what can I do for you? Hey, monk, my kid was just born. I need a name for him. Oh, you need a name for him? How about Jugemu, limitless life? Yeah, living a long life's good, but there's more to it than that, right? You gotta live a good life. Oh, how about Goku no Surakire, the fivefold rubbing of rock? Again, it stands for eternity along. Oh, no. You want something else, don't you? How about Kaijori Suigyo, the gravel in the sea and fish in the water? That's the amount of fortune that your child will experience. Yeah, but fish, my child might want to eat pork, some meat, give me some other ones. Suigyo Matsu, Unrai Matsu, or Hurai Matsu. Where water goes, where clouds originally come, and where wind comes. It promises freedom for your child. Freedom? Well, I'm a really free guy. Look how I turned out. I mean, you look like a relatively, well-off man. You're a peasant, right? Yeah. Yuck it up. Give me another one. Okay. How about Kunero Chokoro or Sumo Chokoro? Places to eat and sleep or places to live. That way they won't be wanting anything. I'm not that poor. I can afford to let my child live a good life. Well, you're so energetic. How about Yaburakoji no Burakoji? That is a plant with vigorous energy, just like you. You're energetic, right? Yeah, I am. But look, I don't want him to turn out quite like me. Bits more brain would be great. Like a king or a queen, someone like a big shot. How about Paipo Shoringan Gorendai Ponpukupio Ponpukona? Those are the names of a kingdom and royal family in the mainland ancient China. Oh, you know Chinese? No, but I do know these names. How about one more? Chokyume no Chosuke. Long and lasting life, blessed for a long time. That should put everything together. Wait a moment. Everything together. Whoa! Great idea. I gotta tell my wife about this. Tell your wife about what? Chokyume no Chosuke? No! I'm gonna name my child Jugemo Goku no Surakiri Kaijori Suigino Seiko Matsu Rai Matsu Horai Matsu Kunera Choro no Sumo Chokoro Yaburakoji no Burakoji Paipo no Shoringan no Gunda no Ponpo Yoponado Chokeme no Chosuke. Have you tried Ichiro instead? Jugemu.
Fantastic. And that is one that I do recall from the anime, Renroku Rakugo Shinju.
It's a classic one. It's the main one that they learn. They learn it for the purpose of cadence, for the purpose of immediate comedy.
Yes.
It's classic. It's enough that even nursery children know Jugemu.
Mm-hmm. Now, was that memorized or did you have the script?
It was memorized. All of my wrongs were memorized. I know 20 to 30.
Oh my goodness.
And they can be improvised on the spot. The ones I perform here on Twitch are shortened for viewer attention span.
Makes sense that some Rakugo can be quite long.
They can go 15 minutes or longer, and I can do an entire one easy. but that would not be fun to watch. They would lose track of the story midway.
When did you start learning Rakugo?
It was a long time ago. I got an interest in Japanese poetry and Rakugo at the same time. And so I studied them both simultaneously. I read through books, I listen to recordings, so on and so forth. I'm mostly self-taught, but I'm pretty good at both.
Do you have any suggestions of channels for people who are looking to get into Rakugo?
Oh, absolutely. No question about it. Let me get them out for you. There is I believe, an American man that does Rakugo. And they do English Rakugo as well. They're very good at it.
Yes, because a lot of these obviously are Japanese in nature, so they would have to be translated. And sometimes translation, depending on the subject, some are easier than others.
So here's my recommendation. Katsura Sunshine Rakugo.
Fantastic. I'm going to put that in the chat for anybody who's interested over there.
But for me, I know 20 to 30 stories by heart. If you have to read them from a script, it's not good enough.
Yes, I do know that if you are performing Rakugo in a traditional sense, that it has to be memorized, that you are not.
It has to be passed down. That's why I got mine from adapting recordings, basically.
Now,
what did you think, though?
That was great, and it made me actually remember, while it is certainly not Rakugo, there was actually a club, a competition that I participated in high school, and it is forensics. Speaking forensics, not the science.
I understand. I know it's speaking
and
forensics.
That I did participate in various forensics competitions, and that it is probably the closest thing in North America, something that is in a good number of high schools and colleges. That would be probably the closest analogy to Rakugo, where it is single person doing, public speaking, usually storytelling, and that they are playing all parts. The concept of leaning or looking to a particular direction to signify a particular character, having
and in fact, this
voices.
Was not the full performance. You could not see my hands during this.
Oh, yeah.
Because I moved them during it, of course.
Yes, that physicality ends up playing a pretty major role in Rakugo. Not a really primary role in forensics. It can be a non-zero amount.
I get you.
But that in high school, I did some forensics and read a couple different ones that were fun. That my most successful, funny enough, was children's stories and poetry. That I did a well, it wasn't really a collection. It was it 2 or 3 Lewis Carroll poems? Because it was Jabberwocky, Walrus and the Carpenter.
Love that one.
And I'm trying to remember if there was a third. I think it was just those 2.
A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk.
Along the briny beach. We cannot do more than 4 to give a hand to each.
Oh, would you like to see me compose a Japanese poem right here? Not in Japanese, I'll do it in English.
Now, are these?
But I'll recite it like a Japanese one.
Now, are these
because
the ones
before
that you
I do a
usually
session,
tweet with?
Yes, I make one every time I start a session.
What is the?
They are a waka or tanka.
What is the writing rule for that? Because it's not like
I'll
a haiku where there's a specific syllable count.
I'll explain it here. There is a specific syllable count, actually. But here, I'll write one very quickly. Give me about 30 seconds, give or take.
Sure, well, while he is drafting that up, I'm going to give Kongou a shout out. Thank you all so much for tuning in, for being part of this fun, crazy journey that has been episode 112 of Vtuber Talk.
Is dialogue.
For a while, I was really good at writing haikus that I would just sort of, in high school, in class, when I was bored, I got really good at writing haikus and also compilations of haikus. So a set of 3 or 5 that might go through either a story or a central concept. At one point, I wrote a haiku for each period of my school day because I was so bored.
Impressive.
But I've gotten pretty good at those, and even now we'll just, on random occasion, have the inspiration. Okay, let's do a thing. 575.
The way this works is 57577, and the third line has to be able to be either the last line of the first verse or the first line of the second verse. So the 2 poems fused, more or less.
Wait, say that once more. So it's 57577.
57577 syllables.
The
third line has to be both the last line of the first verse and the first line of the second verse. So a VTuber Talk is
Okay,
dialogue was
yeah.
like, see what's interesting, or see what's interesting. Piercing beneath the facade requires the sharpest tongue.
Okay.
And would be recited like so. VTuber Talk is dialogue with static. See what's interesting. Piercing beneath the facade requires the sharpest tongue. Something such.
Now, I am familiar with the inflection of the delivery
You
of
have it.
Wonka
You
Tonka.
read it before, almost certainly.
Yes, of that da 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 ba 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 ba.
You have it. In fact, there's different styles depending on the area where you do it. There's different intonations. For example, the one that I developed for myself, that I do here on Twitch, is a personal style of mine. It goes VTuber Talk, dialogue with static. See what's interesting. Piercing beneath the facade requires the sharpest tongue. Which is my style. The traditional style would be VTuber Talk, dialogue with static. See what's interesting. Piercing beneath the facade requires the sharpest tongue. So there are different tempos, so on and so forth, and they give completely different impressions of the poem.
Mm-hmm. That yours is more melodious, particularly
It's
on the
slow.
last
It's
line.
slow. You have it, and I go 1, 2, 3, 4 for the last line. So, for example, requires the sharpest tongue. Requires the sharpest tongue. See that?
Mm-hmm. That's one of the fun things of just performance art in general. That
You have it.
we've had fleeting mentions of both of us doing theater.
You have it.
Without getting into too many specifics, obviously for
I
privacy.
mean, I don't think it would be that big of a deal for me. I was mostly working professionally as I said, stagehand, which I very much enjoyed. Fun stuff.
That most of what I did was on stage, but at my high school, basically everyone had some role backstage as well.
I understand.
Usually you were not going to be part of the run crew, so moving the set pieces and whatnot if you were acting, but that leading up to the show, basically everyone had some hand in things, whether it was as simple as
that's the
helping
case
paint
with the
the
high
set.
school theater. I adore it.
I was in charge of props. That was something that was always very fun to me, finding the disparate pieces and parts and fun little things to add to a scene that I would frequently go out of my way to advocate for more prop usage than was baseline necessary. Because I noticed that the folks in my high school were actually incredibly talented. That multiple people that I went to school with went on to become professional actors, or
I would not be surprised.
Went on to do professional stage combat, and it's been super fun watching them. But one thing that I noticed was it just, for whatever reason, that props wound up being baseline. That obviously if it was in the script that it was included, but I made a more active push that we had this vast, just a room of props that had been accumulated over decades, and it was a treasure trove, and I loved exploring, and that was what initially appealed to me, just getting to see and go through all of it. And I made it my project over my last 2 years in high school to systematically organize, because
you have it
was a dump when I arrived. There was,
I imagine,
a very vague modicum of organization. That all right, all the suitcases were in one place, all the jewelry was sort of over there, but that I much more deliberately cleaned things up and made it so things were in an orderly place, and that things could be found. But what I also did there was, during shows, if I noticed a thing, I would sort of mention during early rehearsals, oh, hey, I know that there's a such and such up there that we can use for that, and sort of plant it in their minds. And then I would, bring it down and be like, hey, here's the thing that I mentioned. Just try using it. And that, I certainly was in no position to demand that they use props, but I
But you
I
wanted
made it
them
so
to.
easy for them.
Right.
And just having a good prop or two can add to a scene immensely.
Absolutely, no question about it.
And
But
then
how do I say this? Go on. You're about to say.
and when it came to acting for me, I usually wound up in the comedic roles that either comedic relief or something perhaps a bit more campy, and I very much enjoyed it.
So for amateur plays, I was very obviously the villain. I feel like this is no surprise to
Those
anyone
wanted-
involved.
that if not being comedy, I love villain roles. Villain roles are
they're
so
so
fun.
fun. But shall we call tonight Vtuber Talk? Jay,
Yes.
end of the hour.
Yes, indeed. Well, I do have two last questions that I ask all my guests.
By all
Shouldn't take
means.
too long. The first
Let's
is,
hear it.
do you have any goals for the remainder of 2023? That we are now a bit past the halfway point in the year. So whether it be anything from metrics or just, I want to do this particular challenge or this type of stream, anything that you're really looking to achieve before the year's end?
Nothing in particular. I clear out my achievement list usually as soon as I make them. But I do want to improve as a VTuber, obviously. I want to get better at it.
Yeah.
You might say, what else do you have to get better at? There's always something to get better at. Come on.
Oh, absolutely. And that,
no question.
While I could ask the question, what do you want to get better at? That's sometimes a difficult question to ask in the moment. And it takes
well, I mean, right now I have a few things, actually. You want me to go through a list of them?
Sure, might as well.
All right, I want to lower my mistake count. It was relatively high during this, but this was an easy-going interview, so I was not really going at full tension. I would say my accuracy during this, because I did explain accuracy to you earlier, was 85%. So I was making roughly 2 or 3 mistakes per 20 minutes.
Sounds about right. And I'll say, I feel like I made more than average mistakes than my
It's going to happen when you're sparring with someone, when you're actually conversing with someone at a high activity rate.
Yes.
Because as we saw earlier, your normal guests are mostly passive. They will respond when it's their turn. They'll wait for it.
I wouldn't even necessarily say passive, but I think
the
it's
passive
more
role,
that,
not the passive generality trait. They take the passive
fair.
role.
That and just you and I were going at particular.
You have it.
Full
We're
tilt.
trading blows.
Yes.
Next. I want to, how do I say this? I want to do more creative work. I want to do more big events. I have a hard rule when it comes to VTubing. I'm not allowed to spend more money than what viewers provide, which puts a budget limit automatically on what I can do. But that's important because that fosters creativity. I feel if I could just spend my own money, this would be something I'd throw money at. It would not be something as fun, I feel.
Yes. Mark Rosewater, the lead designer of Magic the Gathering, is someone who I very much respect in a lot of ways. He has a fantastic blog for game design, which I'm guessing you're probably familiar with.
You have it.
But one of his sayings that I am particularly fond of is restrictions breed creativity.
You have it. Restrictions breed creativity. I say that all the time.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mark Rosewater.
And that for this specific mindset of these types of challenges, it is about finding those restrictions to impose upon yourself, because then that gives you the avenue to be creative.
That's the case. I mean, I tie my arm all the time. I go, I can't do this, I can't do that, I can't make this sort of joke. I can't make that sort of joke. I'm not allowed this technique, that technique. If I ever find myself too reliant on something, I will stop using it for a while. Just so that using it becomes conscious.
Yeah, that makes, well, we've gone through various iterations of that even tonight, that makes a lot of sense. That's very much your style. And then the last question that I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not the question of what does it mean to be a VTuber, but different people get different
What does it mean
things.
to me?
That I've had folks say, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone I can't be in real life. Others have had a more perhaps clinical answer, and they've said, it's a tool in my arsenal as a content creator, as an actor. It's a mask that I wear, and I don't necessarily feel emotional connection to this mask, but having this mask is so much more fun and lets me do things that I couldn't do as a face cam streamer.
Good answers.
And those are vastly different answers, but still completely and equally valid. So for you, Kongou, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
So I am a man of enormous but restrained ego. Being a VTuber is to me self-satisfaction. It's my hobby. And I take my hobbies incredibly seriously. They are the things I spend my free time on. And I want to be ideal at them. I want to be the best that I can be at them. And so as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters to me. Everything else is secondary.
I very much identify with that, and I've even said at night that for me, this is fun, and that my primary is I'm having fun if the guest is having fun, that everything is funneled back to that central point, and that is where all of the decisions, some suboptimal, some in the middle, very few optimal, they all stem from that. And that for you, that you are looking for that fun, you are looking for that challenge, and you are looking to optimize because, yeah, if this is your hobby, you're going to want to do it good.
You want to be, it's more fun if you're good, Jay. It's more fun if you're good.
Well, I always ask that at the end of the show because, one, I think it sort of puts a nice bow on things, but also
it does.
While I never know exactly how I will get an answer, the answers I get always make sense. And, very deliberately that it's tied back to multiple conversations that we've had tonight. And over the course of this 5 hours, it has been such a delight, Kongou. I cannot thank you enough for taking time out.
It's been a pleasure.
The last question, this one is a different type.
Oh, surprise question. Surprise first question. Let's hear it.
Who would you like us to raid?
Certainly. Let's go raid. I don't know. Thurns,
while he looks over that, I'll take care of some last housekeeping. Thank you again, folks, for tuning in, whether you came in with one of the raids or if you've been here from the start. Really do appreciate it, even if, as I mentioned, I do neglect chat a bit. Every single person who even spends time here, it does mean a lot. I might have missed Moonbow Opus's follow 2 hours ago. Sorry about that. Hope you're still around, and if not, thank you anyways. Hope you all had a great time. It has just been an absolute delight for me. If for some reason you are not following Kongou already, please do correct that. It's just Kongou VT on both Twitch and Twitter. And if you enjoyed this type of talk, this type of interview, this type of madness, it's just Vtuber Talk here on Twitch and Twitter as well. I do these shows approximately once a week. Can't promise any consistency on the schedule, so just pay attention to those two places and you'll always find out when I'm doing a show. But it sounds like we are... I don't know how to pronounce this name.
Ferns.
We are going to be raiding into Ferns. So do be sure to let them know that Kongou sent you. Again, thank you, Kongou. Thank you to everyone who's been here. I'm Jay, this is Vtuber Talk, and I will see you all next time.
Until next time.